I like that one. Let's go with that. All right. So now that I've got my noise machine set up, Longdeath. What year is it? I actually can't remember. 403. Oh fuck. Well, we're gonna have year not found. Maybe we hit year 400. 405 is 400 years of Longdeath, meaning we are at 400 or 398 mid-spring. We got 31 dwarves in the fort proper. The named dwarves in the fort are Pilot, Dragon, Letharticus, Lilam Katsu, Anonimo, Malden, Anthony, The Scoid, Merc, Red Octobear, Bloodcat 7, Disco, Diamond Destruct, Massive, who's still the king. How old is Massive? 154. Oh, geez. Massive, who's still the king. Tygo, Volleyball, Zindros, Stone, Hoshan, Rory, Blue Space Weeb, Radio Free, Olive, Paranoid Metroid, who's Tekken, Zetsuki, Do It, Tele B, who's still alive, by the way. 168. Let's see if they'll make it to the Nice Age, which is not to be confused with the Ice Age. Arch the Second, Jimmy Tibby, Do It, Keyboard Smash, Mist, Wait What, Banana, Navy, and Cussy. Holy shit, you're still alive. Yep. Yep. You're getting close to the second Nice Age. We'll see if you make it, though. Jimmy has gone bonkers again, which is funny, because, like, Jimmy almost completely recovered and is, like, in a better mental state than they've been in a very long time. But we are currently in one of those points where I'm trying to make the dwarves make babies. So we're going to quickly grab a crutch out of wood. If anybody heard their dwarves' name being called and would like me to read your description, let me know. And if you didn't and you would like a merchant, I do actually have a bunch of new merchants in the fort that are mostly just like playing music and reading books. So it's a pretty chill life being one of my merchants. Your dwarves in the late 60s, early 70s? Let's see. How old is Stone? Who's currently very happy about socializing. You're nice years old, actually. So late 60s. I have a feeling that this noise machine is going to put me to sleep. Let's try this one. Oh, I like this one. Damn. F's for your tickets, Wave Depletion. I think I may have just found a new favorite noise generator. That's a good one. I like that one. That is a good one. And you've still, to this day, considering you're the militia commander, Stone, you've only actually killed one buzzard. What is it? It's this. I swap it out periodically, though. Radio Free Olive is still very depressed. Very depressed. So Radio Free Olive was actually a dwarf that got expelled a while ago, who I invited back. I expelled them because they were tantruming too much. But we invited them back, and they actually brought their wife, who's here too, who is horrified after seeing a dwarf die, but it's fine. But yeah, I use those noise machines because I find them to be a good way of getting enough music in the background of the stream that I'm not bored listening to nothing, but also people can listen to music over top of them if they want. In the year 101, the Dwarf Normal Group channel became the queen of ignited creation. Are you wrong to think that the right wife will help? In Dwarf Fortress? Absolutely. Dwarves don't care about their friends. And no, they don't help them. Although that's something that Tarn has been working on for a while. That was, like, supposed to get into the game sooner rather than later, but, like, hasn't yet. Wild boar piglets? Oh, no. Chat, there's a family of wild boars in the tree. Like, it's full of wild boars. We're gonna have to chop that tree down. It's one of these over at the end here. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, plus all of these adult wild boars, all in that one tree. Yep. All in that one tree. There's also a dead emu and 2 dead giant wild boars up here, or just regular wild boars up here. Well, I guess it's time to hack all of that down. Why not let them fester? Because they'll hurt my frame rate. Because dwarves will try and pass to kill them and, you know, butcher them. But also, on the flip side, they will just continue stacking. Also, referring to them as fester, that is... I don't know why. You know, a lot of people have, like, a very negative view of the word moist for some reason, which I don't fully get. I have a negative view of the word fester. That is a word I don't like thinking about. A word I don't like thinking about. I think that's maybe, like, it's not, like, repulsive. Like, it doesn't make me, like, feel... Well, it doesn't make me upset when I read it or when I hear it, but, like, I have that kind of reaction to the word fester. The same kind of reaction that some people have to the word moist. No, it's fine. It's a good word. Like, it's an important word that needs to be used at times for certain things. But when people say the word fester, it makes me feel gross. I don't know who that is. Gate nerd. Or what you're referring to, so no. I'm trying to, like, remember why. I want to say it's, like, from a line from a movie or something. Is that from Addams Family? I've never seen a single second of anything Addams Family related in my entire life, so. So Dwarf's running away from the wild boar. The wild boars attacked him. Yes, and that's why it makes me feel icky. Infinity. Oh, yeah, I mean, that's fair, Gabe. But yeah, no, like, it's just the word, like, now, I don't know, because you guys are talking about wounds rotting and festering, like, now that's giving me prickles on the back of my neck. Like, that there is the equivalent of, I'm gonna send my military up here. That there is, like, makes me feel gross, which is how some people describe the word moist. Is when people start referring to things as festering and infected and blech. I think it's because I had a really badly infected toe a number of years ago. That was a bad time. But whatever. Change of subject would be appreciated. Which also, you know, doesn't mean, like, let's go be mean to people who dislike a different word, but, you know. Let's let these pigs down. But yeah, no, you don't really want to just have, like, piles of, like, multiple breeding animals that never starve to death in a tree in Dwarf Fort. It's just not good. It's just not something you want. You want them to be able to spawn and then leave the map. Let's just hope that the falling of one doesn't kill this dwarf, though. Although that would be ironic if, like, this dwarf was killed by a falling wild boar. Shoebills? Shoebills sound like machine. So I first read that as shoe bells, and I was thinking it's like a shoe on the next side on the side of a bell. Why did they sound like or something? Like what does a shoe bill sound like? All right, there we go. Let's send the military down here to go kill these wild boars. Let them off the map. They're just sitting there vomiting and taking the full force of the impact repeatedly. Any more up here? Or is that all of them? I think that's all of them. That's good. They make like a so they sound like Sandstorm. They don't sound like machine guns. Obviously. Man, Cussy. I need to take you out of the military. Otherwise, you're too depressed. I do have some pretty frequently depressed dwarves right now, and it's kind of a shame. Let's say I go smack you. I think that's all of them. A 17-second YouTube video and off topic. All right, now I'll mute the background audio for a second and listen to this machine gun burp. I want to hear the brat bird. I also should have unpaused the game. There we go. All the wild boars are dead. Excellent. Lunch is onion pie? Ooh. What's an onion pie? Is that like a quiche? Right, I'm trying to think like, what holds an onion pie together? What is the structure of an onion pie? I would imagine it's like a quiche, but realistically, I don't even know. So the main project that we are working on is this. It's like a quiche? Okay. One of my favorite quiche adjacent things that I've ever had, where I've finally said fuck it, and I'm just like hauling these boulders out chunk by chunk from this area. So something that I've been doing because I'm finally just kind of getting tired of this taking 100 years to clear all these boulders out. But one of my favorite quiche adjacent things that I've ever made is I took basically all of the ingredients, and this was from a recipe, so I didn't make this up, but I took basically all of the ingredients for a pumpkin pie, but instead of adding like brown sugar and sweetener, I added 2 eggs and basically made it like a quiche and added spices and savory things, so salt and spices. And it was one of the tastiest things I think I've ever made, to the point where I think I actually like a savory pumpkin pie that's more akin to a quiche more than a sweet dessert pumpkin pie. Like, don't get me wrong, I quite like sweet dessert pumpkin pies. Pumpkin pie is really good, but I think I actually might prefer it in more of a quiche format. You like a savory? I don't think I've ever had a savory custard style one. This was much more of like a quiche texture because of the egg. Like the second you add egg to it, it becomes very quiche-like. All right, I'm gonna mute the background sound for a second to listen to this. I want to hear this bird. Jesus, it sounds like a machine gun. You know what? I'm gonna unmute this. I'm sure this will be fine. Listen to this for a second, chat. This is a bird. Hold on. This is a fucking bird. Seriously, like, it sounds like someone's dying. What the fuck? That is incredible. I want somebody to use that as a video game machine gun sound. Like, can someone please do that? The hell? I have to move away from that bird. Like, the fuck, man? That is wild. It sounds like it's imitating a car alarm? Why do your car alarms sound like machine guns? I left it as a guard bird. A visitor comes in, and because it makes that sound when it's happy, apparently. So, like, visitor shows up, bird is happy, because bird goes, people! People make machine guns, or bird make machine gun sound, people go, ah, and runs away. Yeah, no, it's a tall bird. It's like, it looks, I mean, I don't want to show the video because I don't know if it's copyrighted or not, right? But like, It's usually the visuals of videos that get you claimed, but it's just like it's like the size of an ostrich, but it makes a machine gun sound. The shoe bill produces the sound by clapping the lower and upper jaw of its bill together, producing a loud sound, a hollow loud sound, producing a machine gun-like mimic sound. That is whack, man. That is absolutely whack. Anyway, the more you know, I suppose. Make sure they're dumping those in the right spot. I don't want them to be going all the way across the map. Yeah, okay, they are dropping them in the right spot. Perfect. Because if they're going all the way across the map, this is just going to take 10,000 years, which is not what I want. I want them to be able to clear these boulders out in a timely fashion. Relatively timely fashion, ideally. But yeah, no, that is a weird fucking sound. I'm sure that it's reminding you of something that sounds more normal, but like to you, but like when you say car alarm sound, it's like that is not what car alarms sound like from around here at the very least. Is my only response to that. They also bow. Shoe bills are quite the birds. So what you're saying is they are a polite assassin. They bow after they pretend to shoot you. Has anybody made like memes of shoe bills running around with like a fake gun, just going at things? Yeah, someone was near a floor hatch and it pleases them naturally. Aren't you pleased by a floor hatch? Especially a fine floor hatch? Too late? When was the last time that we ran it? Hi, Peter, by the way. It was a little while ago. 10:30 was the last one, so about 30 minutes. So it's been about 15 minutes. Was the last one. I'm literally like reading about these shoe bills right now because it's such a weird sound. The sound that the bird sounding like a machine gun reminded you of some birds that try to imitate human sounds like car alarms or police sirens, and those sounds have become part of the environment. So again, the birds started to incorporate those sounds into their own songs they make. Oh, that's interesting. There's one of my favorite videos on the internet, just period, is a video of a guy and he's like microwaving a pizza pocket, right? Puts the pizza pocket in the microwave, turns on the microwave hits, it's like a 3-minute video. The microwave hits 0 and it goes beep, beep, beep. And then there's like a few seconds, pause, just silence. And then beep, 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 starts up again. And the camera just pans around in a circle. There's a parrot just going beep, beep, beep. just I don't know why, but it's just one of my favorite videos on the internet, because like I used to, in the house that I grew up in, my neighbor next door, had a, don't know the name of them. They're like a very tall gray parrot with like an orange beak, and it would imitate their grandfather clock. So on the hour every day it would go dong 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 every hour on the hour every single hour. It doesn't matter what time of day it was. On the hour, it would do that. And then it would go bong, 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 and it would ding up to 24 times depending on the time, right? And the bird would keep the ding going. So it would be like 1 a.m. and it would be dong, 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 dong. It didn't do quarter hour. It just did on the hour. And then it would just go bong. And then there'd be a wait. And then bong, bong. And the parrot would keep it going for like 10 minutes at a time. Be like, God damn it. It was just this very amusing thing. At the very least, it was amusing the 1 or 2 times I had to house sit. Less amusing now.
My cut YouTube's cut.
Sorry, I'm opening up my teammates' streams and accidentally a Bellinair got broadcast through my stream. Apologies. You heard a few seconds of bonus Bellinair. But yeah, that is kind of the reason I never want to own a parrot. I mean, imagine me owning a parrot and talking as much as I do. Like, that parrot would just sound like a clone of me. Straight up, like, it would just be talking as much as I would do. I'd be like, hey, man, thanks for subbing for 55 months. Parrot would be like, thanks for subbing. That would be like the first thing I'd have to train it. But I'm never getting a parrot. That's just kind of a fact. I think what's most impressive is that a 5-foot bird can fly. Don't ostriches fly? Hold on a second. Because I thought they could like fly a bit. Do ostriches fly? Ostriches can't fly. Well, do emus fly? Nope, they can't. Okay, I thought they could. They do not fly. You know, telling me OX Trich doesn't actually change why I would think whether or not they could fly. But I mean, turkeys can fly. Turkeys are a pretty thick burb. Did you know that turkeys can fly at a rate of 40 to 50 miles an hour? I don't know why that's a fun factoid, but I guess it is. For running at 30 miles an hour? You know, can I just say, bigger number better. My biggest reason to not like the Imperial system is 30 miles an hour sounds fucking slow. It really does. 30 miles per hour sounds really fucking slow. It's like, oh yeah, I could jog that fast. Wait a second. But put that in kilometers an hour, it sounds impressive. You know what I mean? It's sort of like we should all like weigh ourselves in stones so that we feel like we don't weigh as much. You know, it's like, oh, I only weigh 12 stone or whatever. 15 stone instead of like kilos or pounds, where the number gets bigger and then that's scarier. Don't forget to smash that like button, squawk. Yeah, and that's in one sentence why I don't own a parrot. No, we should use millimeters per second. Come on. Also, metric system is nice, round numbers. Also, Gate Nerd, how's that that new YouTube video that you put up doing? Is it doing better than the previous one? I've been having problems recently where the internet has, or YouTube has decided to like boot me out of the algorithm again, and it's quite frustrating. Like, I was in the algorithm for a little bit there, then YouTube was all like, how about we like stop you from being in the algorithm? I'm like, but it was nice for that like month. Hell yeah. 4K views is like $6, but you know, I literally say that as I open up my YouTube channel and one of my videos is getting bumped back into the algorithm. Thanks, YouTube! Shout outs, I guess. Because like I put up a DF News video yesterday and it did really well throughout the day, and then thunk. Hey, that's what I like. You're not monetized? I mean, not like you'd make much money anyway. Being monetized on YouTube ain't so big of a deal. It's more of a question of, can you cram people towards the general direction of a Patreon? If yes, then you're good. You know, so I don't know why you just posted this link on my Discord, Frog. While these dwarves still are clearing up boulders, let's check on them. 2 picks, 3 low boots, iron peak. Was it 2 and 3? I think. Yes. So you posted these pictures of secret wine cellars. I think the whole point of a secret wine cellar being secret is that you can't see it, right? Doesn't this defeat the whole point? Now, if it was like a, I don't know, a badass pentagram or something, or like, because floor hatch, right? I get you, because a fine floor hatch that displeases you. Fair enough, but like, this to me is the opposite of secret. It's a giant fucking hole in your floor with a glass window. You can literally put a rug over those holes. Come on. Come on, Aqua. Come on. You can do better than that. Like, if you're going to make a secret wine cellar, actually make it like blended, like make it a secret wine cellar. Come on. If you're gonna, you can't just like a quarter of the way commit to something like that and call it secret. That's just to show how big your wallet is. Yeah, but it's also, the thing is called secret wine cellar. My secret wine cellar will be a trap door behind a bookshelf, and you have to move the bookshelf out of the way, and you have to pull a lever that is in the attic that you have to climb up a ladder to get to, but the lever doesn't even open or move the bookshelf. The lever just unlocks the cabinet that has the secret switch inside of it that moves the bookshelf. And then at that point, then you need to put a secret code into the wall, which can be found by looking at the pattern of the fake books on the 3rd bookshelf on the left, and the fake books are only the 3 books at the top, and there's a pattern on the back of the binding of the book which tells you how to unlock the door, and then once you unlock the 32 character code to be let in, then you have to pick the lock, which I have the key for. That's a secret wine cellar. That shit that you just posted a link for, that's just half-assing and lazy. Fucking window, flaunting your wealth. You're gonna flaunt wealth, impress people, make your house into a fucking escape room. Don't, like, go halfway with, like, oh, look, I have a glass trap door in the basement. Oh, I'm rich. Meh. I'm just saying rich people should be more like Batman and less like fucking Richie Rich. You know what I'm saying? Needs more Batman. That's a lot of work to get at the strawberry wine. I mean, it needs to keep me out of it when I've had too much, right? Although realistically, it would probably just stay open all the time. Like, if I'm gonna stop being goofy for a second here, it would probably just never actually get locked. Unless I was going on a trip or something. Or maybe it's like, that's how you open it the actual way, but you could also just say, Alexa, open wine cellar, and the door would just open. Speaking of, have you guys seen those videos of people walking up to houses with smart locks and just like security camera videos and just shouting at the door, Alexa, open door, or computer, open door, or like, okay, Google, open door, or Apple, or hey, Siri, open the door? Have you guys seen those videos? And then it just uses their smart lock via like sound proximity to just like unlock the front door. And then Alexa gives wine suggestions. Yeah, probably, actually. Good wine pairing for your, I don't know anything about wine. For your Taco Bell order in dinner is Yellowtail. That's about as much as I know about wine. Yellowtail's a wine, right? It's a shitty wine, but it's still a wine. You know what? Let's remove dump on like a third of these, because that's a lot that they need to clear. Anyway, Aqua, how you doing? It's good to see you. What's up? Hope things are good. What the fuck? What the fuck? What are we the fucking? Cutest. Aren't you supposed to be lurking, by the way? You're studying for a test that's tomorrow. Or a presentation.
Months is what's up. I'm doing well. Stupidly hot here though.
Yeah, it's cheap Australian wine, Darren. Aqua, thanks for the 18 months. Chat, can I get a big round of beers for Aqua keeping that sub alive for an 18th month? It's good to have you back, mate. And Yellowtail's Australian wine. It's cheap Australian wine. It's like the thing that you buy for $5 at the checkout here. And I've drank it a couple times, and it's kind of not great. But seriously, thank you very much. A little bit of a slow start to the stream today, but regardless, thank you for hanging out, chilling. I'm actually just looking at the 14-day weather trend for Montreal because I'm getting like worried that it's gonna just be blisteringly hot. It's supposed to be like 25 to 27 degrees. I think I just need to bring an extra pair of shorts and I'll be fine. Death is all around us. Probably because of old thoughts reoccurring, I would guess. Because I had some dwarves die of old age a couple springs ago. Yeah, that's what everybody's been saying. I mean, like the long-term weather forecasts, like the 3-month weather trends and stuff here are stating that we're gonna get weather like that again this summer, which makes me really sad. I was hoping we'd have a cold summer, but here we are, I guess. Here we are. In the world of nightmare temperatures where it's too fucking hot all the time. You know what? I'm just gonna kill all of my adult unicorns. We'll just do it that way. Just keep the foals alive and slaughter all the adults. But death is all around us is actually a pretty common thought for the dwarves to have. I know that sounds really dark, but I swear it's not actually that bad. It just means that, like, they saw somebody die previously, basically. And, like, most people who play Dwarf Fortress don't ever see those different notifications because they're not something that is broadcast to the players, just popping up in the dwarf's head. But because of the way I have the game set up, I do see them all. They also might be referring to, like, a guinea pig that is dead somewhere in the fort. Or maybe they just walked past the body pile, which I think has some dead wild boars in it because they were stuck in a tree and I chopped the tree down. Also, hey Rolf, what up? Good to see you. Thanks for lurks. But yeah, no, it's like my channel kind of has like generations of people who watch it. That's the only word I can really use. By that I mean like there's the people who watched this stream back in the Roller Coaster Tycoon era. There's the people who watched this stream in the RimWorld era, and now there's people who watch this stream primarily from the Dwarf Fortress era. Of me like streaming a lot of Dwarf Fortress. And like the people who started watching the stream for Dwarf Fortress are all starting to hit like 20, 30 months now, which is like kind of crazy to me. Yes, you are definitely the latter. And that's crazy. I think they're like we're in maybe, I don't know, another 6 months we'll be at a point where Dwarf Fortress has been the game that I've streamed actively the longest. Which is kind of cray-cray, I would be honest. Hi, Red Dragon. What up? But hello. We're playing Longdeath today. Trying to, hopefully, aiming for, maybe we'll hit it, maybe we won't, aiming for 400 years of Longdeath today. Or 0-0. That is what we're aiming for. That is the end goal. Work stuff happening? I get you. Hopefully good stuff. Because, like, work stuff can be good stuff, work stuff can be bad stuff, so hopefully it's good stuff. Just a grind? I gotcha. Yeah, I mean, I've been busy too, but just busy with, you know, my work-related things. That is one hell of a URL. No, here, I can copy it. We found a great book in the Library of Babel if anyone's interested. So is this a joke? Is that... I'm assuming that this is a joke, right? Okay. I mean, it's certainly Morbid time. You know, someone should, like, buy the URL for, like, whattimeisit.com or something. Just make it all screen, it's Morbid time. Someone should do that. Although it's nowhere near as good as this website. This is a much better website. Is it Christmas? It is not currently Christmas. Although I'll be honest with you, chat room, I'm no longer a connoisseur of this, but I'm still a massive fan of the useless web, which are just websites that have no actual practical reason to exist, that just exist for some reason. Somebody just made it and it exists. Yes, it does. Switch to yes on Christmas. There's another website that I really love, which is ismycomputeron.com. The problem with the ismycomputeron.com is I've never been able to check it with my computer off, so I don't think that it changes to no if you check it on a turned off computer. Yes, it's a Canadian website. I can confirm that. Also, someone else got their hands on Midjourney, and I approve of this. Or maybe this is one of the free ones. I don't know, but... Like the Hypercube website? That one I'm not familiar with. But yeah, you know, that's actually like the thing that I miss from like Web 1.0 and Web 2.0 even, and like early Web 2.0 is just like the internet. The internet used to be purely about, hey, this is dumb. Look at it. And now instead of, hey, this is dumb, look at it, it's, hey, propaganda, look at it. Or, hey, buy this product. It's no longer, hey, this is stupid, let's laugh. I miss those days of the, hey, this is stupid. Look at the stupid thing. It's funny. Have a laugh. I miss those days. Pope count? What? Is this just... Wow, that isn't hard. That is a hard color to look at. That's the number of popes that have existed, right? I'm assuming popecount.com. I have a question. Do they count the vocalist of Ghost? He is the Satan Pope, after all. It's an accurate number of popes. Fair enough, but like, you know what used to be one of my favorites? Remember all of those websites that would just like give you your IP address? Like whatsmyip.com? There used to be one that was called Moan My IP, and it had voices from famous adult actresses very like sensually reading out your IP address. And for some reason, like, me and my friends thought this was the funniest shit in the world when we were like 12. I don't even know why we thought it was so funny, but for some reason we thought it was just the fucking bomb. We thought it was the funniest thing on earth. It is kind of funny. I mean, it was just like, I'm not even going to mimic it, but it was just like somebody very like oddly moaning the sounds of your the name of your IP address. Should you go to bed? Your alarm goes off in 7 hours and 30 minutes. I went to bed when my alarm said 7 hours and 45 minutes, so I would say yes. I would highly recommend that you go to bed. Also worth noting, the humans once again did not send me a royal treasurer, and only one of the two factions showed up to trade. I'm just gonna double check. Oh, you want a lead door in your room and office. Huh. Okay. That's easy to make. And you need a pick. And you need one low boot. I'm looking forward to having a new mayor, but I'm gonna miss Tele. Tele's been a good mayor, honestly. Like, never really caused any problems. Like, is fully fulfilled more or less by just talking to sad citizens. Feels triumph after being reelected. Content after being near a waterfall. Dreams of raising a family, and this dream was realized. Always in love with somebody and can easily develop positive feelings. Their lover was Kick Rose, who unfortunately passed away a number of years ago. They did have some kids with their wife before Kick Roast, and this was a good dwarf, honestly. Good dwarf. I'm gonna miss that one. Certainly going to miss that one. But the king would like a thing in their throne room, so I can give them that. But chat, everybody do me a favor. Tell Rolf to go to sleep. You'll be missing you. I mean, you've been around for quite some time, so... I mean, who were your parents? Tele. Okay, so you didn't have parents. How did you get in the fort then? I guess, like, your parents were probably merchants. Well, you know, at the end of the day, I do hope that Dwarf lives out their last few years happily, because at the very least, that Dwarf is guaranteed to die in 2 years, because dwarves don't live older than 170, so. But, you know, there's still discussion going on multiple Discords that I'm a part of about the payout offers from that Twitch ad deal or the Twitch ads deal thing that I posted a screenshot of in sub chat on Discord, and also tweeted out. So if you want to see it, you can just see it on my Twitter. But it is a very, very, very crappy thing, and I'm not happy. Not happy about Twitch being all like, yo, more ads. You know what's great, guys? More ads. It's like, Twitch, you have this very, very, very lovely community of people that are willing to pay for the platform to exist, so just let us pay for the platform to exist. Oh, what? So for me to just ignore Rolf? The thing is, Rolf is like very much a lurker, right? Like Rolf will say like hello and occasionally post a beer and then say good evening. Like, you know. You willing to min? Just gonna finish this glass of water. Hell yeah. Well, that's good. Also, I feel like the I will simply ignore you until you fuck off and go to sleep treatment that some parents do is kind of mean. But money? If something upsets or annoys even a portion of my audience, it's not worth it. Although I'm pretty sure you were like pretending to be Twitch in that statement. So, but I don't know, actually. Sometimes you feel like they wrote that book on being mean? Yeah, that's what your parents did? Or just parents in general? You know, the topic passed a while ago. Okay, fair enough. I mean, I'm not familiar with either of those ones specifically. Most of the useless websites that I know, like, I used to sometimes go to pink.com, which was just like the I don't know if it still is this, so maybe don't go to it, but pink.com for a while there was literally just a pink square in the center of like a white background. So I would send people pink.com and it would just be a pink color. It's like, what's your favorite color? And I'd just be like, here's pink.com, even though that wasn't my favorite color. There was a website that was just like a snowflake bouncing around for a while on a screen. There was stupid.com hasn't been this in forever, but stupid.com used to use Google demographics to figure out who the least popular person in the world was. And it would just be a picture of that person. The last time I remember stupid.com existing was shortly after Trump got elected, and it was just a picture of Trump. But I feel like, right, Chat, who do you think would be on the front page of stupid.com if stupid.com still existed, which it doesn't. I think it redirects to something else now, but for a while there, stupid.com was just a picture of the world's most unpopular person. For a while there, it was Osama bin Laden. I think it would be it'd be a pretty close tie between Elon Musk and based on like North American search demographics and Putin. I think it'd be one of those two. It'd either be the Russian president or just Elon. But you have a good one, Rolf. Sleep well. Putin and Trump, French kiss. Like, the thing is, Trump is just like an annoying gremlin now. You know, like, I think about Trump now and I see his, like, re-election campaigns and I just kind of go, huh? And I move on with my day. But actually, Ted Cruz might get it. I could see a world where Ted Cruz got stupid DACA. Although Ted Cruz is like almost a parody of himself. The dude's just kind of sad. Although he's a sad parody of himself who has a lot of fucking power at times, which is scary and I don't like. This is a lot of crap. All right, well, got a lot of dwarves that are doing a lot of things. Although we do have one that's making a lead door, so that's good. Getting that stuff done. I put on an exceptional item. I am ambivalent, says my bookkeeper. Well then, you are ambivalent about putting on an exceptional item. Noted, I suppose. Although, that statement, Trip and Panda, is almost the, like, fake Sputnik news website. Because there's real Sputnik and then there's fake Sputnik, and fake Sputnik is just, like, constantly pictures of, like, Putin comes out as gay. It's like, huh? Are you trying to find stupid.com? Specifically? On Wayback Machine? Not everything exists in the Wayback Machine. Or are you looking for Wayback Machine specifically? Because it's literally just archive.org/web. I don't know if stupid.com would be archived on there. Not everything is. It's more like useful when it comes to like looking at the way YouTube used to look. Yeah, I'm not sure if they're looking for the Wayback Machine itself or if they're looking for stupid.com on the Wayback Machine. But the Wayback Machine's like really good for large websites because they are storing a literal backup, right? So it's really good for heavily trafficked websites, but for things in the useless web, not always, because a lot of those sites just, for lack of a better term, there's no reason to back them up. You know? Like, it is largely a, oh, well, we don't need to back this one up kind of thing. And I think that is kind of the general take there. The Satiny Hall is a very popular story to tell in this fort. All those bars away, all that stuff. They're doing a clothes making demonstration, except this person is just like having a panic attack while watching it, which is fine. Hopefully it's giving you some enjoyment somewhere deep in your soul. Still need that lead door in the throne and office, and we also need to make a pick. All right, throne/office, lead door, and I want it painted black. This is the king, not the king's throne room. That is the king's throne room. Okay. So king, I will put your throne right back here, or your lead door right there. Ironically, this throne room also has another door, a black bronze door, and the black bronze door was for the previous king. The previous king wanted a black bronze door, so we gave him a black bronze door. This king wants a lead door, so we gave him a lead door. Chad, if you were a dwarven king, what demand would you make? Golden goblets. It'd be what I'd make. All of the golden goblets. Right, who's constructing a thing? Anybody? Nobody? Oh man. All sorts of stuff's getting put away though. Serve plum wine? Apparently we have plum wine. The mayor is serving wine. How nice is that? Look at that. And now strawberry wine. I didn't even realize that the our mayor was the tavern keeper. Apparently I made my mayor a tavern keeper at some point. Must have predated the old job. Or the new job, rather. Should have invested more. Shoulda, woulda, coulda. Nice mugs. Not nice scepters. Space Pirate, how are you this afternoon? It's almost well, it's not quite afternoon. We're getting close to afternoon. Getting close. How's your day going? What is up? How's things? Was obsessed with armor stands and demanded 15 in total in a few seasons. You forbid them in export. For whatever it's worth, I've lost count of the number of crutches that you've demanded. And low boots. It's like you are fucking obsessed with them. Absolutely fucking obsessed with crutches and low boots. What's the date? Midsummer, Malachite 18th. Of Malachite, Midsummer. Mayor's gonna go manage, or manager's gonna go manage work orders. Yeah, everybody's like, so just because it's heavy on my mind, I'm seeing more people talking about the ad incentive program for Twitch. It seems to be people are either getting offers that are very, very good, or they're getting offers that are absolutely hilariously offensively bad, and there's no in between. People are either getting offered a good lump sum of money to run 3 ads per hour, to a point where it's like, if you're not focused on Patreon and Twitch is like all of your revenue, and you don't get a lot of tips, I could see why someone would go with that, system. But honestly, then there's also everybody else where they get like laughably horrible offers like me. I don't know. I much prefer doing this and promoting the Patreon and incentivizing you guys to throw bits and gift subs than run 3 ads per, or 6 minutes of ads per hour. 30 ads per hour? No, it's 3 ads per hour, not 30, which is 30 seconds per ad. So that's there's 3 ads per hour, but you still get pre-rolls, or 6 ads, or 6 minutes of ads per, not 3 minutes of ads or 6 minutes of ads. So it's either a 30 second ads and 6 minutes of them per hour for no pre-rolls, or still some pre-rolls for 3 minutes of ads, so 6 ads per hour. So it's like an ad every 15 minutes, basically, or even more than that. Always seems to be the better one, which you think is odd. It's better because you still have pre-rolls. So you're still getting external ad revenue on top of it. But I'm just, unless Twitch turns around and is like, here, have life-changing money, which they're not going to, even if I got a perfectly optimized amount of money for the amount of views I get. Like, basically a good offer from Twitch would be like $200 a month to $300 a month for the 6 minutes, and like 150 for the 2 minutes, and then 100 for the 1 minute of ads per hour. That would be a fair offer from Twitch for me, and I would turn that down. At this point, unless Twitch offers me like $500-600 a month, it's not worth it. And the reason I say that is because I could do, like, realistically, if I tried to get a lot of sponsored streams, I could probably make that much money in just doing like an hour of sponsored content 3 hours a week ish, if I grinded for it and got like 4 or 5 sponsorships per week. Or if I got about 5 sponsorships a month, I could probably make that lower amount of ad revenue, and that would be more entertaining and better for you guys because it would just be me playing a different random indie game. No, it's 30 seconds of per ad, and it's 3 minutes or 6 minutes. Like here, like the amount that they offered me, which I showed earlier, which is this. It's also on my Twitter and on Discord. That's 1 minute of ad per hour. So this is a bullshit deal. No one should take this, right? That is 1 minute of ads per hour, right? So I run 60 seconds of ads, so 2 ads per hour for $14 a month. Fucking woo. Because mine's broken, I think. Or 2 minutes of ads per hour for 21, or 3 minutes of ads per hour for 25. Right? So that is bullshit, because it's based off of the amount of ads I already run, and probably also advertising demographics, and I don't run any ads right now. So it's offering me a bust. That's probably bugged. It should be offering me at least like $200 to $300 for the top tier, based on my stats. But even if they offered me that, I wouldn't take it. I don't think it's worth it, personally. It would be worth it for some people, but like I said, I would rather just pester you guys to support me on Patreon and be like, hey, nerds, it only costs, I don't know, 2 gift subs to boot Orange off the leaderboard for gift subs, which, you know, everybody should probably do, right? Why does the longer ad time have a lower unit of revenue? You tell me. I don't know. Why is it bad value? You tell me. I don't know. Probably bulk discounts. I don't know. I don't work in that a part of marketing. I know how to price my stream for sponsorships based on the value of things, but that's about it. Also, Kiri's apparently getting her Steam Deck soon. But yeah, I mean, it's going to be, with ads, it's always diminishing returns, basically. Always diminishing returns. The more ads you show, the less you get paid for them. It's like if you only have one sponsor for a podcast, that one sponsor, like as an example, if I were to book a sponsor for my podcast and they sponsor the entire episode, that one sponsor would probably, I don't know, I'm just going to say a number. This isn't the amount they would pay me because it's not what my podcast's worth. But let's just say they pay me $100 for that to sponsor the whole episode, right? Or I could get 4 sponsors and charge them $30 each. So in total, it would be more ads. I would make more money, but I charge less per ad. So. So you went with the Logitech? Well, that sucks. But hey, at least Logitech makes good shit generally. Are you doing the dumb thing where you... I'm going to resize that. You're supposed to be my bookkeeper. Let's give that back to you. Where are you? There you are. Perfect. I have this there. I've found a pathing bug where if you have multiple rooms, a room assigned to multiple people, it screws them up. Yeah, I'm excited to hear what Kiri thinks of the Steam Deck when she gets it. Very curious. I need to go use the restroom, chat. I will be back in a moment. Don't go anywhere too fast.
NANI?!
Bark, 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 bark. Streamer returns. I hope that the Playdate that I ordered arrives soon, because I really want to play those games. There's so many homebrew games on the itch page for the Playdate. Although the Playdate has received some pretty heavy criticism in regards to the way it releases its games, I kind of understand. Like, the way the Playdate does its game releases, when you get it, once a week you get 2 games unlocked, so it takes like 4 months or something to unlock all of the games, to have all of the games available to play. Which kind of sucks, just because of how staggered everybody's getting their Playdates. I think that idea would have worked way better if the pandemic didn't happen and everybody got their Playdates around the same time. I think that system would have worked great, but because that's not the way it ended up going, I think that it really sucks that they're doing it that way. So I'm kind of hoping that they'll do a second season of games at some point in the future, even if they charge money for it, if it's like $15 out, because I'll pay for it, and I hope that everybody gets their games at the same time in the second time around, because that idea in theory is really neat, but the way it's ended up playing out, it seems to kind of suck. But they committed to something. Well, no, it's not that they committed to something that they didn't meet expectations for. They actually overdid their expectations, because originally it was supposed to only be 12 games and you were supposed to get 1 game per week. But it's 24 now, so you get 2 games per week, which is better, right? So they actually outdid their expectations. The problem is the only way that system ends up being super cool is if everybody receives them at the same time. But because the pandemic happened and because they had to multiple delays due to hardware shortages, and also then they got more orders than I think they were expecting, because like they initially, it was like 2018 or something, they put up a post saying, hey, we're making a weird handheld console, are you interested? And I pressed yes, that I was interested back then, and they released that they had 13,000 people said that they were interested in the first wave of like, hey, are you interested? And then the second one was 25,000. So there was 25,000 people that clicked on that initial thing that's saying that they were interested in purchasing a console in that style at that price point. And then the initial pre-orders, when they opened up pre-orders, they sold it was like close to 100,000 of them. So I think that they sold more than they were expecting to sell. More people pre-ordered them than they were expecting. And the pandemic slowing down the rollout of the release units. I think maybe they committed to something that the circumstances around the release don't make optimal, you know? So it's not that they aren't holding up at people's expectations for the thing. I think it's more of a situation of they are, doing that. Also, there's this thing that kind of sucks, which is not damn you influencers. Well, I guess this is the damn you influencers part. Is there were people who received their units for their playdates back in 2019, right before the pandemic hit, because they were just starting up the hype cycle, and like they were supposed to ship like it was like mid 2020, right? So influencers and press received them in January 2019. They received working playdates in January 2019, right? Those same people received a second set in like just like a couple of months ago. So there are people that have had them since 2019, or sorry, January 2020. There are people who had them since January 2020, couldn't talk about them because they were NDA'd, and then received a second set of them. That shouldn't be going out to press a second time. That should be going out to people who pre-ordered them. That's the actual like beef that I have with them, is that they sent out, it was something like 400 units or something to press and influencers twice, which is close to 1,000 that they've sent out now. And that just sucks. Like, I don't know. Maybe I'd feel less mad if I was one of the influencers that they selected. I did sign up for their press list, but I'm not cool enough. So. Unfortunately, I didn't receive one. Hey, Brainsman, what's up? If you have any questions, give me a shout. But yeah, no, it's I'm looking forward to mine arriving, because honestly, and this is just I don't know how well this will work or if it'll work at all, but I really want to stream Playdate stuff as part of this screen, if that makes sense. Like every Tuesday, when I do the record stream at the beginning of the stream, I want to stream the new games, and I want to put up a video of the games that unlock, and I want to do videos of the homebrews shit. So why did they send them for a second time? Because there was minor hardware changes. The battery life got better, and they changed a few other small things about the console's design. Very minor things. It's like they moved like the start button over or like the start button equivalent over just slightly, like one of the buttons. Or they changed the texture of the buttons and made them better, pretty much from what I've heard. Like, they made hardware improvements in that time. But they sent out a second set of review units to people who'd already put up videos and already reviewed it. That's why they sent them out a second time. Which is like, fucking... It's like their battery manufacturer and their board manufacturer changed during the pandemic because they couldn't get enough supply from the original manufacturer. And I just received a text message, which is probably the plumber coming to fix my toilet. He says he'll be here in about 10 minutes, so I gotta pop out in about 10 minutes and go let him in. If the front door is locked, then I'll have to pop out there and let him in. People have like broken the front door, so it's hasn't been locked for a while, which is kind of a security hazard, but whatever. Makes getting packages delivered more convenient, I guess. But there's a plumber coming by to fix my toilet seat because my toilet seat got busted off. Or I broke the toilet seat lid. I sit on it while I'm brushing my teeth in the evening. And it just, I guess, doesn't like it that I do that. And so it opted to snap off. So I'm going to have to take like a 10-minute break coming up here. Not super long, but just a couple of minutes. Late summer, which means we'll probably hit fall before that, hopefully. So hopefully we can get paperwork done. Forced. Ironically, like, my toilet's not the only one that has this problem. All of my neighbors who I've spoken with about this building have the exact same problem with the toilets that they have in this building. And also, like, when my neighbor's like, I'm tired of buying toilet seats because my toilet seat keeps snapping off. My mom and dad have the same toilet in the school because, like, that's their business, right? So, like, their teacher's toilet, their adult-sized toilet has the same problem. It's the same brand and the same make. And there's another weird anomaly with this building where there are 2 light bulbs in all of the bathrooms. The one on the left burns out very quickly. It's like within a couple of months, the one on the left burns out. So I've stopped replacing it. I've lived here since 2013, right? In that time, I replaced the button with the light bulb on the left 4 times, and I've stopped replacing it and I haven't replaced it since. The one on the right hasn't burnt out yet in the time I've lived here. So the left one has burnt out 4 times. So I've stopped replacing it. The one on the right hasn't burnt out yet. That is weird as hell and crazy to me. I don't know if any of you guys have any idea what could cause something like that, but all I can think is shitty wiring. Anyway, I'm happy I don't own this apartment. Sounds like a wiring problem. Yeah, but it's like, it's not just my unit. It's every unit in the building. Or at least every unit in the building who I am neighboring, who I've spoken with about this. And I've spoken with about a dozen people over the years about this. You don't know much about electrical wiring? See, neither do I, but like, it's a thing. It's certainly a thing. Also, I don't know who did this, but shoutouts to Anonymous for chucking $5 into the refugees in Ukraine fund that we've had running since the war started. There is no end date for that, and there is no incentives. It's just going to be there until it doesn't need to be there anymore. Probably bad wiring design. Yeah. Do you have any weird... Chat room, do you have any weird, like, anomalies in your living space? And it's wiring like that? Because for me, like, that's the one that I really have, is the toilet always breaks, and the fucking lights in the bathroom are just fucked for some reason. Probably used a bad batch of wires for the second bulb circuit. Probably. End date is when Putin dies. I think end date is when people don't need help getting out of Ukraine anymore. So I don't think that's necessarily going to be connected to when Putin dies. Also, like, I don't know. How do I word this? I don't think we should be that optimistic that him dying will actually change anything. He lived in an old brick apartment building in Seattle that still used fuses. Had to be careful how many things were on in the kitchen at the same time. My build, like, there's a fuse box, like, right there in my apartment, right? Like, it's obviously not an old school fuse box, but it's a fuse box. Also, we're about to hit Fallstone. It's right there. That's the fuse box, right? Also, that's my closet, and that's where I keep my Tarn Adams picture. That Zack and Tarn drew for me with crayon. But yeah, no, I have a fuse box, but it's not the type of fuse box that'll pop frequently. I popped it once. That's a breaker box? Yes, but it has fuses as well. So the breaker box has the breakers that pop, right? But there's also, underneath it, there are fuses. There are 4 fuses for my apartment. I have one for the bathroom, I have one for the kitchen, I have one for the living area, and I have one for this area. If I plug in all of my audio gear in the kitchen one, it'll pop the fuse at the bottom of the breaker box before it hits the breaker. I might sound like I'm crazy, but I know sort of what I'm talking about. It's the big, like, circular things. Also, I have fuses in my stove, but I think most stoves have fuses. Anyway, I popped the stove fuse once because I plugged too many things into the stove plug-in. And I popped my kitchen fuse once because I had a dehumidifier and I had my air conditioning plugged into the plug in my kitchen, and it popped the fuse at the bottom of the fuse box underneath the breakers. Brakes of your car started squeaking 2 years ago. You have been to 9 garages and 5 different mechanics, and none of them have been able to find the issue. Do you have a family of squirrels living in your car? That's my theory. What kind of hell do I live in? A cheap apartment building. The same kind of apartment building that doesn't put air conditioners in their hallway. Like, quite literally, there are fans. There is the only air conditioning in this building is in the parking lot for cars. That is the underground parking lot is the only part of my building that has air conditioning. So, you know, like, what kind of hell do I live in? A cheap building, sir. The same kind of building where only one light bulb burns out in the bathroom. The same kind of building where if you look at the outside of the building, there are I don't know if Stone's here right now. There are parts where the building is doing this. Also, Stone, you have about 10 seconds because I just received a text that my plumber is here. So you have about 10 seconds. Do you have this one? Yeah, I have this one? All right. I'll have to get you the other one after I get back. Chat, I will be back in I don't know, hopefully less than 10 minutes. BRB. I have acquired a new toilet seat. Hell yeah. Okay, so here's the thing about renting, right? I don't have to pay for the toilet seat. That's the only, like, good part about renting is it's like, well, when minor issues like that appear, you don't have to pay for it. All right, there you go, Stone. Second tribute. I think that only took, what, like 4 minutes? Literally just he popped in, unpackaged toilet seat, screwed the toilet seat on, took the old one, left. So, didn't even have to let him into the building, too. Which means the front door's still broken. It's fantastic. Fucking. Oh, hey, chat, we don't need to download more RAM because I brought some. How nice of them. It's very kind of them. Look at that. Can someone tell you, hold on a second. Can someone tell you what blind believes lives in your car? Your phone started ringing at the moment. Oh, I was asking if you have squirrels in your car. That was a joke. Although, true story, years ago, my dad used to have a 1990s Suburban, and he had a crappy one, and then he bought a much nicer one. And then he sold the much nicer one as a collector's item for a lot of money about 6 months before the gas prices went through the ceiling, and it's probably parked in someone's museum somewhere. Oh, well, that's good that there's no squirrels in the car. But anyway, the first truck that my dad... I hope that you got that, Stone. Sorry, I didn't ask. The first truck that my dad owned had no real bottom on it. And it got mice living in it on multiple occasions. And it was very funny because, like, there was this one time we were going on a road trip and we all woke up at like 4 o'clock. I want to say we were going to Barkerville. You can Google that if you want. It's a small bit of patch of nowhere in the middle of nowhere, BC, with a mining town in it. And a lot of nice museums and places to go hiking and good spots for camping. I want to say we went out there and we stayed and we were camping, but we were going to leave it was like 3 o'clock in the morning. We were going to drive for like 15 hours that day or something. And I just remember like waking up, taking my pillow and a blanket and like going out to the truck and getting into the back of the truck with my sisters, putting my headphones on at the time and like holding my pillow and like lying there ready for a road trip. And then I hear my mom just laughing hysterically because she's pulled the maps out of the map container and they're full of holes. Like there was like no map left. It was like you know, like those images where like someone will just like take a poster out and it's all like a hole except for like the very edge all the way around. That was the map. There was no map left in the middle. And there was like a ball of like paper in the engine, which was like the mouse nest, right? And you know, that's not something anybody's ever going to experience anymore because people just use these, you know? You used to keep granola bars in your cars in case of emergency, and one day you realized that rodents could get into the glove compartment and ate all your bars. Oh no! I for a while there would keep chocolate bars in Snickers bars specifically in my parents' cars to hand to homeless people who were begging for money on the side of the road. So if we'd be we'd pull up to a stoplight and the light would be blinking, I'd be like, "Ah." But yeah, it's been a long time since I've done that. But that was at a point when we were in cars where rodents couldn't get into the glove compartment. Because, like, modern cars, rodents can't get into the glove compartment. Like, cars from 20 years ago. Yeah, absolutely. But these days, not so much. At least you realized before you needed them. I mean, that's good, yeah. Good. Yeah, like, a car in 2000... Like, a mid-tier car in 2007, absolutely, a rodent could get into the glove compartment. But, like, we're talking, like, a brand new car these days, I'd call BS. A growing demonstration. They're teaching gardening. Stone, you're teaching gardening. How does that make you feel? You're teaching people how to grow plants. You kept an app list for backup. Why'd you stop? Like in the car or like in your house? My dad still has his Atlas. But his Atlas is like basically an art book. It's a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful looking book. Meanwhile, Merc is telling a story, which of course is the same story we hear all the time. It's tale as old as time, you could say. In the car, wow. I wouldn't say that. I think it's a good idea to have some, like, local maps, but I feel like most, maybe I'm just giving drivers too much credit. I feel like most drivers just kind of know where they're going, at least for things that are local if you've lived there for a while. Like, is it fair to assume that people probably know where they're going, generally? To a point where you wouldn't need, like, a map of your local city? Certainly not, like, you know, a map to get to work and back, but... Although, right now, when it comes to cars, I feel like... You know, I feel like the excuse to work from home for most people, previously, depends on how big local is. True, yeah. I mean, if you live in Los Angeles, like, that's different than, like, living in a small town. Or even, like, living in Vancouver. Or rather, I think the reason to work from home during the pandemic was like people didn't want to get sick. Now the reason to work from home is gas prices. It's like my mom and dad, their school, they have a teacher who they hire. My mom is the head teacher, but they hire an assistant teacher, and their assistant teacher just quit because she can't afford the gas prices anymore. And it's not because my parents don't pay her well. It's like she recently moved somewhere where her commute was like quite a good chunk longer. Hey, Mist has been possessed. We're getting an artifact. But anyway, their school, one of their school teacher just quit, or has handed in her notice, which basically means she's gonna be gone, at the beginning of next school year. So. She'll be around for the first month of next year, and that's it. So they have time to basically train somebody, or get a new teacher, like, caught up. So she's given them like a really like nice, generous window for the amount of time that she'll be around. But it's like it's literally because of gas prices. Although just going somewhere, being curious where you can end up can be interesting. See, I do that, but I do that on foot. I'll just, like, take the train to a stop I don't know super well and go for a walk, which is how I end up with, like... Hold on, I'm just gonna jump over to Twitter and show you photos, because I posted photos on Twitter. That's how I end up with photos... Like, where's that photo? Mute Twitter first. How far back do I have to go to get to that? Did I go for a walk? Or rather, when did I go for a walk? Further back than I thought it was? Then. Gas prices is so high right now. I think it's where it should be. But that's me being somebody who doesn't drive cars. Yeah, and that's how I ended up here. I went to New West. I wandered around this park I've seen from the train for years, but never actually went down to. It's like a converted old, like, train depot, essentially. Which is now a playground and a little walking area. And also had the... So, Canada has legalized alcohol in public parks. And this sign amuses the crap out of me. No liquor beyond this point. And the beyond this point is literally like the end of the park. Which basically just means like, don't take liquor into the like actual industrial district that's back here. But the result, because they have to put it at the edge of the park, right? And in this case, the edge of the park is a drop that if you jump into it, you will land on jagged rocks and water. So no alcohol beyond that point is just very funny to me. Very, very, very funny to me. I really enjoy that sign. That sign is very amusing. Very amusing. No, you really shouldn't be drinking beyond that point. Doesn't change the fact that it's funny. Because, like, there's an identical sign because there's, like, a pedestrian crosswalk that goes over top of the train tracks and then down to the road on the other side. It's, like, basically a little bridge, right? There's a sign on the ground in the concrete that said, like, once you start to cross it, that says no alcohol beyond this point, right? Like, no open alcohol beyond this point because, like, you're leaving the area where you're allowed to drink. And there's also one that basically states, like, hey, no alcohol on, like, the kids' play area, which is also, like, logical, right? But then there's this other sign that's just no alcohol behind this point, and it's a 3-story drop, a river, and boulders. It's just like, no suicide, please. It's almost what that, or please place your drink on the ground before killing yourself is basically what that sign means. But it's just funny. Because the only people who'd be jumping off that would either be, idiots or trying to fall on jagged rocks. But you catch that sleep. Hopefully it doesn't run too fast, Red Dragon. It's like 30 kilometers. I have no idea how much that costs in gas, so that means like nothing to me. Do Canadians think Euros are some sort of messed up for Do Canadians think Euros are sort of messed up for having open carry for alcohol basically everywhere? No. Canadians think Canada is ass back. Okay, so Canadians like me, so intelligent young people think that Canada is ass backwards for not having open alcohol like everywhere. And liquor on the rocks. That liquor rocks. Boomer Canadians think that, well, actually, I can speak for Boomer Canadians because I'm not one. But people like me think that Canada's ass backwards for not having open carry alcohol. There are some people who hate it, actually. Like, also, it depends on the country in Europe. But there are some Canadians who hate it. I don't know. I think that alcohol should be like it is in Japan. You can buy it at a gas station and drink it while you're walking home. But I'm also not people. That people there are too drunk to bother signs? Are you asking me that, Spewer, or are you talking to Nuclear Sleaze? It depends on whether alcoholism is a problem or not. You know, generally places that police alcoholism, it becomes a problem. You know? It's like alcohol on its own as a substance to be consumed responsibly is not a problem. Alcohol, when you begin controlling it, becomes a problem. Regardless of whether public alcoholism is, or drinking alcohol publicly is legal or not, you're going to have a drunk on the side of the street who takes alcohol as a substance that they abuse. Regardless of whether or not alcohol is legal or not. Someone is going to be a drunk on the side of the street. In another generation, it should be okay. Well, youngsters. Well, there are also non-youngsters who think that the fact that we have legal weed is a crime, right? Like, there are, to this day, still some old people that protest our legal cannabis stores. So, you know. And also, the only people that I've seen complaining about the public alcohol in public parks over here in Vancouver are above the age of 50. B-Lug. Don't forget that 60 years ago it was normal to drive while drinking beer. Yeah, and those are the people that outlawed it. And those are also the people who are trying. So it was the generation before the people 60 years ago that it was normal to drive while drinking beer. Those are that's the generation that outlawed it. That's the generation that made it illegal. And that's the generation that wants it to stay illegal. At least here. Basically, it's like Alcohol's legal in public parks. People my age and within 20 years of my age go, yay. People older than that go, what the fuck? Do you understand what I'm trying to say? The ban of alcohol helped to promote it? It certainly helps people promote the abuse of it. Is the weed different? Legal weed. Illegal to cross the border with it. Is the weed different? Is the weed different? No. Is the amount of tax paid on weed different? Yes. But also, weed is still in that weird thing in the US where it's federally illegal still, no? Like, all the way across, like, I'm taking a plane to go to Quebec next week, right? I was reading about this. I could just take my vape and an ounce of weed with me. I could just take that with me. Also, don't ask me why I still talk about weed in ounces. I used to buy it before it was legal, so I still have it. But like, I could bring my weed with me within Canada. It's it's the American federal law that's the problem there. It's not Canadians. The current German government promised to make weed legal during their term, and now they started to work on that, and they're feeling, and your current feeling is that they will legalize it, but make it difficult to obtain by adding tons of paperwork on it? Oh, you mean like not legalize it, but decriminalize it and not make it legal? You vape? I dry herb vape, yeah. I have an X-Max 2 Pro, and I had a Flower Mite, but I sold it to a friend. And I have a Volcano, which fell off the back of a truck, which I got for super fucking cheap. Mist, the Dwarven Child, has created Phazis Dakas, a granite scepter. That sounds like a spell that you'd cast in Harry Potter. Phazis Dakas! Something. Anyway, it claims, and he claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor, Etur Plainthatchet. Who's Etur? Is that your parent? Oh, it is. Well. Bang! That startled the fuck out of me. Hi.
Humble Tech Book Bundle software
The
developed
celebration of color.
O'Reilly Media was just purchased for €20.
It's worth 56,400 Zethal, aka Dwarf Bucks, and this is a granite scepter. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with cushioned granite cabochons and studded with brass, and encircled with bands of silver. This object menaces with spikes of granite and unicorn leather, and silver, jasper, opal, and almond wood. On the item is an image of dwarves in granite. The dwarves are laboring. Man, I just got a massive fucking full screen ad pop up from Twitch, and followed by an immediate second one about the ad incentive program. Well, get ready for a lot of ads, chat room. Let's see. Have they improved the amount they're offering me, or is it still a cluster? Nope, it's still the it's still the 20. Anyway, where was I? On the item is an image of dwarves in granite. The dwarves are laboring. The artwork relates to the foundation of Longdeath by the eternal adventure of time, and the ignited creation in the early spring of year 5. On the item is an image of a brilliant cut square gems in sheep's wool. Weird that you get notified when you select that I shouldn't be notified. What do you mean? When you what would me getting a notification about an ad about a thing that is directed to me by Twitch when you say that I shouldn't be notified? What? Sorry, that doesn't make any sense. I need to make a pick and 3 crutches. And you need 2 low boots. All right. Oh, yeah, I mean, oh, wait, if you're talking about notifications, if you're talking about the Humble Bundle thing, there's a checkbox that says notify the person, and if you don't check it, it's notified, I think. But I don't know. I should just remove notifications for Humble. Not because I don't like Humble. Humble's great and has its uses, for sure. But my issue with Humble is that it's not something I make a ton of money off of. And so I kind of have the option of promote it heavier to try and make like more money off of it, or promote it less so that the notifications aren't distracting and don't surprise people, but whatever. I thought that I also, like, right as I saw that notice, I saw a notification for me from Twitch about ads. So I thought you were referring to that, not the Humble thing. But also, investments are open if you want to invest your tickets. I think they're moving that craft. I don't want to accidentally sell it. But we're into mid-autumn, 14th of Sandstone. I think I might need to check my blood sugar. I feel a little fuzzy. A little low. Also, Kiri just pointed this out, so it's worth noticing. Noting. I got not 1 but 2 notifications from Twitch. One, and they're identical notifications, right? One stating that I'm an affiliate, and soon I will be getting better ad revenue. And 2 stating that I'm a Twitch, and the second one stating that I'm a Twitch partner, stating I'm now eligible to get in on this better ad program. That is very funny. Shoutouts to Kiri for pointing that out, but I just received 2. One stating that I'm an affiliate and one stating that I'm a partner. That's funny. Hey, affiliates now get better ad revenue. Hey, Twitch partner, you can now get better ad revenue. Leve, Twitch, please. Your website is held together with staples. I can tell. Quit making it so obvious. Sorry, it's probably not very entertaining that I'm just like complaining about Twitch being cruddy, but yeah, no. Here I am. Still complaining. What we moving? A lot of crafts, mostly. And also stuff that I just purchased, which is mostly food. Although the food stuff has probably been put away. But that's all that we're moving, Grey Wolf Dragon. But it's Longdeath, so Longdeath is just a whole lot of like organizing stuff and reorganizing stuff and reorganizing stuff and socializing and hopefully making babies and reorganizing stuff and then rebuilding stuff and then building some new stuff and then unbuilding the stuff and then building new stuff again. Because this fort is all about just staying alive, pretty much. We're almost 399 years in. In about, I don't know, an hour, we will be 399 years in fact. Laughing at the insane dwarf in the corner. Shoutouts to Cussy. F's for Cussy. Sorry, Cussy. Who's currently running around oblivious and also vomiting. So shout outs to Cussy, who's clearly doing very well. I hope that you have a long life, preferably not involving vomiting. Anyway, he's finished running around in circles and vomiting, and now he's going to go speak with the mayor about how he ran in circles and vomited for a bit and how he's very unhappy about this. I've literally made this fortress as nice as I possibly can. It's completely fucking opulent. You should be over the moon happy, but in reality, if I made them sad, they'd probably be happier. Anyway, the Poet of Phrases is a form of music composed for the entertainment originating in the Confederacy of Sport. Human music, quite literally. I think that's a Rick and Morty thing that I accidentally did. I'm sorry for making a Rick and Morty reference. That was not intentional. I only know that because it's a meme, I think. I've never actually watched an episode of Rick and Morty. There's a lot of recycling going on with the bundles. You don't think promoting the referral more would do much with the relatively stable viewers who have seen it all already? I think there's that, and also, like, the bundles that are good are, like, very specific things. You know, like, there's one person who actually two people I know, who I know own 3D printers who also play D&D, and whenever there's, like, oh, it's a bunch of 3D D&D models that you can print in your 3D printer. Whenever those bundles pop up, I always send those to those people, but that's, like, basically the only promoting I do. It's like, hey, heads up, there's another bundle of, like, pretty expensive 3D objects you can print for D&D, which is kind of neat. I bought one once with the intention of taking it to the public library here and printing it, because we have 3D printers in our public library. So I actually, like, intended to, print some at the 3D, or print some, not D&D models specifically, but there was a set of things that I could 3D print that I was going to 3D print at the local library, but then the pandemic happened and they shut down the 3D printer room for several years, and then my library card expired and I haven't gotten a new one yet. So, you know, there's that. And I've been too lazy to go back and, you know, renew it and then print it, so. Also, good wins, Peter and Stone. Congrats. But yeah, no, I don't really see the point in promoting it super heavily. I mean, I actually, realistically, pretty consistently, every 8 to 12 months, I get about $150 from Humble. But it's not like nothing, but it's also not enough that it's worth, like, yelling about loudly. And I've been a Humble partner since, like, 2016 or something. Also, I'm pretty sure Twitch sending out 2 notifications to Twitch partners, one that says that you were an affiliate and one that says that you're a Twitch partner. That seems like a database issue, no? Like, because basically everybody that I know who's a Twitch partner now who was an affiliate at some point got both. Like, basically everybody who I know who's a Twitch partner was an affiliate at some point, and they've all gotten both. With the exception of, like, people who've been streaming for a very long time. Dwarf Vakar became the general of the Ignited Creation. Oh, that's a new one. So I do wonder if, like, Twitch has, like, a weird database issue. All right, let's shut this off because we're into, what, mid-autumn? Yep. They should have checked for both before. Well, it's not an email. It's a notification, right? Like, an email is sent to my email. A notification pops up here. Also, hey, there's a big Get Twitch Turbo button. That's new. Anyway, this is the notifications thing. These are what I'm talking about. Also, this is new. There's a big old Get Twitch Turbo thing now. If you want ad-free viewing on Twitch, the limited expectations is talking about, or exceptions, I think, is talking about sponsored content. But if you want ad-free viewing on Twitch, you can get it now for fucking... Actually, what is the regional pricing on that? I'm curious. Chat, go to the go to my channel page and tell me what the regional pricing is on Turbo. Because here it's $8.99. I'm curious what it is elsewhere. But I'm probably going to unsubscribe from Amazon Prime and just buy that pretty soon. But I'm most likely going to buy that because or alternatively, unsubscribe from some streamers and get that. I'm going to do some budgeting, but I do not want to exist on Twitch without Turbo anymore because of the increase in ads. $8.99 USD. So is that USD or Canadian then? That's weird that that's not price adjusted then. Or maybe it's just in USD. Hold on, let me check. Yes, it is $8.99 USD. Interesting. Huh. Sorry, I'm gonna tweet about this because I think this is weird. No, it's not. Turbo is not regionally priced. Hold on, I'm just screenshotting this. Oh, shit. I tweeted that at the wrong thing. Delete that. Tweet it. I tweeted at Twitch support, not at Twitch. Also, I'll get caught up on chat in a second. Give me a moment. I can see people adding me. Here we go. Done. I did the tweeter. I saw Dwarf tell the story of the attack of the seductions of living at the Joyous Devil in the Spidery Desert in the United Creation in mid-autumn of 313. You're watching my interviews with developers, and they are great. Any new content of this kind incoming. I uploaded a interview 2 days ago, which nobody watched, featuring Punk Cake, one half of Punk Cake, Remy DeVoe, who is basically the co-designer, I guess, of Shotgun King. So I did that, but quite literally nobody watched it. I'm not even exaggerating when I say that nobody watched it. Like, the first day it got 80 views, which is a huge shame. And then yesterday, I did a 6 hour, almost 6 hour long, but it was like, I think the full VOD cut came to 512-hour long chat with Epion, who's Cornell, on Jupiter Hell once again. But that was less of an interview and more of a, let's just fucking talk about video games and game development and answer the occasional question about Jupiter Hell while just talking for hours. You were the first comment on the premiere? What, for the, in the chat? Yeah, but the chat is not a comment, right, Space Pirate? I mean, I saw that on the premiere for the video, but, like, nobody watched the premiere of the Shotgun King video, which is a shame. It only had, like, 6 people watching. The last premiere I did had, like, 40 for an interview. So that was a shame. And comments in the chat for a premiere don't actually count as YouTube comments. You have to, like, go beneath and click comments. So you didn't even comment on the video. You talked in the chat in the premiere. You said hello, I think. And then I think you said thanks, but that's not a comment. That's a message in the chat, which gets deleted. Well, it doesn't get deleted, but it gets archived. thank you for watching it. I'm glad you did. But it was a absolute statistical disaster for that video, which is a damn shame. Don't call you nobody. Very small number of people versus the normal number of people who watch my videos watched it. How's that? Less people watched it than people who normally watch a VOD. VODs get more comments, likes, and views frequently than that video has gotten so far. Yeah, like it's gotten 25 likes, 7 comments, and 224 views. The video that I uploaded the day before, which is a 11-minute long thing that I recorded and it took me 20 minutes versus like 6 hours of editing time, got 200 views, 6 comments, and 17 likes. The VOD from the day before got 246 views, 5 comments, and 15 likes. The video from the day before got, which again was just another recorded video, got 23 likes, 7 comments, and 260 views. So I put a lot of effort into that video and it didn't get a lot of traffic, which is a huge shame. I also like upped my production value in that one. But anything coming down the pipeline, currently I don't have any interviews lined up. No, I literally just put one out, which I spent the last month on, and I'm trying to figure out what I want to do next in regards to pipeline stuff. How do we display prices? Who knows? Output $8.99 here. I mean, apparently we don't know. It's Twitch. I wouldn't say I did a lot of research. I did a couple hours of research. The project itself has about 6 hours of editing time, plus like the time to set up the interview, plus the time for recording footage, because I didn't use any stream footage in that video. That's all stuff that I recorded. And I what's it called? I took about 30 minutes for the interview itself, plus the footage I recorded, plus the editing time. Yeah, anyway. Doesn't matter. It's probably about 10 hours of work I put into that video over 2 weeks, but I hope that the people who watched it enjoyed it, but it didn't get anywhere close to the traffic that I was expecting, which honestly to me just means that I will be less incentivized to do another one in the near future. But I think that the next one that I have like agreed upon to do is I want to do a 1.0 Warsim video. So whenever Warsim leaves early access, I want to do a video on that. And I also want to do a video on the next Odd Realm patch. So whenever Odd Realm patches again, because I think those are just going to happen like that. And I don't know when I'm going to pester Tarn next, but I think I'm getting close to pestering Tarn again. The thing is, like, in order to do the Dwarf Fortress ones, there needs to be enough for us to talk about. And I'm trying to debate on whether, because like the last time when I spoke with Zach and Tarn, which was like about 3 months ago now, 3.5 maybe, getting close to 4 months ago, Meph had just left and they just put out the roadmap. At this point, they've finished the first part of the roadmap and are now on the second part of the roadmap. The first part was finish Fortress mode and all of its menus. They're now on part 2, which is adding in tutorials and extra features and things around bells and whistles, basically. Then the next part is bug fixing. They haven't gotten to bug fixing yet. So currently, I don't know. I mean, they have brought on a new artist, I guess, Carolyn, who's been announced. And there's a few other features around the edges that they've talked about, and like the mouse support stuff and the keyboard support stuff that they've talked about. But like outside of that, like I don't know if there's quite enough yet to bring Tarn on again. I mean, so here's the thing, right? There's bug fixes always happening, and if it'll ever happen. But like whenever there's a release for Dwarf Fortress, they spend a week to 2 weeks just going through looking for bugs and fixing bugs. Like that's how Dwarf Fortress always works, which means it's the stage that they go through before they do a major release, right? Like this is the way Dwarf Fortress releases always works. Like, yes, you guys can joke and be like, it's only a temporary fix or it'll never be finished. It's fucking all that shit. You guys can talk about that all you want, but this is how every single release for Dwarf Fortress works. There's always a period of time where elf music is what they're playing right now. There's always a period of time where they test to make sure that the majority of egregious bugs are not present. Every single update, they do that. So you guys can make all of those statements and jokes that you want, but like that's the way Dwarf Fortress has always been. And they do generally get the majority of the egregious ones before releases. And then the minor ones, those get sussed out over time. Like, an example of an egregious bug that made it through their bug fixing phase was baby gets born, and then mind controls mother until mother starves to death. Or cats dying mysteriously in taverns. Those are, like, examples of egregious bugs that didn't get fixed. And so they need to make sure that there's none of that, like the game-breaking shit. And then Dwarf Fortress will just function with its crappy bugs, like stuff spawning in trees and shit. But, you know. Anyway, do I have anything else coming down the pipeline for interviews? Currently, there's the Jupiter Hell talk that we did yesterday, but nothing in the works currently. Why? Do you have a recommendation or a request? Or a game that you want me to cover? The problem with interviews is 3 things need to line up for them to make sense and work. Thing number 1, I have to enjoy a game enough or be interested enough in a game to actually research it and reach out to the developer. 2, the developer needs to say yes. And then 3, the timing needs to line up and it needs to work out. And like I've had a few where it's like I've reached out to the dev and this dev said no. That's essentially what happened with Shattered Pixel Dungeon, is the dev was just like, no. I've had developers that have said, yeah, sure, but I'm busy right now. I'll get back to you. And then they never get back to me, which is what happened with King Under the Mountain, basically. And then I reach out again, and then they just ignore my DMs, which is kind of a shame, because I would like to talk to that dev. So... And then I've had developers reach out to me asking if I would be interested in interviewing them like that, and then I look at the game and I go, this is like a casual kids game about driving tanks around with absolutely nothing interesting to talk about, and it runs in Unity and I think stole assets. Or doesn't have any unique assets in it. Or hopefully they paid for the assets. So I don't know. But, you know, like, that's also, like, the tale as old as time with YouTube channels, right? Space Pirate is the videos that the creator puts the most effort into are the videos that do the worst, and the videos that they put the least effort into get a bajillion views. It's like... An example of that is Total Biscuit, I think, actually. Let me just go to Total Biscuit's YouTube channel. Rest in peace. If I go over to his YouTube channel and search by most viewed, I'm pretty sure... Yeah, his most viewed video is a one-take recording of him talking about why a video of his got DMCA'd. It's like, it's not a game critique. It's nothing. It was literally just like, here's a few minutes of good old TB talking about, like, literally staring at a full screen screenshot of YouTube going through some stats down below. Holy shit, old YouTube. Going through some stats about why this video had a claim. It's always like the video that you put the least amount of effort into that's slightly controversial that gets the most views. Always. But anyway, I'm rambling. You'd imagine good indie developers are busy? I think some people don't like being a public face, you know? And some people end up developing successful games and they don't want to be public, right? Like, there's also, like, I'm not going to shout out names, but a handful of games that I've played a large number of hours of that I've reached out to developers and they've just never responded. One that I guess I could throw out as an example is Brigador. I've reached out to them several times. I hope that you improve your mood a little bit. Literally, positive, 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 positive. Yeah, I've reached out to the developer of Brigador and had no response. I reached out to Caves of Cud and had a maybe one day response. You know, like there's several games that I've reached out to that I would be. Can you go controversial and put very little effort in at the same time? But like, here's the thing, right? I have a number of videos on YouTube that have gotten a lot of views, right? And they're videos that are, well, there's a number of videos that I have on YouTube that have done quite well, like primarily the DF News videos. I don't feel particularly proud of most of those videos, right? Like, they are booby thumbnails. Number one, can get you banned from YouTube now, and two, don't work like they used to. They worked in like 2010 and they don't really work anymore. Unless there's actually a pretty lady in the video, you can get banned for clickbaiting, and you should report videos that do that. Anyway, most of the videos that I have that are just DF News that have large numbers of views, I'm not particularly proud of, right? Like, they're fine, but it's like the equivalent of writing a news article. You know, I talked about a thing that was relevant at that exact moment, and it's no longer super interesting to me, right? Like, my top three, well, actually, my top two most viewed videos are Dwarf Fortress Steam Edition 2020 recap, which is fine. Like, I'm okay, happy with that video. I think it turned out all right. I uploaded it. It's good. I have no interest in either of those games. I've played AI War. It's fine. I don't care to play Bionic Dews. I also played AI War 2. It was also fine. The one arson game that I was interested in, they canceled, which was a 4X, like hex-based thing, which is kind of a bummer. Anyway, the most viewed, top two most viewed videos that I've done, both of these, like this one, I'm not proud of at all. This was the first DF News video I did, which was of the first screenshots that they released, and it was, my mic sounds terrible, and I don't like that video at all. But like, you know, it got 70,000 views, so that's fine. This one I'm kind of okay with. This one I'm pretty happy with the production I did on it. It's pretty on par with where I'm at these days. But like, it's still like, this video took me like, I don't know, 2 hours to make maybe. Like, and meanwhile, this one I'm proud of. This is the Tarn Adams interview that I did that actually got a lot of views. This one I'm proud of. Like, I'm very happy with this video. This video's fine. This video's fine. This video's fine. This video's fine. These are all like videos that I put like not a lot of effort into. This one could have been better, but we got this out of it, which I'm happy with. Yeah, but like it's a balance. But like, there's also like the type of content you make versus the type of content I make, right? The type of content that you make, and like I know what Gate Nerd does. Gate Nerd makes very heavily researched, like, educational videos, basically, right? The type of content you make for YouTube specifically takes a lot of effort, it's like me doing an interview, right? But the way that you're making that crafted content, it has a wide audience, right? Me making a video of an interview with a developer on a game that 8,000 people bought, right? Which is a very small number for video games, is like an audience within an audience within an audience. It's a very small audience even compared to my normal audience. It's like a fraction of my audience. So unless I develop a very large audience for interviews specifically, which is unlikely, it's very, 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 very targeted, specific content for a very small audience. So it is very likely that I will put, I don't know, 30 hours of work into a video, and 2,000 people will watch it, and I'll make $4. TLDR, the content I make is stupid, and I shouldn't be making it, because it is a waste of time and a waste of money for me. That's just kind of a fact. I make that stuff because I enjoy making it, not because I expect it to do super well. So, I don't know. Low effort content I will never feel good about, even if it makes money. I am happy with that Shotgun King video, even though it it's not going to get me any patrons, and it didn't make me any money. The only thing it did most likely was it, hopefully people who are already patrons enjoyed it, and so thus they decide to stay patrons. See you in a few hours. Hopefully you're not dead, Taylor. You want me to DM you if your dwarf dies, or just tell you when you pop in? Division, common practice. Are you talking about mathematics or the video game Division? I hope that's actually just like a game guide for the Division. Okay, I'm gonna leave them in here until the king and mayor demand stuff. Absolutely, yeah. No, high effort like, I think for you, like, your equivalent for quick and cheap content would be your TikTok, right? Because, like, your TikTok is like 30-second videos, and I'm sure the amount of time it takes you to produce one of those 30-second videos is significantly less than the 30-minute video that you put up on YouTube, right? And for me, like, my quick and easy content is like the DF News or a recorded first impressions of a game, where it's like, it'll take me like 30, 40 minutes to make one of those, and they get views. But it's also the reason why there was like a 6-month gap between my last edited interview and then the one that I just well, not quite actually. When did I put up the Odd Realm one? Hold on, maybe like a 2-month gap. Odd Realm interview. Oh, I see. April. Okay, it actually wasn't that far back. April 3rd was the last one I put out, so 2 months. But, like, how many views did this one get? I'll be on tomorrow if you have time. Nuclear Sneeze. But thank you if I don't see you. Yeah, the last Odd Realm interview I did got me, what, $2? And that's a 52-minute long interview. Got me $2, but, like, I don't know. It hurts. They deleted your account? I'm sorry, what? Why? That is really fucked up. Is, like, there a warning or something in your email, or, like, any like, I would go straight to Twitter with that. Be like, Humble deleted my account or something. What the fuck? That is messed up. The actual hell. How do you know that they deleted it? Because, like, you say they haven't changed your email, or, like, not your email or password, but, like, how do you know that they deleted it? Where does it say that your account was deleted? Because that is fucked up. I just want, like, a screenshot of something or something proving that your account's been deleted, because that is super fucked up. One TikTok in 4 hours, it's quick. Your YouTube videos take 8 hours per minute of video. Yeah. No, I mean, like, so your TikToks are like my equivalent of a like a DF News video, because, like, for me, spending 40 minutes to an hour on a video is, I probably, for the amount of traffic I get off of it, about relatively comparable. You do not know there's no communications and your last login was in January? Then how do you know that they deleted your account? And that your account didn't just get compromised? Because my assumption would be someone compromised the account. I've literally never heard of Humble deleting an account before. So I would reach out to their support and try and recover it, because that's weird. They delete and block accounts if they think that you are selling the keys that you bought from them, even if you are gifting the keys to others. Really? The one thing I would see is if, like, the account is compromised, but that is messed up. Because my initial assumption is that somebody... Actually, here's a possibility, because I have heard about Humble accounts getting compromised before. If somebody compromised your account and sold all your keys, I could see that banning it. Last login, they noticed that you changed your IP and sent me an email asking if it was you. I wonder if like your account got compromised and then somebody sold your keys and you got banned. I have no fucking idea. But like this is literally my first time hearing about this, so that is messed up. I guess moral of the story is claim your Humble purchases. But that is fucked up. Yeah, I have nothing to say. I mean, I would just like reach out to their support and be like, what the fuck? Because the one thing I will say about Humble is, at least in the past, their support was decent. It's probably not anymore, though. A request a few minutes ago? Well, expect 24 hours, but that is messed up. But like, if they block accounts for selling stuff, I could, because it is possible to change the email that's associated with the account. It is possible that the account got compromised and then somebody sold all your keys. That's like unless like do you give away keys frequently, Belug? Because if no, then that would be like the only logical conclusion to come to. You had a problem with them? Maybe they were angry at you? I doubt it. Never give away keys? I wonder if your account got compromised then. I've never had a Humble account compromised, but I did once get my Green Man Gaming account compromised, which was actually annoying because it like compromised all my other bunch of other stuff related to that one account that was linked with things, and I had to change all my passwords. But ever since then, I've had a password manager that changes my passwords monthly. But I only ever had that happen once. Also, like the other day, it was like Simcopters or somebody's account got hacked on Twitch. It's like recently, like some major Twitch people's accounts have been hacked. What was the problem that you had with them, if I can ask? I really wish that there was more detail to these. The topic being considered is amnesia. Or anesthesia, not amnesia. Anesthesia. I really wish that they'd give us more information on that. All the dwarves are just locked in the tavern right now. I'm hoping that they'll get married or make babies or new friends or socialize. Because socializing is important and they don't get enough time to socialize. But the seller had been advertising for Linux, which it was not, so you requested a refund from PayPal, and Humble asked me to deal with that through their system, but you wanted to use the PayPal protection since you use PayPal? That might have actually been why they did it. I've heard about companies like blocking accounts for like doing chargeback. No, I've never heard about this with Humble specifically, but I've heard about various game sellers blocking accounts because they use chargebacks. Like I've also heard about people being blocked from using or buying bits or gift subs from Twitch because they tried to charge back through a credit card. I've heard about that from a couple of people over the years. Like Twitch accounts getting banned because you charged back after throwing a large sum of money at Twitch. I've heard about that once or twice. I heard about a streamer who had somebody gift about, it was about 500 subs, just under five, it was like 480 something subs, and cheered about $1,000 in bits one night, claiming that they just got a raise at their job. And then the next day they were like, hey, I was really drunk last night and I maxed out my credit card. Can I get a refund? And the streamer was like, good luck. You have to take that up with Twitch. And they did a credit card chargeback, and Twitch banned their account. To be fair, I think that's the banning them for their own safety for irresponsible spending, but also if you want a refund, first try it via Humble. If they won't budge, go with PayPal. Yeah, I would say, I would echo what Troopin said. It's like, if you want to, the reason they want you, there is actually a legitimate reason for them to want you to go through them. It's because If you don't go through them and you're forcing it with a third party, it fines them. And they also assume that you're trying to scam them out of money, essentially. Like they're assuming that you are buying keys from them, trying to sell those keys, and then also trying to force the system to refund you. So they want to check to make sure that you haven't claimed the keys and such, which they can only do if you go through their system. That is the legitimate reason for them to want you to do that. Is one, so that they don't get fined, and two, so that they can check to make sure that you're not distributing the keys to multiple accounts and selling them. Yeah, that is through their store, though. So if I go to a developer's website and they have a Humble payment key, that is an unlisted game, right? So there are two ways that you can sell games through Humble, right? You can sell games directly through their store page, or you can sell it through an unlisted store page or a listed store page with an external link through a different website. So you can embed it. That's still going through Humble Store. It is the exact same thing. It's like, it's not like using the Amazon payment platform to buy something somewhere else. It is literally just it's like watching an unlisted YouTube video. You're still watching a YouTube video through YouTube, just embedded somewhere else or linked somewhere else. You are still buying a game through Humble, through the Humble store, using Humble. And it goes into your Humble account, too. It's exactly the same thing. Yeah, absolutely. We all pay for the worst behaviors of fellow humans. Totally. So if you like, so like recently I bought Tile Cities. Because it's an unlisted game. If it's not a listed game on Humble, you don't get a... What was the website for that? Was it literally just tilecities.com? Yeah, if it's an unlisted game, you don't get a refund option. Where is it? Yeah, like this. This is Tile Cities, right? I bought it through here. This is an unlisted game on Humble. So if I buy this, money gets distributed to Humble, the developer, and the charity. I receive the key. The reason there is no refund option on this is because they're just sending me a Steam key immediately. It's not built into the website. The only reason you get a refund option on the website is you can refund things that you haven't, what's the word? That you haven't redeemed. Once something is redeemed, you can't refund it. Yeah, like, so if I go in here, right, I have claimed this one. This is claimed. So I can reveal the Steam key. If I still have these two available, then I can request a refund, right? So this I could gift to a friend, but if I reveal the Steam key and give you the Steam key, they'll get mad at me. But, oops, well, I guess you guys could try and claim that. I mean, that's, here, you have that. I've already claimed this one, so good luck. But, like, that, you know, whatever. Once you've claimed the key, you can't get a refund on it because that's just how key redemptions work. Basically, if you want a refund, don't ever buy games on Humble because selling keys for multiple platforms is a clusterfuck. You didn't claim the key because you bought it from an external website and they sent you... Whatever. Whatever. You bought it from an external website, so you don't get a refund option, period. Literally just fucking explained it to you. Whatever. If you buy an unlisted key from Humble from somebody else's payment platform, there is no refund option. I'm not Humble support, but I know this because I've been using this platform for years. It was in your purchase things. I don't fucking care. It's stupid. I agree. I can't help you. Why is that bird panicking due to hunger? There's a bird panicking due to hunger? Oh, if there's a bird panicking, it's probably because it's trying to steal something from me, and my dwarves are trying to kill it. It's probably like a barn owl or a great horned owl or one of the other birds that's floating around. It's usually because they're startled by a dwarf. Hey, a dwarf has gone into a fey mood. So, it's time to turn off this stuff. Hey. Bard? Oh, did it say bard? I don't know. Maybe they're stuck somewhere. Sorry, I'm mad right now. Not mad, but mad at Humble for being stupid. And yes, I agree that Humble is stupid, but like, this is stuff that I've encountered before. I've never seen somebody just like get their account deleted for no reason. But when it comes to refunding shit on Humble, if you the long story short for Humble period ever on any situation is if you want a refund, do not buy a key from Humble. Because they make it difficult, especially if it's software and they have no way of checking. If it's Steam, at the very least, they have a way of checking if you redeemed the key or didn't redeem the key. But I don't know about external software. But yeah, TLDR, if you are buying something, especially if it's from a website directly, if you want any chance of getting a refund, don't use Humble ever, period. Like, just don't do it. And you can thank G2A for that. And you can thank CD Keys and all those other key resellers where people are like, hey, I got a great deal. All that shit. You can thank that because it's their fault. Maybe the bard noticed someone didn't like his song. It's more likely that his pathing was stuck somewhere and couldn't get to the tavern, which happens sometimes with burrows. It's definitely the burrow because I had a burrow turned on. In fact, I think I can guess which bard it was. It was probably, well, it was one of these two, most likely, but it was probably Navy? No, it can't have been Navy. It's Banana? Yeah, okay, yeah, I don't know. Oh. Okay, no, that would actually make even more sense if it was Cussy. Because Cussy was, what's the word? Running around, starving themselves to death anyway. Which is mean to say, but did Cussy get a coffin? It's mean to say, but it's kind of true. Yes, okay, he did. Yeah, it most likely what happened was, yeah, he was like oblivious due to reality, and it gave us the notification down here, right? Panicking due to hunger. Where was it? Cussy. Yeah. So anyway, they were running around oblivious to reality, so they probably just starved to death. Also, I should be following that child who's in a strange mood. Anyway, sorry for the frustrations, Belike, but like, I did my best to explain to you the like caveats and bullshit of Humble, and I know it makes no sense and I know it's stupid. But if you buy something from a third-party site, you will never get a refund. From an unlisted piece of software. Refunds are impossible. The only thing that'll happen is you'll get your account deleted, apparently. It's just like PayPal will blacklist you if you donate money to or tip money to streamers and then request too many chargebacks, claiming you got scammed. They'll just blacklist your account. I hate this industry sometimes. Ads, accounts getting deleted, things that you purchased lost, fucking digital nightmares. I hate this boring dystopia chat room. How's your afternoon going, chat? You guys enjoying this boring dystopia? Welcome to tech support with Blind IRL, where Blind insists that things are bullshit and he agrees with you. Ay, ay, ay. I need a sandwich. Chat, I'm gonna go get my sandwich. You guys watch these dwarves run around. I'm gonna go get an early lunch. Can I get a round of beers? If you're lurking in the stream, just type in the word beer. I will be back in a couple of minutes. I won't be gone very long. But when I get back, we will continue with the same dwarfy stuff that you guys are currently watching. I will BRB. Oh, also, if anybody new pops in and goes, "Where the fuck streamer at?" Just be like, "Yeah, you eating a sandwich." Herb. I like how the second I leave, well, maybe not the second I leave, but shortly after I leave, it's he BRB, and then tisk tisk, you're supposed to say he eats sandwich, and then okay, BLT instead of BRB. Yeah, fair enough. Yes, I agree with all of this chit chat, and also there's an artifact is happening. Just gonna punch in a thing. That was a quick food break. Just had to get up, stab myself with a needle, and eat a sandwich, and that was pretty quick. I don't feel great, so I needed to eat something. Body is protesting. You said Cryptnom. This is true. This is true. You did in fact say that. All right. So on the topic of people losing money. Oh hey, Darren, you won. Congrats, that's a big win. Well done. Also Aqua and Frog and Gaitner. Good wins. Sorry to anybody else who invested. But on the topic of people losing money, and it sucking, but also being kind of sad and funny at the same time. Seth Green. Did you guys hear how that whole thing ended? Why would you be deleted recently? Because they have 10 billion accounts. It's the same reason why I bought it on RuneScape in 2009, and my account on RuneScape got banned for botting, or that account that I was botting on got banned in 2012. It's because it takes them a long time to get through their queues, obviously. Anyway, so Seth Green bought a Bored Ape for way too much Ethereum, right? He bought a very expensive NFT. He then set up a animated / live action, semi-live action, semi-animated TV show starring his Bored Ape NFT named Fred. Then he was in so Seth Green, for those of you C-list voice actor celebrity, was in Mass Effect and a bunch of other video games. His NFT was stolen in a phishing scam through Instagram, and he lost his NFT. At which point it was then sold to somebody else, and he asked politely for that person who sold it to him to give it to him, and he ended up having to buy this NFT off of the person who bought it from the person who stole it from him for an inflated price. Can I just say, it's extremely ironic. He inflated the price of his own NFT by setting it up to be in a TV show. The price dropped significantly, and he had to pay more than what he paid for it initially in current Ethereum values for something that he inflated the price on. It's like the most irony. Wait, what? The Dwarven Child has created Yushat Tinun, a pecan wood earring, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Etur Plainthatchet. It's worth 43,200 Zathal. The Basement of Life. This is a pecan wood earring. All craft worship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with cushion-cut blue jades and decorated with unicorn bone and encircled with rings of black pyrope and menaces with spikes of pecan wood. On the item is an image of two Zugzug. Zagug is how you say that, in diorite. On the item is an image of leather focuses the confident trapping, a pecan wood figurine in Sard. And on the item is an image of Meadow Powers, the pick of grinding the mica coffer in unicorn leather. It's a very complicated earring. You'd like to see the court versus crypto? It basically comes down to it's decentralized, so we really can't do anything about it. He's losing 3 times. What was the third one? He lost when he bought it, or he lost when it got stolen the first time, I guess. And then he lost again when he had to buy it back. What was the first time that he lost? Or the third one? Unless you're implying that he lost when Third is value going to 0. Value is still not at 0. I mean, how much are they selling for right now? This is a... He lost when he bought. So yeah, then by that logic, he'd be losing 3 times. Yeah, I mean, Bored Apes are still selling for like 80 to 90 Ethereum. Yeah, it's like they're still pretty consistently selling from 80 to 90 Ethereum. Although that's the cheapest ones. Let's go down a little bit. Some of them are selling for like 100 plus Ethereum. Let's go high to low. Price high to low. What's the top end of those? All right. Well, there's one here that's selling for, like somebody just held down the 9 button for a bit. I don't even know what that number is. 9999999. Chat, what is this number? So, or rather, this is what that is in USD. What even is that number? Hello, Lunatic. What up? I'm looking at Bored Apes because I'm trying to figure out what that number is. 99 trillion? All right, somebody's trying to sell a Bored Ape for $99 trillion. That's Herman Cain's. You mean tax evasion plan? Greater than the value of the world's domestic product. Yep, pretty much. Is it trillion or quadrillion? Oh, so I see. It's 99 trillion Ethereum, 117 quadrillion. I wonder what the Ethereum to cookie transfer rate is, because I currently I'm in the quintillions of cookies, and I can confirm based on this right now. In fact, as I looked over, I saw that I had a bunny I needed to click, so I clicked a bunny, and now another bunny appeared, and now I have even more quadrillion cookies. I also have a shark egg, apparently. Anyway, Cookie Clicker. It's a video game, I think. Is that before or after tax evasion? Although now I only have 232 quadrillion cookies. I just bought some stuff, but... Cookie Clicker. You adore Cookie Clicker? I usually have Cookie Clicker running in the background while I'm streaming. It's like having a fidget spinner, but video game. You want to know why it's tagged as psychological horror? See this and this? The grandmas slowly become eldritch horrors. Although I can pledge to the elder gods so that I don't have to deal with the weird eldritch horrors that spawn and eat my cookies. So I have to sacrifice cookies to the elder gods to please the grandmas so that the grandmas don't rise and, kill all of us. It's not actually psychological horror. It's kind of a meme. I mean, it's less of a monkey brain thing and more of a... Sometimes you just need something to fiddle with, and that's all it really is. But saying it's monkey brain is kind of insulting to me. I don't know. It's not monkey brain, it's human brain. Monkey wouldn't be entertained by that. But it's fine. You all good. But yeah, I can tell you it's not actually a scary game in regards to the psychological horror of Cookie Clicker. Although something I will say about Cookie Clicker is or not Cookie Clicker, but about psychological horror games is that one game that got announced at Key 3 this year, Keeley's E3. What was it called? Replica? Replicant? Repeat? What was the name of that horror game? Hold on, I need to like find the game with the music from Mick Gordon. I know that's like not a very clear thing. Hold on, let me just go to upcoming routine. That's it. Another thing. This thing looks rad. Like, just, I like hard sci-fi. This thing looks cool. Scary as shit, but looks cool. And I love the aesthetic of like everything on this. I might actually play this, even though it's a horror game. I don't generally play horror games, but like this just looks awesome. Everything about it. I love the aesthetic. And I'm a sucker for sound design in games, and it seems to have really good sound design. But anyway, Lunartic, how are you doing? How's your afternoon been? Or how's your day been? Hope you've been well. We're just chilling in Longdeath. We're getting very, 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 very close to 400 years. You didn't know that they were having a rough time? Yeah. It's, I mean, Tarn had to move apartments in July of last year because his building was getting torn down to be rebuilt as more expensive apartments. Zach's car broke down and had to make a new car and, or not make a new car, buy a new car. And just raising housing costs and living costs and everything. Combine that with like their healthcare costs and taxes. It's like, if you look at their monthly income and realize that it's not like one person, it's two people, or it's two households combined with all of their combined expenses, combined with medical costs, combined with taxes and everything. It's like, when you actually look at it, it's like, it kind of looks like they do quite well. It's like, oh, 10 grand a month. That's a lot for a crowdfunded game. It's like, well, it's actually like probably closer to 7 or 8 because of taxes. And then also pile on all the facts that all the like living costs of life. I'm actually curious where their Patreon is at. What is it at? Yeah, they're at 11,500. Is that Canadian or USD? What do I have that set to right now? Oh yeah, okay, so it is currently set to USD. Yeah, no, that's doing all right. Yeah, they've gone up. I mean, like they were at about 3,000 patrons, but Kotaku put out an article saying, "Hey, go support them," which is good. So shout outs to Kotaku. Yeah, but also cost of living was better a few years ago, right? And cheaper. What's my beef with Kotaku? I don't have beef with Kotaku specifically. Kotaku is just a... Is it unfair to call Kotaku a content mill? They're just a website that publishes a lot of articles. And that means that you get some good and you get some bad, right? So for every really good article you get posted on Kotaku, you get like 50 mediocre ones and 10 bad ones. There's just a lot that goes out on Kotaku. Like there was very recently a kind of shitty article basically trash talking Game Pass, saying Game Pass is a terrible value for your money because there is nowhere near enough stuff to play on Game Pass. And essentially complaining that there isn't enough AAA, like $60 games being released on Game Pass. Well, it's like, well, there's really no AAA games releasing right now. Also, there's like 5 great indie games a week released onto Game Pass, and you're basically just talking shit about indie games. So for every good article that's on Kotaku, there's like 100 mediocre ones and a couple ones that are bad enough that I get annoyed with Kotaku. Yeah, also that, like, they're not too, like, misleading headlines are pretty common on Kotaku. Shitty, poorly written opinion stuff, poorly researched stories like the one that I just cited. Yeah, no, there is good stuff on Kotaku. There absolutely is good stuff on Kotaku, and I don't really have issues with the site in general. I think that I wish that they had a higher bar for quality. And also, a lot of the really good writers who used to be at Kotaku are now either at Vice, Motherboard, Waypoint, Vice, or Bloomberg, or writing independently now, because they are not very nice to their employees, is like the easy way to put it. But like, there's definitely good people who write stories for Kotaku. So I don't have beef with Kotaku. I just wish that their output was better. I wish that they were less of a content mill. That's all. Games Press is for Forza and Flight Simulator for you, at least? I mean, that's not Games Press, but... Hello, Zero Afex. Thank you for the raid. Welcome to the channel. Check, and I got a couple beers for the Raiders. I wish Kotaku the best. They don't give us the best. Yes, no, absolutely. And I completely agree with that. I want Kotaku to exist, and I want them to put out the best stuff that they possibly can. I just wish that their general output was better. I really do wish that their output was better. But no, I mean, I follow this entire industry. But be on in the background while you get work done. Enjoy your work. Hopefully it's quick and easy. Yeah, I mean, for me, like, I listen to like a dozen games podcasts, and I read many articles a day. Like, I follow this industry like a crazy person. And currently, the best place for like written video games journalism is either Waypoint or Video Games Chronicle. Hey, Zero. What were you playing, if I can ask? Were you playing Dwarfs, or were you doing something else? But thank you very much for the raid. Hello. Yeah, no, this is probably the best place for games news these days. Like, honestly, if you want, like, good insider reporting and just good, well-written articles, Video Games Chronicle. Probably, like, your best bet. Related, Raiders? Related. I'm trying to figure out what's offensive about this Halo cosmetic now. What? Oh. Okay. I was supposed to say Crypt Burr. Well, I mean, it says it now. That's all that matters. But yeah, we're working on Longdeath Zero. This is a fortress that I have pledged to keep alive for 1,000 years, and we are currently on year 403 of 1,000. We started at 0.5, so year 5, meaning we are 2 years, well, I guess a year, because we're in late winter, but we are a year and a couple days off of 400 years, which has only taken me 2 years, real time. Almost 2 years. I guess end of August it'll be 2 years. Lord Samuel, what up? Hello again. But Yeah, so that's what we're working on today. How's everyone's day? Pretty chill. No complaints. How about yourself? Well, no major complaints. I'm sure I could find something to complain about if I went digging. Because that's not difficult. Finding stuff to complain about's easy. But yeah, this is a very big fort. Complaining about human nature? I guess kind of we were complaining about, like, you don't get refunds on certain platforms because humans are stupid, but... Oh, you were using the wrong chat, but oh, I get you. Were you in your own chat previously or something, or? But yeah, I've had that happen. Yeah, rating can be like that. But hi. But what were you playing today? Now that you're here proper. Everyone can complain about something. I mean, my knees hurt. There we go. I complained. My knees hurt. I wish they weren't. Blah. My elbow hurts because I whacked it on a wall. You were doing Lost Flame. Oh, gotcha. That game's fun. Is that thing still on sale? It was. It was like on its deepest sale ever. It was. Okay, it's not on sale anymore. Such an underrated little gem, that thing. What's on sale? Oh, it's not anymore. Lost Flame, this thing, was on sale not super long ago, and it was like, I think, like $9 Canadian or something. It was like 30% off. Do you play a lot of roguelikes, or? Because, like, how did you end up here, I guess, is the question. Because I see you follow me, but that's you just rating me now is the first time you've ever spoken my chat, so... I'm kind of curious. The sad part about Lost Flame, though, is, like, that game is at its best when there's a lot of other people playing it because of its, like, meta online stuff. Oh, you lurking here all the time? Gotcha. That makes sense. But yeah, no, it's got a bunch of meta online stuff surrounding the red stone, the warm red stone. And it really fucking annoys the crap out of me that there isn't more people playing that game. Because every time I play it, I'm like, man, I could... If there was other people playing this, I could heal myself now, but... Nope. I'm one of your favorite streamers. That's a weird concept to wrap my mind around, but thank you. Gotcha. There's only one of those that I'm really looking forward to right now, which is this one. This is the only up-and-coming traditional roguelike that I'm, like, really keen on. This thing looks cool, though. Looks cool. Hopefully, it ends up letting us change the font for something that isn't that font, but... Hope that game's good. I can. I hope the dev takes his time. But, you know. But hopefully it ends up being good. Hey, Ponce. What's up, dude? Somehow this tab got muted? I mute tabs all the goddamn time. Hello. How are you? Woke up later than you intended, but you're alive. Gotcha. I have a question. Have you seen that, So there's a Battle Royale game coming out that you might be interested in, Ponce. Might be. I have to find the name of it, though. What is the name of that thing? Rumbleverse. I think you might be interested in Rumbleverse. Or I think you might enjoy it. Although, I will say, it is very Fortnite looking. But I think you should look into this game. Because I remember you saying that you were looking for more PvP games to get into. That's going to be on Epic and all that crap. And it's going to be free to play and all that jazz. But, like, I think that might be a game that you'd like. Also, we've reached the 1st of spring from the looks of things. Which means we'll see if the mayor dies. Fingers crossed you don't. You despised it? Really? Oh. I enjoyed the little bit of the beta that I played. I thought it felt really fun, but maybe they'll tighten it up, who knows? Or a Fortress on Steam when it's done. Duh. Actually, when people stop answering that asking that question is the reality. Because when people stop asking that question, it'll be out. That's the sarcastic answer. That's like Dwarf Fortress on Steam when you stop asking. I just don't like how it was handled. It's the people who made Killer Instinct. That thing. Like, it's literally made by a fighting game studio. And the people who made Dive Kick. Like, they've made multiple fighting games in the past, so. You had to say it? Well, I mean, it's not that you had to say it, it's just it's what everybody says. Like, there's two ways to say that, right? You can say, man, I can't wait for Steam Dwarf Fortress, which I also can't wait for. Or you can say Steam Dwarf Fortress when, which I can't answer, so I don't know. You saw the dive kick connection? Yeah. Well, I mean, at least you're also getting Street Fighter, right? I don't know anything about Street Fighter, but that new Street Fighter has a nice visual flair to it. The like Street Fighter 5 just looked ugly in my opinion, and I didn't like watching it, but I don't know. I could see myself watching this new Street Fighter. It looks snazzy, to put it bluntly. We need a pick. Although, on the topic of games that have terrible controls, have you tried Metaverses? That's Smash Brothers, but you can be Arya Stark from Game of Thrones and beat the shit out of Batman for some reason. A new TMNT game? I mean, that's a beat 'em up. Not a competitive game, but yeah. Visually, it looks nice. Looked really cheap? Yeah. Although, they added voice acting, on the topic of cheap games, they added voice acting to the SpongeBob SquarePants, or rather, Nickelodeon-specific game. They also added Garfield for some reason. I don't fully see the connection there, but... Played a lot of Streets of Rage 2 on Genesis, hit you in the feelers. Did you play the new Streets of Rage? At least I think it was the Streets of Rage. Streets of Rage 4? I don't know, I'm not a beat-em-up person. Yeah, Streets of Rage 4. I heard good things about that. I never played it, but... Yeah, it came out like last year, I think. This thing? Yeah, it's got good reviews. People like it. Streets of Rage. I mean, they really should have just put a disclaimer at the beginning saying there's no voice acting because our publisher didn't give us enough money, so please just make SpongeBob sounds when appropriate. That's really the way they should do that, or should have done that. Stone, are you present currently? Because we have these. Somebody said Forza earlier, so you're off to go play some Forza. You have a good time playing Forza. You keep missing the sales and you're a cheap bastard. Fair enough. Well, I mean, cheap bastard plays roguelikes. Yeah, this checks out. This checks out. Yeah, I mean, the rose gold bars will get used. They'll go into the floor. Although we did a full day of traditional roguelikes yesterday. Well, and a little bit of stuff that wasn't in the evening. I played Jupiter Hell all day yesterday. And tried a little run-based tactics game called Vactix, which is neat. Let's place that, and that. Vactix is similar to Hoplite, if you've played Hoplite. Rose gold on the floor in the year 404. So chat, we're in the year 404, which means this fort is 399 years old. 399 years old, which means in 70 years, Longdeath will be older than the story of Archcrystal because he stopped documenting Archcrystal heavily in the year 470. And if we make it past the year 500, 100 more years, and we will be older than Archcrystal. You haven't played Hoplite? Hoplite's a mobile game. It's a phone game. But a very good one. The longest of death? It sure seems that way, doesn't it? Sure fucking seems that way. Also, in regards to Streets of Rage, let's see something real quick. It's on... Oh, okay, no, it's not. Not anymore. It was on Game Pass. It's not on Game Pass anymore. Oh. Whatever. Not relevant. An elven caravan has arrived to trade, and also did anybody die? A stray turkey gobbler has been missing for a week, but nobody seems to have died of old age. Yep, we still have 30 dwarves. Do in fact still have 30 dwarves. Actually, no, I literally can't do that. They're elves. So let's just do... Prepare food plots, 3 of them. Bring them over. And my trader. But yeah, no, I've had like the thought of, or subject of roguelikes pretty close to the tip of my tongue recently, just because I spent a lot of, what's the word I'm looking for here? I spent a lot of time yesterday talking with Epion while I was streaming, just about like Jupiter Hell roguelikes and games in general. And some of the things that he has to say about just like the state of trying to make a living selling roguelikes is just really sad. It's like, it's a whole genre of games that is ceasing to exist because people are idiots. Heading out for the day, you'll leave a lurk around for a while. Thanks for the fun stream. Hell yeah, man. Well, we'll be on tomorrow, and then after that I go on vacation. Unless I decide that I need extra revenue, at which point then I'll do a bonus stream, but... hoping I won't need to do that. Not all is lost. You still have the emails with for all your bundle buys, so you're going to go through them and download everything on your drive and then back it up somewhere? Yeah, that sucks, but I guess, like, moral of the story is don't charge back if there isn't a refund option, right? No, it's got nothing to do with that. It's got nothing to do with Fortnite and Apex Legends. It's got everything to do with Binding of Isaac. It's got everything to do with Hades. It's got everything to do with games that call themselves roguelikes that aren't. Games that the press calls roguelikes that aren't. And Blizzard releasing a roguelike mode for World of Warcraft. It's got everything to do with that. It's got nothing to do with Fortnite. It's got everything to do with people like... It's similar to how RPGs disappeared for a long time because everybody started calling action adventures RPGs. It's like Skyrim isn't an RPG. Skyrim's an action adventure game. Yeah, absolutely. So it's like, if you try and make a traditional roguelike, you're competing with Hades now, which is a completely different type of game, which means it's not a fair competition. Just as the main point. It's like taking a first-person shooter and calling it an RTS, but then putting no RTS bits in. Also, these elves are taking 10 years to unpack. What the fuck? Yeah, Steam's not helping. Although, Steam's dumb sale actually got a little better. I mean, I made a video about it. That's how upset it made me. But yeah, no, it's a weird world, and it's a weird. It's weird watching. Rather, it's weird because I suddenly understand how all of the CRPG fans felt when Morrowind came out. When Morrowind came out, a lot of classic computer RPG fans were like, "This isn't an RPG, what the fuck?" And that's what it's like now. But anyway, you know. Here's a better question. Chat, what have you been playing recently? What games are entertaining you? Have you played any good demos? Anything I should be keeping an eye on? Because there's so many demos out right now. I'll tell you this. This isn't a roguelike. But guess what got a release date? No, not Dwarf Fortress, so don't guess Dwarf Fortress. You played Snake? Damn, dude. Snake's good. You should play Snout, which is Snake and Breakout. Hey, wait, what? Your kid made an artifact earlier. It was a ring. A very detailed one. This is coming out actually soon. We have a release date for my most anticipated non-Dwarf Fortress game, which is August 16th. I should say it somewhere here. Anyway, yeah. Gloomwood. Gloomwood! The spirit of thief lives! So excited. So excited. How is Symphony of War? Like, I took a look at the Steam page for that, and some of the maps for it don't even look like copy. Like, they don't even look like they're inspired by, like, they straight up just are maps from older Fire Emblem games. Like, it looks like I'm looking at a weird remaster of Fire Emblem Sacred Stones when I look at pictures of it. Wanting to play Jupiter, Hell, and Postal? Imagine wanting to play a Postal game. What fucking world do we live in right now? The unique thing about it was the squad-based system? Yeah, no, totally. Like, I acknowledge that it's got unique mechanics for sure. But it still just straight up looks like almost a one-for-one clone of Fire Emblem in a lot of ways. You loved Postal 2? Really? Okay, fair enough. There are dozens of you, in fact. I still love that. I wonder if it's still the #1 postal brain damage reviewed. Brain. What was that? Oh, damn. They hit 1,000 overwhelmingly positive reviews. Good for them. Fucking hell yeah. Aw, man. Well, okay. So the #1 review that I see now is you can parry and fart at the same time. 10 out of 10. But no, the #1 review yesterday when I looked at Postal Brain Damage, or like the most upvoted review or whatever, was literally just, oh my god, they made a good Postal Vein. I'm telling. Because oh my god, they made a good who let these guys make a good Postal game? I'm telling. It's just way too fucking funny. There's just something about that that's just way too fucking amusing to me. Like, I'm gonna tell on you. How dare you? You're not allowed to do that. You're so looking forward to trying the new one. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, I mean, I'll be honest. I don't often play first-person shooters, but that one level of Postal Brain Damage I've played was pretty fun. Like that's a fun FPS. Like I'm terrible at it, like horrendous at it. But your cousin the Rogue. I played the demo of that. The demo of it was neat. It got delayed pretty heavily. I don't know what the current status of it is. I think it's just supposed to be releasing sometime this year. But yeah, that thing does look neat. My cousin the Rogue. But that was like originally a game jam project that's getting expanded, so it's probably just like a hobby thing. I doubt that game what's the word I'm looking for? I doubt that game is like planning to pay any bills or anything. It seems like it's just a hobby project, so. How was it? There's a video of it on my YouTube channel. I mean, it was very bare bones when I played the demo. It was fine. It's cute. It's got promise. Every floor that you complete, the rogue gains a level and gets new abilities, which is kind of a neat conceit. So like, it's like a roguelike, but you're only Resident Evil. That's a weird transition. You know Resident Evil 2? I think maybe it's 3. Resident Evil 3 where Nemesis, yeah, it's Nemesis, right? It's Resident Evil 3 where Nemesis chases you. It's like that, but a roguelike. If that makes sense. So like every floor, the one enemy that you're trying to avoid gets stronger. And because you're trying to make friends with all of the monsters and get out, it kind of becomes like also sort of a Snake game where you have to lead all of the monsters out of the dungeon. But every single monster that you have following you, you get their ability. So you can like, if you have spiders, you can then like leave spider silk everywhere and like slow them down and stuff like that. It's a neat like, I don't know if it's any good or if it'll be any good, but it was a neat 20-30 minutes I spent on the demo. I did end up finishing the demo. I'd like to play the full game before I really say if I think it's good or not. It was neat. Had some neat ideas. Let's go over here. As I yawn. It tugs on your heartstrings? I mean, I don't think it'll sell well. I'll say that. But I do hope that the people making it make sure that the people who would want to play it see it. You'll cry in your sleep before the exam? Why? You should teach that exam who's boss and tell the exam to take those bad marks back and get mad and have your scientists invent a combustible exam that will burn that exam's house down. I don't know why I'm turning into Cave Johnson, but don't cry. You'll make it. Hang in there, dude. I have too much shit on YouTube, Troopin. It's okay. You have a whole week of no streams to work through. Can I just say, I have no interest in playing another idle game, but I respect the hell out of the name of this game. Pacifish. It's like multiple puns in that name. It's you're a pacifish. It's Pacific Fish. It's nobody's heard of it. It came out fucking like on the 7th. It's an idle game. I appreciate puns in the name of a game. You would play Pacifish? Well, now you can be a Pacifish and play Pacifish. Just like you could also play Cookie Clicker if for some reason you wanted to. Have a terrible addiction like me. Cookies unexpectedly popular amongst humpback whales. Did you know that, Chad? Cookie factories on strike. Workers demand to stop being paid in cookies. It's like a little bit too real. The news ticker in Cookie Clicker is almost as silly as the news ticker in, maybe sillier even than SimCity. What was that? I might blank on the name of this. Adventure Communist? Is that the game that you're referring to? I don't know. I don't really play many idle games. I play Cookie Clicker and I've played through Space Plan. And I liked Universal Paperclips. That is the extension of that is the extent of my interest in like clickers essentially. You're afraid that your government will call the fact that you're playing Pacifish the just, I mean... Are you telling me that if you type the word pacifist too many times on the internet, you'll just get like called a criminal? Is that the world that you live in? I mean, then again, I guess there was that one person who got arrested in St. Petersburg for holding up a blank piece of paper, which is still just... You got tipsy on a winter sale stream and you bought it for laughs. That's fair. I bought StupidSkull.com while tipsy on the stream. I also... Your deadline was met. How jovial I feel. Well, that's good, King. I mean, there was one time I also bought Skull.zone. I was with a friend of mine once when we were drinking at a bar, and his bike had gotten stolen. So he opened up his phone and bought stolen.bike, the web URL, because I was like, he's like, yeah, man, my bike got stolen. Fucking sucks, man. And I told him that .bike was recently made available as a top-level domain. And he was like, really? And so we bought stolen.bike for like $100 a year or something. And for a while, there was just a picture of his stolen bike with a sad face above it. And now I don't think he renewed it. I also know somebody who owned ninja.zone for a bit there, which just automatically linked to a video of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. There were a lot of people getting arrested for blank pieces of paper. A lot of people. Okay, I only heard about one person. You know, it's funny because people in Canada claim that we don't have enough freedom of speech. It's like you don't understand the meaning of the word oppression is the actual problem. But, you know, I digress. You have a good night, Cutis. Go to sleep. Don't cry. If you sleep well, you'll do better at the exam. Why are my dwarves so fucking slow? What happened? Is it the elves doing something? Is it your fault? No, they're still trading, apparently. Frame rate seems a little slow. Just a little bit slow. You know, it doesn't really matter when you go to bed and when you rise. All that matters is that you get about 8 hours, right? Doesn't really matter when you sleep, as long as you sleep, and when you sleep well. Well, man, can I just... There's some things that I just want to blab out real loudly that I'm not going to. I received an email earlier today, and a friend of mine received the same email, and then my friend went and looked up the owner of the company who sent the email, and was like, yo, they're marketing NFTs. As a side hustle. That's fun. Was the guy who got arrested for sausages? I mean, if you walk around with your sausage hanging out, you damn well should get arrested, but... I don't think that's what you mean. Discovering the healing plants? Written on the item is a manual entitled Discovering the Healing Plants, authored by Do It. It concerns herbal remedies. The writing is very concise, and it is reasonably serious, and the prose is great. I'm assuming it's probably Ukrainian sausages. If I had to take a wild guess. That dumb game? What, Adventure Communist? The clicker? That's the only one that I could... I don't know. There's a billion shitty, terrible, god-awful garbage clickers on the internet. So that doesn't really surprise me. But whatever. Hey, Cramp. How's things? How's your day? Hope your day's good. Hey! I won. None of you did. Get fucked. Did anybody else even invest? Oh, wow, it was just me. Okay, well. 100% of the people entered the last round of investments, and the bot won. Only one person did, and it was me. That was me. All right, let's clear out some more boulders down in the basement. More boulders, go! Right. Okay. That makes sense. It's sad to me that that makes sense, because that's a completely illogical reason to arrest somebody. But I am a firm believer in the legal right to be able to walk outside and say, fuck the government, or fuck what the government's doing, in any country. And I don't think that that should be something that anybody should be arrested for, and it's ridiculous to think otherwise. You know, like, it's just like Cyclone said in sub Discord a couple months ago, Cutest, which is he never like was grateful for the ability to walk outside and say, fuck the fuck insert political party name here, really loudly and have nobody blink. Razline, what's up? It's good to see you. Afternoon. Good day. I hope that you slept well. I hope your night at work was good. Cough, Australia. As somebody who doesn't live in Australia, can't speak to it. Don't know what that's like. I know that you guys have kangaroos and don't like violent video games. For some reason. Yeah, I want to have the freedom to go outside and speak publicly to a non-existent crowd of people about how wonderful Dwarf Fortress is. I want that freedom. Imagine getting arrested for the word peace. Basically, by that logic, you'd have to arrest all of Japan. For every single selfie would get you arrested. Quite literally. You know, peace. Like, all of Japan would get arrested. And then you get arrested for writing... How do you get by? Like, in the day-to-day? I feel like I would just have constant anxiety attacks. Just straight up. Like, I would be panicking all the time. Hey, Brosifer. Any tips for keeping dwarves from picking up random stuff in caverns? Forbid the stuff in caverns. You can disable automatic collection of refuse, or lock the caverns. But D, B, F, and then just select everything on multiple levels and do a big chunk of doing all that. Enjoyed hanging out. Cheers, dude. Thanks for the lurks. Thanks for the raid. Go play more cool games. Be pretty hard to arrest someone for that and maintain the narrative that you're defending yourself. What? Arresting somebody for, like, saying the word peace? I mean, they literally do that in Russia. Or holding up a sign that says peace. Unrelated, just peace in general. No hippie culture in Russia, clearly. The Grateful Dead would have a real hard time doing anything there. But yeah, that's like all of the knee-jerk response thoughts that I have about keeping dwarves from running around and picking stuff up in caverns. I mean, I'll say this. America kind of legalized space piracy. Which is kind of fantastic. Essentially, it was like 2 years ago or something. There was a thing signed in one of the space policy lines, which is basically everything you bring down from space, regardless of who put it there, belongs to you. Which, chat, we have to go to space and bring back the moon. I want the moon. Can we... Cutest, I know you're smart. Don't you tell me how this wouldn't work. I want the moon. Can we go get that? I hear there's a lot of cheese up there. Anybody coming with me? Let's go get the moon. But you had anxieties, now you just close your eyes in the right places? Yeah, that makes sense. Fuck, dude. That and then you come on here and just like... And then you come on here and just vent about it. Are you not, like, concerned about just, like, being in my chat yelling about this stuff, though? Because, like, out of, like, I know a number of, yes, exactly, go steal some SpaceX satellites. I know a bunch of people who are from Russia who watch this stream. You're the only person who talks about this stuff. Like, I think the closest thing that Cooler came to mentioning something about this was literally just saying, lol, that's not gonna happen, when I was just like, man, I can't wait for this shit to be over so I can pay you for art again. And his response was just like, yeah, lol, that's not gonna happen. You're down for the concept, but let's start with a small asteroid as a proof of concept before the moon. Got it, okay. You want the moon, then watch For All Mankind. I've seen several movies about people, like, doing shit to the moon like that, so not that particular one, but... Also, wait, hold on. Isn't For All Mankind, like, an Apple exclusive? Because I don't steal digital media, sorry. And I refuse to give Apple money. Just like I refuse to give Disney money, so I'll pass. I'll be fine. We need to go to space and bring back the moon. All right, I'll add that quote. I mean, come on. We need to. Let's grab Mars while we're at it. They can't be that big, right? Also, Brosifer, you picked a good time to tune in because I think you typing in just, like, plopped you into the algorithm, so you just got gifted a sub by Cramp. Cramp, thanks for gifting out a 5-pack. Cheers, dude. I'll put that towards the vacation fund. Majora's Mask IRL. Damn straight, dude. Majora's Mask had some of the best art direction in any Legend of Zelda game. But thank you very much, seriously, for checking out those subs. Also, Sui got caught in there. Cool. Only one of those is a new sub. The rest are all resubs. So, cheers. Vacations are needed. Yeah, I will be gone next week. I mean, exclamation point in vacation in the chat if you want. But like, I will be gone all of next week. So there won't be any streams next week. So I stream today and then I stream tomorrow and then I'm gone. I'm still considering maybe doing a bonus stream like on Sunday or something, but I don't know what I'd do. So that may or may not happen. But good night, Cutis. You sleep well. I might do something before I go. It depends. I haven't fully decided yet. You think you're still abiding by laws while venting here? Well, fair enough. I just don't get yourself arrested. That's all I'll say. Although, I'm very, just, not to just like sit here and talk about Russia, but there's a video that Roman, who goes by No Fuckers on YouTube, who's a Russian English YouTuber who basically for years did like travel vlogs around Russia, and like basically like virtual tourism, and it's a formatted video that I've watched on and off for years, and I've been familiar with his stuff. But he put out a video shortly after he left Russia for Georgia, where he's talking about why he can't talk about the invasion of Ukraine more, and it's really funny because he's just walking down this street, and he's just like, yeah, I can't say anything, and the entirety of the time there's like Ukrainian flags behind him. There's like shops that are just like, support the wherever, like support Ukraine, like all that stuff, like just right behind him the entirety of the time while he's talking about how he can't. He's like, I'm still a Russian citizen. I can't tell you to donate to a charity. Turns around and there's a charity link behind him in a window. It's really funny. Squawk, how are you doing? Good day. How's things? How's job? How's life? Have you brought out the car that plays Africa yet this year? Excellently done. Absolutely. Like, it's just like walking up Main Street in Georgia, and it's downtown in the capital with all of the pro-Ukrainian shit behind him. It's fantastic. Respect the guy. Bleh. Yeah, I feel ya. Bleh, indeed. You have it parked at your parents' place? Isn't that pretty far away from you now? Because you've moved, right? Need to get license and plating sorted out? Ah, okay. Not far? Gotcha. For some reason, I thought that you'd moved, like, further away, but I know that you moved it. Or maybe. But north? Considering I don't know exactly where you were previously, that doesn't mean a huge amount to me, but sure. I'm looking forward to visiting Quebec. I'm kind of not looking forward to the weather. Because it's supposed to be, like, hotter and more humid than here. I don't like heat and I don't like humid. I think my Airbnb has air conditioning. I hope it does. What's this room going to be? It's going to be an obsidian printer. I'm going to reroute lava from that lava stack there into here. Yeah, I know. Which is why I'm saying I'm not looking forward to the weather. Right? Like, I'm visiting Montreal. You cooked. Fuck, dude. That's absurdly hot. But yeah, no, I will be wearing shorts. Bringing ankle socks, and I'll be fine. But I don't like hot weather. Just, I don't. I mean, like, we'll be getting the heat wave over here probably by the time I get back. Which is kind of ironic. It's like, I get the worst of both worlds. I get to go to Montreal during a heat wave, and then I get to come back here by the time the heat wave hits the West Coast. It's like, great. Sure. I don't know what part of Montreal that is, but I don't know the city layout very well. I've been to Montreal once before, and it was pre-2010. I don't know what year it was, and we drove through it. As in, like, we didn't leave the highway. So I can't remember where we were headed, but we were driving from Quebec City to somewhere else, but it was a long time ago. I just remember it because we got rear-ended on that trip. All right, I've got a little bit more of an idea of where that is now. I was staring at water recently. Continental weather? I like continental breakfast. We just stick to that. It's continental breakfast. Not bad. Continental weather, suboptimal. EBH. You know what's sad? Wait, what? In 2019, I was looking at buying a house in Halifax. Early 2019. Me and my ex were like sitting there because I was supposed to get married. That's the whole story. Anyway, me and my ex were like looking at housing in Halifax, and we almost... I mean, that's the same as here. I live next to 5 cities. Anyway, and I live in one of 5 cities, but I say Vancouver even though I don't technically live in Vancouver. But yeah, when we were looking at housing in Halifax because it was something that we could afford, like close to city center, like a bike ride distance from city center. But then she left, so then my budget's all shifted and wasn't able to afford that. You almost had a tornado recently? All right. I seem to recall hearing something on the like CTV about that or something, or like seeing something about that on like the Canadian subreddit. Really, tornado? Twister. It's a good movie. At least at one point. Twister. It was a good movie. I enjoyed bits of Twister when that movie was new. But yeah, no, I would love to go to Halifax. I honestly, out of all of the places I've been in Canada, and I've been to quite a few various places in Canada, I have 3 favorites. Okay, Halifax, and this is in no particular order: Halifax, Vancouver, Quebec City. Those are my favorite places in Canada I've been. My least favorite place I've been in Canada. Actually, chat, what do you think my least favorite place in Canada is? I'm just curious. Ooh, close. Wave depletion. Close. Close. Actually, well, I back when I was a hockey fan, I would have... Yeah, nailed it, Edmonton. Fuck Edmonton. Everything about Edmonton sucks. Fuck that stupid fucking city. Fucking hate that city. The worst fucking city on the planet. Fucking hate Edmonton. Although, good metal festival I saw there, but fuck Edmonton. Stupid goddamn city. Everything about that city is so fucking car-brained out the goddamn wazoo, it hurts. Fuck that fucking city. Sorry to anybody here who lives in Edmonton. Fuck Edmonton. My second least favorite place, though, is the Toronto airport. Fuck the Toronto airport. Close second is the Toronto airport. I would say Calgary's like 3rd or 4th. The thing about Calgary is I haven't actually spent enough time in Calgary. Like, I've flown to the Calgary airport a couple times to immediately leave Calgary. But the Calgary airport's pretty small, so that's fine. And like, there's some things outside of Calgary that I don't mind. So I haven't actually spent much time in Calgary itself. Oh, it's okay. I won't take traffic. I'm not gonna say where I'm staying, but TLDR, I'm right next to public transit, and I don't drive, and the person I'm staying with doesn't drive, and we're just gonna be walking everywhere, and I'm walking distance from where my little sister lives. So, yeah, no, I'm not gonna be driving, period, anywhere, ever. We're literally just gonna be walking everywhere, or taking public transit, so I'm not too worried about traffic. And if we do end up driving anywhere, I won't be driving. My little sister's boyfriend will be driving, so... Some bridges have tolls. Not my problem. Don't, like, all of them have tolls? I remember reading something about, like, people complaining about toll bridges in Montreal. I feel like I've heard about that before. Like, they have really bad tolls. Isn't there... There's a Barbie moving? You mean movie? Sorry, but, like... Not to state the obvious, but isn't there always Barbie movies coming? Trying to think, what was that film franchise that recently got a video game for no logical... Oh, right. Yeah, this thing. You know what's weirder to me than a Barbie movie? Is this. Ryan Gosling is in it? That checks out. That's actually like a perfect casting decision. But as long as Reese Witherspoon is Barbie. Anyway, this came out last year. Somebody made a fucking Smurfs game for some reason. Also, on the topic of things being bad, I think that as a society, we all need to agree to stop buying Sonic games so that Sonic just becomes a film franchise. Can we do that? I don't know who that is. Well, I mean, like, Vancouver, right? Vancouver isn't Vancouver, Lord Samuel. Vancouver is, like, the lowest population city in the greater Vancouver area. There's Vancouver, there's Burnaby, which you wouldn't even tell when one begins and one ends because they run directly into each other. There is Abbotsford, there's Mission, there's Surrey, there's Haney, there's Port Moody, and I'm forgetting one. New Westminster and Richmond. Those are all different cities in the greater Vancouver area. Vancouver is the smallest population of all of them. Isn't that like 30 years too late? Right there. Yep. Until they make an ugly Sonic game. Okay, so they have to make an ugly Sonic game, but Double Fine makes it, and it's a point-and-click adventure where you're trying to get an acting gig. And it's like a feel-good story of accepting who you are or something. They need... And... Yes, that is what they need to do. It'll never happen, but I'm gonna go take a real quick toilet break. I will be back momentarily. So actually, here's an idea which popped back into my brain from yesterday. Chat. Rate this idea out of 10, okay? Sonic game, but they get Platinum Games' A-team to make it. So the good development chunk of Platinum Games, so like Bayonetta, I guess original people behind DMC, Metal Gear Solid, or Metal Gear Rising Revengeance, all those games, but it's Sonic. Just like a really, 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 really fast precision fighter. Because that is a Sonic game that I would buy. If Platinum made a really good Platinum style spectacle fighter, that's the word I was looking for. But it's Sonic. That's about the only thing that I think I could justify purchasing as a Sonic IP. The reason I was thinking about this last night, and the reason I was thinking about it was because I was listening to the second episode of the Jeff Gerstmann podcast, where he was talking about that recent Sonic game and how he's like, I've never liked a 3D Sonic game, and I'm starting to think that even the old Sonic games weren't good. They were a time and place thing, and it's time to stop buying Sonic games. And I was really thinking about that. I'm like, yeah, I think it might be time to stop buying Sonic games. Although maybe the time to stop buying Sonic games was actually like 2 decades ago, and we're already way too deep in the hole to have any chance of surviving. But anyway, I'm just like rambling about dumb shit now. I don't even know what I'm on about anymore. If Sonic games aren't doing it for folks, then folks should stop. The thing is, Sonic games... The 3D Sonic games have never been good, but Sonic has such a rabid fan base that they want it to be good. Like, they've never made a good... Actually, the only good 3D Sonic game is the Sonic Kart Racer. Like, Sonic Team Racing or what? No, it's Sonic... What is it called? Sonic All-Stars Racing Transformed. Those games. And then Team Sonic Racing. Yeah, like, those kart racers are good. everything else they've done isn't, basically. They're just not good games. They're not well made. They're buggy. But the problem is parents buy them for their kids. It's Sonic, you know? It doesn't matter. If it's almost more the fault of parents than some like rabid, strange fans who've been obsessed with Sonic all their lives. You've only played the 2D Sonic games? I mean, there's an argument to be made that the 2D Sonic games are good. I think Sonic 2 is good. I don't believe they're and probably like that like recent like callback to the classic Sonic games was probably fine. I don't know, I haven't played it. But I am rapidly moving towards the opinion that there's never been a good Sonic game. But I'm also not the target demo for Sonic, so you know there is that. You want to play some Ratchet and Clank games? I mean, those are good games. Man, clearing out these boulders takes years. Mayor, make low boots. What time of year is it? Mid-spring. Your vision isn't fast enough for Sonic? Sonic isn't that fast, though. Like, I play racing games that are faster than Sonic. The speed of Sonic isn't the problem. I mean, I've played 3D Sonic games too, but I don't think any 3D Sonic games are anything more than okay. Like, the best ones are okay. What, racing games? The last high-speed racing game I played was Fast Racing Neo, which I played on the, which actually I think it's coming to Steam soon, or the sequel is, which I played on the Wii U, which admittedly was a while ago. Fast Racing... Is it not? Or maybe it's just called Fast. Or maybe I'm wrong. Anyway, let's see. What racing games have I played recently? I don't know. It's been a minute. I'm literally like, that's not a racing game. Sorry, but Euro Truck is not a race. Also, I played American Truck when I played those, but... kind of a racing game. I played Descenders. I have 14 hours in Ballistic NG. I have 11 hours in Burnout Paradise. I have 27 hours in Distance. I have 32 hours in Grip Combat Racing. That's probably my favorite one, actually. Pacer was okay. I did a sponsorship for it, though, so don't trust my opinion. Slipstream was pretty good. For some reason, I've been weirdly obsessed with Trials again for no real logical reason. Oh, this thing was pretty neat, although I don't have much time in it, but this thing, which is called Super Pilot Racing, it's like $10. It has randomly generated tracks in a super easy track editor, which is kind of neat. So you can just like throw together a track in 5 minutes and play it. But it only has split screen PvP, not online. So I didn't play it that much. Which is this. Yeah, I mean, truck sims are just like, they're just vibing kind of games. I used to stream them, but ever since Twitch started clamping down on music a lot more, I stopped because like they were very much just like song request games for me. So I kind of stopped enjoying streaming them after that. After Twitch started clamping down on that stuff a little heavier. Oh, yeah, it did. It does now, but when I bought that game, it didn't have that. Also, it sucks for things that require fast reaction time because there's a little bit of delay. So it's, yes, it works, but it's like playing a game through Hamachi. Like, it's not going to be perfect. And so for fast racing games, it's not. It's great for, like, I don't know, if you want to play a turn-based game or something that doesn't require, like, optimal precision. But if you're talking, like, 500 mile per hour hovercraft racer, yeah, that shit sucks. Like, sucks. Oh, another racing game that I played a lot of, and then Ubisoft was all like, hey, fuck our employees, also, fuck everything, also NFTs, woo. The other racing game that I really like is Trackmania. Big fan. Saw some of that Hellsinger game. The thing about, like, Heavy Metal Hellsinger or whatever it's called, is there's literally another game that's the exact same thing by a different studio. Except it's like a run-based thing with random levels, which is this. And it's actually kind of weird to me. Like this, it's like the reticule is the same shape and everything. It's like, but it's a different studio. And that's a little weird to me. It's like this game came out, right? And then Hellsinger. Like, I'm more interested in the music in Hellsinger than actually playing the game. Yeah, this is like a different everything, but it's like kind of almost like the same gameplay-wise. I don't know. I'm more interested in just buying the soundtrack for this than actually playing it, you know? Like, I want to hear all the songs. I don't know if I actually want to play it. Yeah, it's actually like a little bit weird. Like I wonder if like the studio changed their name or something and went and made that game, because like it's almost the same game visually. The difference is BPM is like electronic rave music. Oh, you wouldn't buy it? Okay, I get you. Yeah, I mean, I want to. If they sell the soundtrack on record, I might buy that. But also, so I blame you, chat, but I'm just like randomly looking at Steam games now. Does this look familiar to anybody? Actually, Squug, are you still lurking? Look at this thing. This looks very heavily inspired by The Witness. To the point where it's like, wow, this actually kind of just looks like a Witness fan game. What? That's weird. Huh. Weird. Ain't that the thing with them puzzles? Yes, that's The Witness. This is the thing with them puzzles. Anyway, I'm just scrolling through another queue of games on Steam. Yay, another chunk of things have been cleared. Let's go. Lead statue, 100. And existing image. Ah, that one. The Eternal Spear. One that we need. We're going to queue up more of those statues. Let the dwarves do something different for a little bit. It's just weird seeing a game that looks like a carbon copy of The Witness. The only other new thing you've been exposed to is StarCraft. The thing, okay, so here's the thing that you need to know about StarCraft. 1, that game is not new. That's the first thing. 2, don't play it. It's a horrendously manipulative, poorly monetized free-to-play game. Don't play it. That's all I have to say. It just makes you laugh how they have normal person face texture stretched over a Minecraft blockhead. Yeah, totally. But like that is a online only PvP game where you can pay to just have better items and then die and lose your better items. The idea is that like, oh, well, just get good nerd and then kill the guy with the better items and take his stuff. But like, no thanks. But just, warning when it comes to that. It's not what it looks like, I'll put it that way. It's a very shitty, manipulative free-to-play game. Not an interesting Stalker-style game. That being said, apparently Stalker 2 is going to actually come out in 2023, maybe? But interesting thing that I learned about Stalker 2, apparently it is now confirmed as a day one game on Game Pass. As of, like, the Xbox conference the other day. It's supposed to be out day one on Game Pass, which is neat, actually. I'm still hopeful Stalker 2 doesn't suck. Will it have NFTs still? They, like, canceled that thing, like, the day after they announced it, dude. They announced that and then backpedaled and, like, reconfirmed it and then went, actually, nah, never mind. Sorry. Which is just kind of annoying. I'm not optimistic, but if it's on Game Pass, I'll play it. You know? Like, after the NFTs thing, I was going to wait for a sale. I was going to wait until it was like 30% off before I bought it. Or tried to get key, and if I didn't, then I would have, like, waited for a sale. But because, like, it's going to be on Game Pass, I'll just play it. I don't care. I'll play almost anything if it's on Game Pass. Even just to try it. And then, like, if it comes out and it sucks, we still have Stalker Anomaly, so... I'm hopeful, you know? I'm hopeful. I'm not expecting it to be amazing, and I don't think it'll live up to expectations, but I'm hopeful that it won't be trash, you know? Just curious if it's not listed on Game Pass yet, but it is announced to be coming to Game Pass. Oh. But yes, that NFTs thing was super fucking stupid. I hope it has the same level of modding support as the old games, but I have no idea what the status is on that. Modern games make mod support weird. The dumbest thing about the NFT thing for Stalker is the game was never actually planned to have NFTs in it. Not once. Never. They were going to do an auction for a Stalker-themed NFT, and the winner of the auction was going to be flown out to their studio and scanned in and put into the game. That was what they were trying to do with it. Which everybody was against, basically. Like, everybody hated that idea. And then they backpedaled and said no. And they canceled the whole idea and basically said, sorry. Well, they didn't really say sorry, but they essentially just stated, yeah, we won't do that. We get it. And I think it's really sad that I think that it's irreparably damaged public perception of that game. It's like, Stalker is a franchise I really like, and that is a game I really hope I get to like. And because of a stupid marketing decision from somebody who didn't think an idea through, it's irreparably damaged, like, the brand. forever. And that sucks. See, even Mouse agrees. Coffee. Trying to think of other things that have, like, damaged a brand irreparably. Oh my god, I'm an idiot. Things that have damaged a thing irreparably. I thought that there was still statues down here. Apparently not. There you go. Sorry, dwarves. Cyberpunk? I mean, Cyberpunk didn't have a bad marketing scheme that damaged their brand irreparably. Cyberpunk just released a shitty game. I mean, like, if Stalker 2 releases and it's trash, that will damage it more than announcing NFTs that they then backpedal. Speaking of things that damage your brand, chat, I have a question. And you guys don't need to actually make predictions here, or anything if you don't want to. But do you think Starfield is going to be reviewed well? Do you think Starfield is going to be received well? Do you think people are going to like that game? Because I don't really like Bethesda games. So I'm very biased against it. And that footage of Starfield that we've seen didn't look good to me. And I talked about this a bunch yesterday, but I'm kind of rambling about it again today because it's still at the front of my brain. Yeah, you think it will be reviewed well because it's Bethesda? Because, like, I'm used to Elite Dangerous and, like, interesting, difficult flight systems and, like... No, I'm just saying by anybody. Do you think it will be reviewed well? I'm not talking about gamers. I'm not talking about journalists. I'm not talking about anybody. Just in general. Do you think it will be reviewed well? See, I completely disagree with you. I think it'll be the opposite. Like, if you insist on splitting it between journalists and games, I think it's going to get panned by journalists, and I think that the player base is going to be mixed to positive on it. But if you insist on splitting it, I think journalists will hate it, and I think that people who just play games will love it. Because, you know, believe it or not, to this day, I know some people who insist that Fallout 76 is good. Who play it frequently. Who say nice things about it. Who said nice things about it at launch. Who liked it at launch. Played it at launch. Played it throughout launch. Played it all the way up until it moved to Steam. And still play it. I know a lot of people like that. Half a dozen streamers easily. Quite a few members of, like, one of my mods who doesn't come by very often. Like, those people exist. There are people who insist that Fallout 76 is a good game. Oh, I know lots of people that like Cyberpunk. Lots of people. I think more people like Cyberpunk than Fallout 76. I mean, also there's the thing where Fallout 76 has mostly positive reviews, right? Like, if you look at... Well, I guess they don't... Hold on. I'm going to go to a website I don't like. Metacritic. Metacritic. Not Facebook Critic, don't worry. Metacritic. Fallout 76. Okay, so Fallout 76 has a 53% positive score for critics and a 2.8 from users. You haven't played a AAA game in years? What was the last AAA game I played? I don't even know. The Steam player base says Cyberpunk is better than Fallout 76. What, the reviews are more positive for Cyberpunk? That checks out. You like Cyberpunk 20... The thing is, the people who like Cyberpunk 2077 like it as a walking simulator, but not necessarily as a video game. And I can kind of respect that. Like, they just like walking around the city in that game, almost exclusively. Wasteland 3 is not a AAA game. It's a big budget, like, indie game, but it's not a AAA. Just gonna knock down this wall. Also gonna knock out that. Cyberpunk has a great theme. I am annoyed by one major thing about Cyberpunk's theming. It doesn't have flying cars. How the fuck do you call yourself Cyberpunk and not have flying cars? What the fuck? Fix your fucking video game. Put in flying cars. When it has flying cars, I'll agree with you. Unless they've added flying cars. Does it have flying cars yet? Because realistic... drives me fucking bonkers. How the fuck do you have something that you call Cyberpunk and you don't put flying cars in it? Fuck off with that fake Cyberpunk wannabe bullshit. I'm kind of joking. But also, like, what the fuck? Come on. Seriously. Like, that's just... Nah. It's just, it bothers me on, like, this weird emotional level that I... It has a hover tank? We have hover tanks in real life! Well, we have hovercrafts, which is basically the same thing. That's not a flying car, okay? I want to be able to... It's... Because Cyberpunk is with flying cars. Then why was there flying cars in the original announcement trailer? Come on! That was from 2012. It's not in the universe with flying cars. Then it's not Cyberpunk. It's like punk. Also, there's so I haven't played Cyberpunk. I'm mostly just rambling. There's no point, to my knowledge, within that game where you jack in and do anything in cyberspace. How is it Cyberpunk if there's no point where you're interfacing with a computer in a cyber world? That you thought, voxel graphics. You mean Cloudpunk? I mean, I was talking about Cloudpunk earlier because Ion something, that studio. Also, Cloudpunk is $7 right now. Ion Lands, that's the name of it. They're making another game, which is pseudo sequel to Cloudpunk, which is this thing. Look at it. Now that's Cyberpunk. This is like a life sim, like non-violent fucking slice of life dating sim thing, but it's a first person. You walk around in this fucking world. I might actually play a farming game if I get to walk around in that. Like, I mean, there's that. Then it's, okay, so then literally it's no longer Cyberpunk. It's just punk. If you remove all of the elements from a thing that makes it cyber, it's not Cyberpunk. Okay? I'm sorry. Cyberpunk 2077 is a shitty example of Cyberpunk. I'll stop hating now. I haven't played the game and I don't actually have a valid opinion. I'm just rambling because I think it's funny. But seriously though, it's a terrible example of Cyberpunk. What the fuck? Get better at Cyberpunk. Bleh. You're still cyberware? Cyberware schmiberware! Fucking Warhammer 40,000 isn't Cyberpunk and they have cyberware. God. It's like cybernetic punk. There you go. Did I see that Stray game? Oh, I will absolutely play cat game. I asked chat if they want to see me be a cat, and they were like, put on cat ears? And I was like, no. Be a cat. I'm gonna be a cat. July 19th. Can't fucking wait. We get to be a cat. This is also an anticipation. Like, dude, July and August are gonna be fucking bangers. We get Gloomwood and Stray. Meaning, I get to play a thief game, and I get to be a cat. I can't wait to be a cat. Who doesn't really want to be a cat, right? Just a really well animated cat. You know what's really sad though is that it's a stealth game, which means it's very unlikely that at any point in this game I will get to be this cat, but with a rocket launcher. And that makes me kind of sad. Because I would really like to be this cat, but with a rocket launcher. Yeah, Gloomwood got a release date. August 16th, it goes into early access. Which means it'll probably have like half the levels or whatever. But yeah, Gloomwood's got an early access day. Also, apparently, I don't know when this happened, but David Slavansky, or however the fuck you say his name, the guy who made Dusk and Iron Lung and Finger Bones and a bunch of other weird games. Anyway, this guy is apparently also working on it, which I was unaware of. Apparently he's helping with sound design and other things. Is coming out before Faith? I'm not. I'm not when it comes to New Blood, like, weird games. Uh-oh. So, while I wasn't paying attention to dwarves and doing other things, Radio Free Olive toppled 2 statues and then beat the shit out of broke a loom, broke a workshop, and then beat the shit out of an emu. So that's a bunch of... Uh-oh. Wait, apparently Cussy committed a crime and died? Anyway. Whoopsies. So Radio Free Olive went a little nuts and broke some stuff and beat the crap out of one of my burbs. So we gotta... Sorry about this, Ming, but we gotta... Gotta show you what's up. Seeing what you get as a prison sentence. A beating? Really? Just a beating? That seems a little mild. Bonk. Let's see if you make it, Radio. Damn, good wins. House always wins? No, totally. I wonder if that thing... Oh, no, it's not. So there was a Blade Runner tie-in VR experience that came out, and it's no longer on Steam. I just looked for it. But it was literally just a very, very, very well-rendered apartment from the most recent movie. Whatever the character of the sequel's name was. I'm blanking on it. Whatever fucking... Why am I completely blanking on the name of the actor who played the main character in the second Blade Runner movie? Ryan Gosling. We were talking about him earlier. But Ryan Gosling's apartment in that movie. I also can't remember the name of the character because it's been a bit. And I've only ever watched that movie stoned, so maybe I should watch it sober at some point. The humans have arrived to trade. It's just Amon Abo. Yeah, the one with the digital girlfriend. Yeah, that room. Or like the one with the AI helper. I'll get a I was talking to a friend of mine. I would get a Siri module if they looked like that. But anyway, yes, that person, that character, that apartment, there was a very, 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 very highly rendered thing where you could like hang out in or just like wander around to that apartment basically. And I kind of wish that was still on Steam because that was a neat thing to look at. I loaded it up on like without a VR headset and just looked around it and walked around it because you could like pan the camera around and shit and look at it outside of VR, but it was designed to be messed around with in VR. You could like pick stuff up and push all the buttons and pull out drawers and shit. It was neat. Turn on the robot lady and then turn her off. All right, let's get stuff traded. I mean, can you blame me, Zero? I'm a, like, lonely, live alone in a tiny apartment, millennial. Naturally, I would buy a 3D virtual lady if I could. Come on. You have a wife that would... Wait, hold on. Would the wife do the same? Or would you do the same? Because if the wife would do the same, then you know she's a keeper. I almost was married. That's a weird story. You try to go for it? Fair enough. Relationships are weird? Yeah, well. Relationships are temporary, fortunately. Who makes all the statues? I have a number of dwarves that make the statues. The statues are all made out of lead, and they're all identical copies of one another. It's an image of a dwarf with a spear admiring the spear. I mean, go to Steam and type in anime desktop. You'll find like 100,000 of them, Raz. Until she found out someone else was better in bed. I don't even want to get into my ex. I mean, I can, but it's like I've told all those stories before. What was I gonna do? Right. Scepter. No thanks, I'm good, Bastet. I'm not a hugger. But I appreciate it. But yeah, no, I mean, apps like those were way more popular back in the XP and Vista days, Raz, but they existed. I mean, they still exist. The people who make what's it called? Genshin Impact actually make a piece of software which lets you have a customized anime lady on your desktop. She like talks to you and shit. It's kind of creepy. I like how I draw the line here. It's like anime lady that talks to me on my desktop. Kind of creepy. Fully 3D hologram of a human being? Totally fine. They're all spyware? It depends on... I mean, anything can be spyware. They're not all spyware. There's some legitimate ones that you can like pay for that aren't spyware, but the free ones generally are, yeah. They're spyware in the same sense that like any software that you download could be spyware. Was a super old Castaway screensaver. I had a screensaver I had a screensaver that was like an advanced version of the old Windows Maze screensaver, except it was basically like watching an animated Doom clone. Remember back in your web TV days, we had something like a stripper girl that would hang out on TV? You're not thinking of like fucking old girls gone wild ads, are you? Do I need to Google this, Cajun Bard? Because I'm not actually familiar with what that is. Hold up. Johnny Castaway. Screensaver. Oh, I've seen this. This fucking... Yeah, I've seen this. Yeah, I've seen that. Looks like an old point-and-click adventure game. Yes, I do recognize that. I thanks for the $5, Irish stupid. Jeez. Actually, it's like more like $4.75 or whatever. Minus YouTube's cut. Thank you. Irish Stupid keeps going back to really old videos on my YouTube channel and like super thanks tipping on them. Thanks, man. Fucking goofball. It's like, thank you. You just reminded me that that video exists. Sweet. But yeah, no, I appreciate all tips right now because, like I said, I'm going to be missing a week of streams this next week. So everything is like doubly appreciated right now because taking vacations is expensive for this industry because we don't get paid time off. In fact, we usually just lose a lot of money during time off, so. But looking forward to my vacation. It'll be nice. Assuming, like, it doesn't just become blisteringly over hot and I die. So, that's the concern, is I don't want to die. Also looking forward to fighting with security about whether or not I can bring an ice pack on a plane. That'll be fun. Looking forward to that. Well, we're staying in an me and my friend are staying in an Airbnb. So, well, actually, it's me and my sister-in-law are staying in an Airbnb. So I guess, like, worst case scenario, we just find, like, somewhere with air conditioning and sit indoors. I'd only go out in the evenings. Yeah, we're staying in an Airbnb that was, like, after we split it between the two of us, it came to, like, $300 for the week. So we have a whole apartment, 2-bedroom apartment for, like, $600. Pretty good. It's very much a budget vacation. I don't own a laptop. Don't own a Steam Deck. I don't own a Steam Deck and couldn't afford one if I wanted one, and I don't own a laptop. I might bring my old 3DS. Switch? I don't play Nintendo games. It says the guy who just said they might bring a 3DS. I have a 3DS, which I bought used when I was homeless eons ago, which has Tetris on it. I might bring that. If I get my, if I get a play date by then, I might bring that, but that's not really a long-form thing. I'm not a handheld games person. I mean, I'll probably just put a bunch of movies on my phone on Netflix or like a couple documentaries and then just not worry about it. I don't play games on phones. Like, at all. The only time I even install games on phones is to check how they're monetized. Yeah, I don't... oh, by the way, speaking of mobile games, I would like to remind everybody that Diablo Immortal has the lowest user score on Metacritic. Period. Do you not have phones? Yes, we do, and we hate them. But yeah, no, I don't like playing mobile games. A poop game? Oh, you mean a game to play while you poop? I get you. Dungeon Crawl Stone Soup. I mean, I would recommend Sproggywood, but also play Sproggywood on PC because, well, I mean, actually wait for it to go on sale. This game goes on sale frequently for like $2. Sproggywood. It's better than people give it any credit for. Nobody talks about this fucking thing, and nobody plays it, but... good game. I love how it like suddenly, like it starts off as this super cheery, happy-go-lucky game, and then suddenly becomes like a kind of dark Caves of Cud prequel, and you're like, oh god, wait a second, Viridian Watervine? Oh no. Oh no. Like Vampire Survivors, I get you. You know, I think Netflix should make a Sproggywood animated series. Or just a Caves of Cud animated series, actually. But only if, like, the Caves of Cud devs could direct it. That'd be fantastic. It went up from 0.2. Unfortunately, it looks like. It's still the lowest. Grippin' Panda. You're boycotting Netflix until the next Witcher, and you might pirate it. I didn't like the first season of The Witcher, really. Like, I thought it was fine. And I heard that the second season was worse, so I just didn't bother watching it. I subscribe to Netflix for their crime documentaries. I don't watch any of their other stuff, really. Well, that's not totally true. I watch Better Call Saul when they put stuff up there, and they got too nasty. They're pretty close to the books. Yeah, but, like, it's just not a good show, though. They might be close to the books, but it's not a good show. Actually, that's not true. There's that one scene when Geralt's just like, I need some fucking sleep, is, like, the only part of that show that was worth watching. But I don't care if they're close to the books. It's not a fun show to watch. But yeah, no, literally the only thing that I watch that Netflix does is, yeah, I read the sentence correctly. The only thing that I watch that Netflix does is their crime documentaries, and their crime documentaries are fantastic. Ran out of interest? Yeah, that's fine. I mean, like, the thing about Netflix is I pay for Netflix, right? My parents also use my Netflix account, so I'm kind of, like, stuck. Better Call Saul is awesome. Like, you know, it's funny. I didn't watch Better Call Saul for a couple of seasons after when it was coming out. So I was like, oh man, I don't want like a Breaking Bad prequel. Like that's gonna suck. But actually, way better than it has any right to be. Billionaire, thanks for the raid. Cheers, man. How is the demos? Any standouts? Chat, if you guys don't know Billionaire is one of my teammates. Fantastic Finnish lad, plays a variety of video games over on twitch.tv/Billionaire. Shows up on the Halcyon Frequency podcast every so often. To blind streaming in the dark? I guess the sun doesn't set over there these days, eh? I sounded Canadian for a second there. Jeez. Orcs was fun? That's, I think on my wish list. But yeah, today is my second to last stream before I go on vacation. I will be gone until the 27th, or 28th, I guess, is when I come back. But which is good to be around for now, at the very least. But any other highlights outside of Orcs? Bellinair, have you played the, this is kind of an old demo, admittedly, but have you played the demo for Gloomwood? Because this has a release date and I can't fucking wait! August 16th. Ah! Although you have to, like, watch their trailer. Can't fucking wait. It's literally Thief. It's literally just, like, Plague-era Thief with, like, weird magic tech. So, it's Thief. It's a Thief game. They're making Thief. Was the demo standout? Tinykin. Yeah, Tinykin's something that I've actually been, like, looking at and going, maybe. Maybe. Yeah, it's like a cardboard Pikmin, right? I think I've seen trailers of that. Who's publishing Tinykin? I feel like that's a tiny build game, but it's probably just because of the name that my brain's telling me that it's a tiny build game. But that's good to hear. Good to hear. And I hope being in the center of a sun isn't too painful. But even when it's super sunny outside, because of the way this room is, I'm always in a dark room. Oh, really? It's a long demo. Damn. That's like longer than the Steam's refund policy. That's generous. For Tinykin, I assume, yeah? Neat. Also, not to like try and put something on your schedule, Belle, but where is it? I can't remember the name of it now. I own the fucking thing. Frozenheim is releasing tomorrow, I think. Isn't that out tomorrow? Literally looking for the release date. When is that? Yeah, tomorrow. This thing. I can't remember. Have you gotten the chance to play this at all? Because I know FG did, and she said that she really liked it. I might actually play this tomorrow night. Give it a shot. Give it a look-see. Because that's tomorrow. I think that would be a good thing to play a little bit of. Also, somebody just got punched. What happened? Oh, a buzzer detector merchant. That's fine. Looks like zoomed out Valheim. It's almost like Valheim looks like a Viking game, and all Viking games look like Viking games. It's got like a much more realistic art style and less of a like kind of pixely look. But it's like it's just a Viking city builder. But it's published by Hyperstrange, so you know, I gotta take a look at it. Very Hyperstrange heavy week. I mean, the other game that comes out tomorrow that I also kind of want to play is this fucking thing. But they haven't sent me key for it yet. I've requested key everywhere, and they haven't sent me a key yet. I mean, I'm not going to lie. If they sent me key for this, I would play a bunch of this. I would play this tomorrow. If they sent me key for this, I would try this tomorrow, because I would like to know more. But I don't think that's going to happen. Midsummer 404 is the year. RTS, yes. Single player RTS. So it's an RTS campaign. It's like a squad-based RTS, so kind of like the Dawn of War games. But I don't know if it'll be any good. Don't pre-order it. I don't trust what people have had to say about the previews. I will wait for reviews. I'll say that. This finger is hurting. It's just like suddenly I got like this stinging pain in this one finger. Guess it's time to stretch my hands. But I need to know what Beneath Oresa is. Ah, gosh, I'm yawning. Really, I didn't sleep enough last night. What the heck's Beneath Oresa? Ooh, this has an interesting look to it. Oh, it's a card game. Never mind. Sorry. I was like, ooh. Like, literally, this is how this went. Ooh, this has an interesting look to it. What's this? Oh, it's a card game. Well, balls. Okay. It looks cool. It's a card game, though. Here's one that I can recommend that you should check out the demo for, Bellinair. This thing. I already have it because I sent the dev an email and or a DM on Twitter and just asked him. But tiny little mech game. Mechs. It's pretty cool. I enjoyed playing it last night. You can unlock color schemes. And some of them make chat's eyes bleed. I'm sure it's really good, but it's a card game, so I don't care. Right, literally. It's like, I'm sure it's great. I don't want to play it because it's a card game. Have I seen Outpost? Yeah, it's a fucking co-op shooter. No thanks. Also, Outpost bothers me because Outpost was a game that I have nostalgia for, even though I know it's bad. It was a strategy game published by Sierra? Hold on. Let me see if I can find a screenshot of it. Outpost 1990 something. Was it 94? Yeah, 94. 94? Yeah, 94. A game that I remember for... Yeah, it was Sierra. Fuck. My memory's better than I thought it was. One of the games that had one of the best cover arts I've ever seen. This game is unfinished and unbeatable. Like, it's actually impossible to play it. It is... You will die. Let's see if I can find some screenshots of the actual game. Yeah, this thing. This is what the game looked like. But it was like an old school, like, very simple city builder in a sci-fi setting. And the whole, like, shtick of the game is that you had to try and keep your little tiny intergalactic civilization alive and, like, try and keep people alive and stop people from starving to death. And basically, like, a hardcore, like, colony survival game on another planet. But it was rushed and they ran out of money during development and the publisher screwed them. It's unplayable to this day. It's one of those games that's like, people have asked GOG to say, hey, can you like sell this game, but also like make it playable, but it's tied up and the rights are all weird, so it's never gonna actually happen. And now like this fucking other game comes out called Outpost. It's like, well, that's just like sealing the deal that I'll never get a proper remake of Outpost, and that makes me sad. They have every map planned down to the second. What, with the OG Outpost? Sure, totally, but there's also like, unless you look at the source code, it's one of those things where you can't play it. Anyway, I would love to see like a proper successor to the game Outpost. Surviving Mars looked like it might be that, but not really. I would love to have like a hardcore sci-fi builder like that. Nope, you're not dead yet, still alive. You are still alive. And Do It wrote a really cool book. We have a book about herbal remedies, which I kind of love, but yeah, up here. You're still alive. Although I think you're going to die this year. Because how old are you? You're 169 years old. Meaning you can either live one more year or you will die on the 1st of spring, basically. Like, yeah, you basically need like almost a tool-assisted speedrun to win. Anyway, yeah, I don't think I have any interest in Outpost because like I don't like factory games. And I don't generally like this, like, does this game look impressive? Certainly. Does it look like something I want to play? No. No, it really, really does not. This looks like the best Matrix game ever made. If those were only like little squidlings and you were in Zion. But like, do I want to play this? No, not really. Do you have a living citizen? I don't believe you've had a living citizen in hundreds of years, sir. Statue. Maybe not hundreds, but... Be like 1, 2, and 3, yeah. Can't remember what happened to be like the 3rd. Yeah, no, you haven't had one in a while. You have it on CD? I had it at one point. It got lost when I was moving. I bought it for $3 off of a friend because the cover art looked cool. Well, I mean, there's merchants available if you'd like a merchant. If you don't want a merchant, then I can't help you. Most people don't want merchants, so. Because they have a tendency of just, like, randomly dying. Merchant is okay? All right, I'll find you a non-depressed merchant. Which one is 4? Is VI 4 or is IV 4? I don't actually know. I think IV is 4, right? Someone super old. Why does everybody want merchants all of a sudden? What the hell? Frog, how many dwarves have you had? B-Log feels pleasure after putting on a truly splendid item and feels pleasure after a satisfying acquisition and feels satisfied at work. He's 159 years old, born on the 10th of Hematite in the year 245. His hair is straight. His very long sideburns are neatly combed. His very long mustache is arranged in double braids. His very long beard is arranged in double braids. His very long hair is neatly combed. He has a broad body, and his slightly close-set, narrow cobalt eyes have large irises. His nose is extremely narrow, and his hair is he has an angular chin, and his somewhat broad, small-lobed ears are short. His sandy taupe skin is wrinkled, and his head is somewhat short. His hair is white. He likes gold, black opal, giant ohm leather, and unicorn hoof, hemp fabric, and the color charcoal, toy axes, and geese for their formation flying, and nightmares for their uncomfortably horrifying nature. And the word of the chant of blossoms, and the sight of the rhythm of gloss, and when possible prefers to consume blackberry wine, walnuts, and can't stand hamsters. Personally doesn't particularly respect commerce and dreams of raising a family. Dislikes abstract discussions and would much rather focus on practical examples. Is somewhat scatterbrained and has an active sense of humor. Tries to keep his things orderly and prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible and has a calm demeanor. He is quick to form negative views about things and prefers that and he's not particularly interested in what others think of him. He occasionally overindulges, and he tends to think before acting. He is trusting and often snaps his fingers when he's nervous and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. And likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at crappy weather. You like unicorn hoof? I read through all of that, but totally missed all of it. Where does it say unicorn hoof? Oh, wow, you do like unicorn hoof. Damn, and hemp fabric. We have both of those things. Well, no wonder you're happy. And then Frog would like a merchant. You don't think you've ever been in Longdeath? Really? Huh. No. All right, then. Hey, Narvicious. How about this? You can be B-Lug's wife. Frog for hire, the first, is satisfied at work. And she was grouchy when dwelling upon being caught in the rain after being, and is grouchy after being away from friends before. Okay. Just Frog. Ribbit. She is 145 years old, born on the 1st of Hematite in the year 245. She is married to B-Lug, and she is a worshiper of the Spear of Incineration. Her nose is short, and her somewhat narrow, small-lobed ears are very short. Her head is somewhat short. Her hair is white with some gray, and her hair is neatly combed. Her skin is sandy taupe, and her eyes are cobalt. She personally likes rutile, clear zircon, giant echidna leather, and moose tooth. The color gray, icohedra, slabs, and cows for their hunting moose. And the words of the number of glistening, and the sounds of the prim petal, and the sight of the heliotrope berry. You know, I wonder if it's possible to have just a type of music called the number of the beast. Is there a number of beast or a number of the beast that could generate? Because I want that. She personally prefers to consume fly, river spirits, and soft wheat seeds, and can't stand leeches. I don't know what Cyrolac, are you around? What's echidna leather like? I don't know if Cyrolac's here. Cyrolac is our friendly local resident leather worker. She dreams of falling in love. Oh no, and she hasn't fallen in love yet? Uh-oh. She is somewhat quarrelsome, and she is bothered by this, since she values friendship and doesn't focus on material goods. She is stubborn and likes to take it easy. She often feels envious of others, and she is not inherently proud of her talents and accomplishments. She does not particularly she's not particularly interested in what others think of her, and she tends to avoid crowds. She doesn't handle stress well, due to being caught in the rain in 401, and she tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects. She is quite comfortable with others that appear unusual or live differently, and she's quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture, and she exhales slowly and deliberately when she starts getting bored. She needs alcohol to get through the working day. Uh-oh, indeed. Although I feel like that's probably a bug, because she's married, which would mean she'd have to fall in love before she gets married in Dwarf, which would mean it's likely that the game just, like, didn't register that happened because she was already married before she got here. So I'm sure it's fine. I've never actually seen dwarves get divorced in fort mode, so. Outside of, like, death. And they're like, fuck it, remarry, wee! Not necessarily in that order. I really want to click on this video that Hobo posted in off topic, but I also kind of don't. Holy fuck. Okay, so it's just called fucking Wimdy. No kidding, Hobo. No kidding. That's my moderator who's currently on vacation in Hawaii. Yeah, it would be number of beast, but close enough, frankly. Close enough. Let's be blunt there. Leave this for being near a waterfall. I feel like it might be time to lock the dwarves in the tavern again. I mean, what time of year is it? Oh, never mind. Can't actually do that. All right, so unlock the doors from the tavern. We need 2 crutches, 2 picks, and 2 low boots. You know, Nunok fur is kind of a cool translation sound. 60666. I mean, that's... Well, it'd be better if it was 69666, let's be honest. Come on. Also, that better be where the Satanic Temple put their headquarters. So chat, streamer's gonna sell out for a second here and just say, this week, money weird, because I'm going on vacation next week. So what I'm gonna say is this. Doesn't cost that much to get number 1 on the leaderboard, like just like $3.02 for bits. Just saying. Cheap. Also, I just recalled that I also haven't turned down the sale on the Patreon yet, so apparently we're into bonus days. Probably do that, They said I would only do it till the 14th. But anyway, annual patrons are still on sale. $16% off instead of the normal 6. I'll be setting that back probably tonight. Probably tonight. Clothes shop. Plop that down there somewhere. Iron bars, sure, why not? And a carpenter shop. And 2 looms, I think, was the other things that you knocked down. Loom. And loom. No new crimes have been committed. Just the last one. But I do have to say a big thank you to everybody who's resubbed, gifted subs, cheered, used Prime subs, and all that jazz today. You know, we started out the stream with a bunch of resubs off the bat. We got 5 gifted subs not so long ago. You guys are helping keep this channel funded. But, I don't know. There was part of me, like, at the beginning of this week, before I started streaming, where I was just like, you know what, I should just do, like, subathon every day for 3 days. But then I was just like, man, I stream for, like, 13 to 14 hours a day anyway. This is kind of like the problem that I've trapped myself into now, is, like, I could be like, well, I'll stream for 16 hours and you have to pay me. It's like, well, that's only like 2 more hours than I normally stream. So it's like, that's kind of redundant. Saw a news story that go by that Adobe was going to make some or all of Photoshop for free. They should open source it and make it free. That'd be neat. I don't know. I already have GNU editing program. Ow, that startled me. Good
Humble
Christ.
Tech Book Bundle Software Development Books by O'Reilly Media was just purchased for 12 Kanadan dollaria ja 98 senttiä.
I should disable that notification so it stops giving me fucking heart attacks. God damn. For some reason, that one is like 4 times as loud as the normal tip sound. God damn, that's loud. Shout outs to whoever bought a thing. I'll see that money in like a year, maybe. Good Lord. Ah. Also, if anybody's wondering why I have the Finnish text-to-speech lady, it's because chat got tired of the French one. I'm going to turn off the water pumps. Pull the lever, Dwarf. We're into late summer. We're almost into fall. That's up stone. Currently on the 4th of Galena. You didn't check the notified checkbox, but you still get notified? Weird. Wait, also, did you just buy something from Humble? Weren't you, like, complaining that they deleted your account? I'm so confused. You still want those books for that price? Man! Yeah, wow. I guess they got you then. They delete your account and you lose access to all of your old purchases. But can't pass up such a good deal. That's why Humble wins. I don't deny it though. I feel it too. Sometimes those deals are just too good to be true. Alright, let's lock these dwarves up here until it's time to trade in the fall. The book alone is 3 times the price of the bundle? Yep. What book did you want out of that bundle? I haven't even looked at what's in the bundle. I look at Humble maybe once every 6 months now, if that. It's real fun getting offered a key to an expansion pack for a game that I don't own. All right. They're just like, if you don't own the original game, send us an email. We'll get you a key. I'm like, I get that. I'm like, eh, really? Test-driven development with Python 2E. Cool. You're currently starting a project with that, but it's difficult to start without enough examples. Is there not, like, examples online? But yeah, I can see why that would be useful. Also, worth noting, July 29th to August 1st, me and my stream team, Halcyon Frequency, we are hosting a game jam. So, if you're interested in taking part in a game jam, join that Discord and just lurk in there, because there will be news. Also news on my Discord too, but for people interested in maybe joining a game jam. Twitch chat is not Dwarf Fortress. You can't look at dwarves in Dwarf Fortress while highlighting Twitch chat. Those samples online are too simple. It's hard to find advanced stuff with only simple example. Okay, yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I don't know anything about how any of that stuff works, so. Oh, also, speaking of games that are cheap right now, Round Guard, $5. Round Guard, $5. It's fucking Peggle, okay? Peggle good. This is a pretty good Peggle. There isn't enough. It's better than Peglin. I'm just saying. Round Guard is $5. Very good second monitor screen game. Only runs on Windows though. Keep that in mind. You bought the bundle for $13 and the ebook is $75. What do you mean you missed the target? Ooh. Mike Bithell games are all like 70 to 90% off. Wondering if this is worth picking up. Volume. A game that like nobody played. It's like a randomly generated stealth action thing. I wonder. I wonder. You got the volume game? Is it any good? Did you like it? We're designating as they do in Dia, as rooms do in Dia. You mean zones? Yeah, that would be nice. Although there's some weird unification going on between stockpiles and zones in the next major version, so. Yeah, no, I know what you mean. But like I said, stockpiles are one of those things getting like a weird rework. Like zones, stockpiles, and rooms are all kind of getting moved into the same tool. So you don't think it caught your attention? Okay, noted. Noted. The thing about Mike Bithell, is Thomas Was Alone is a fucking masterpiece. And then, like, everything he's done since then has been, like, okay. Although, I really like solitaire games, so I'm kind of tempted to buy this. Solitaire Conspiracy? Like, weird cyberpunk solitaire? I wonder if anybody's... Has anybody played this? Is this thing any good? Maybe I'll pick that up, I don't know. Yeah, and also, this is probably my favorite Mike Bithell game, though, which is currently $1. It's a narrative adventure game. Very, I wouldn't say similar to, but kind of like a smaller, Citizen Sleeper type deal. I really, really enjoyed it. I should play the sequel, which is Quarantine Circular. I played Subsurface Circular, but that's the only one that I played. Random snack, turnip, mustard, and cheese. Yeah. Investments are open, heads up. So chat, we're about to hit year 400. We just have like a season and a half to go, basically. Or like maybe 2 seasons and a little bit. We're in late summer, we're about to hit fall. And then it'll be 2 seasons until year 400, which means we're 40% of the way done. Almost. Almost. My God, that's a long time. A GeForce Game Ready driver is ready to install. No thanks. Thank you. Save? What command are you looking for? We'll get there. Wait, what? We'll get there. I don't think that this Longdeath stream has been boring, right? Meaning we'll get there eventually. We will definitely get there eventually. So, I'm assuming that that means you're 500, right? Raz? Bicentennial? That means 500, right? What's my plan to, once I hit 100 years? Release the save file and then eat a cupcake. What's your plan when you get a hot cup of tea? Oh, that's 400? Okay. I mean, if you want to throw a party... I mean, the party will be right here. Oh, is 200 bicentennial? Anyway, 400 years. I mean, that technically would be our second bicentennial celebration, so... You drink it? Okay. Well, I mean, when I hit 1,000 years, I will save the game and release the save file. Probably go dig around in Legends a little bit. Maybe dig too deep. I don't know. Expel all the dwarves. Invade somebody. I don't know what I'll do, honestly. That almost sounds like you're trying to say pod racing, but like you tripped and hit your head halfway through. Rockfire. You have a good night, Trippin' Panda. Thanks for hanging out. Hope you've enjoyed the last 2 streams. We'll see you tomorrow. Yep. I'm assuming it'll just be a normal DF day tomorrow, but it depends on whether or not I get code for Starship Troopers. So if I get code for Starship Troopers, I might just play Starship Troopers, I'm not gonna lie. Can you really blame me, though? Might just end up playing Starship Troopers. Quadricentennial? Quadricentennial. You know, honestly, if it wasn't for the existence of the video game Quadrilateral Cowboy, and also for the existence of Cookie Clicker with my Quattrocentillion, yeah, I would probably agree with you that I wouldn't be able to pronounce those words either. How many games am I playing right now? If you count Cookie Clicker, which I don't, 2. Like, what are we counting as a game here right now? Because I have an idler, but that's like saying, that's like calling a fidget spinner a game. But if you count Cookie Clicker 2. I'm playing Dwarf Fortress and Cookie Clicker. I mean, it's not like Dwarf, like this particular save file is particularly high maintenance. So, can you blame me? It's not exactly hidden, but like I kind of pop it up pretty frequently and click a cookie a bunch and then click that and then click that and then click that. Oh no, it backfired. That sucks. Where's the other one? Come on. Pop up, you stupid bunny. There you are. Hey, look at that. See? Cookies. I'm clicking cookies. But yeah, I don't know. I don't really count Cookie Clicker as a game. It's more of like just... It's like when you're working and you have a YouTube video up. Stone, we have tributes. Just a heads up. We're on the 1st of fall. Hey, Frosty. Like it's like when you're at work and you have a YouTube video up, or you're playing old school RuneScape on another screen or something. But like for me when I'm streaming, it's like, yeah, I usually have a clicker up. I usually have like a clicker or something else. If it's not a clicker, then it's usually like either another streamer or something. Like sometimes I will pop, like if Bellinair's playing a game I really want to see bits of, I will like have a pop out screen of Bellinair's stream or somebody else's stream. I will do that from time to time. Group of Soaring, 20 for the year 404. You ready, Stone? I don't know if Stone's here right now. Stone might be playing game. It's usually an idler or old school RuneScape, which is basically not. There you go. They brought us the goat leather water skin and 10 anti-core, obviously for the celebration. Got cool. But plan for the stream today, if anybody is wondering, is we will play this until I hit the year 400. And then once we hit the year 400, I'm thinking more Jupiter Hell. How you guys feeling about more Jupiter Hell? Because like that patch, pretty good. I want to play more Jupiter Hell. I'm pretty hot on it right now. Hot and bothered about the Jupus. I think that's the plan for the day. Then if I rage quit a run or decide to do something else, we could play more Vactix. Let me know when you're ready for me to scroll, but you know that already. Well, 15 grapes for the wine, naturally. And the bronze to... Hey, look, an emu parchment choir. 5 fisher berries, some horse meat, 10 cavy blood, a hemp loincloth, 1 silver bar. All right, so we got it. So that is the last tribute before the year 400. Somebody trying to... Yeah, okay, there's somebody trying to attend a meeting that they can't get to. ATB can't get to the meeting. Go drink, don't die. Stupid dwarf. Fucking pathing getting stuck. The worst. Where are you going? Oh, do you have to go that far? No, that not the bear fighters, the those guys. Come on. There's 20 more tributes until 1,000. It's crazy to me. That is actually crazy. I know it's like 4 a year, but that is... What? No, not 4 a year, 3 a year. But that's insane. The fact that I've made you screenshot my stream almost 1,000 times is a little bit nuts. Like, just slightly insane. Oh, also, if nobody has it, you can go claim Ark Survival Evolved on your Steam account for free. So, go grab it if you don't already have it. I mean, it's free. Even if you're not going to play it, just go put it in your account. And it's now in my account. Done. Oh, also, a game that I'm going to check out the demo for my YouTube channel while I'm gone is this, Midnight Fight Express. I'm going to make a VOD of this and put this up on, or a video of this and put it up on YouTube. I really want to try this thing. It looks so fucking good. Like, holy shit. Can't wait for this. Cannot wait for this. Very much Hotline Miami vibes, yeah. But it's like a 3D beat 'em up. It's not a Twitch game. It's like a 3D beat 'em up. Similar theme to Hotline Miami, but the gameplay's super different. It's like a isometric pseudo 3D wrestling game. Just the masks, yeah. Well, also the fact that it's like your hired guns, right? But it's one of those games where it's like it's made by largely one person with some help. which is cool. Up on a public space for people to marvel at the sheer number. I mean, a Google Docs or a Google spreadsheet would be a good spot. I think you can actually, like, if you have it in like a notepad file or like a doc file, I think you can open those in Google Docs. But Google Docs would be best because then it's kept in the cloud and people can share it and whatnot. Just don't let other people edit it. Otherwise, you'll have a mess. You guys always talking about Speedy Speed track. Well, I just looked at some Speedy jet plane in the cinema. Oh, did you go see, I'm trying to think of like a funny way of saying Top Gun without saying Top Gun. Did you go see Top Gun? How was it? I'm actually up gun, up rifle. There you go. It was fine. I'm thinking about going to go see that when I'm in Quebec, as like if it gets too hot one day, just going to go see that. That is something that I've been considering doing. But glad to hear it's good. Glad you enjoyed it. I hope you don't feel the need to go become a Scientologist. Man, empathy after remembering being cried on by an unhappy citizen. Very good, Mayor. 2 more picks and 2 more low boots. I mean, what's up, Gun? You know, I'll be honest. Top Gun is one of the weirdest sequels to me. For a couple of reasons, but one of the main reasons is it's like... It's weirder that they made a sequel to Top Gun, to me, than it is that they made a sequel to Blade Runner. Like, it is one of the strangest sequels to exist. The second movie makes sense. Maybe I need to rewatch the first Top Gun first. I think in order for me to watch Top Gun 2, I have to watch... Maybe, actually, I could put Top Gun on my phone and watch it... on the plane. Maybe that's what I'll do. I'll watch it on the flight to Montreal. There's a flashback of important moments, but some things you will miss if you haven't. Okay, I actually, here's an important question about Top Gun. Does Top Gun Maverick have the same homoerotic energy that Top Gun 1 had? Because that first movie was like... less? I think most of my amusement of that movie is that bit. That, like, I'll be honest with you, like, just dudes high-fiving each other, going on about how awesome they are is partially the reason I like the old Top Gun movie, because it makes sense and is also, like, weirdly, yeah, the volleyball scene, it's, like, weirdly awkward, but also fits the theme of the movie very much so. And if the sequel doesn't have that, that is a massive... Like, I was kind of hoping they'd go way harder on that shit. I'll be honest, I haven't actually talked to anybody about that movie. I know some people have seen it, and they're like, yeah, it's good. And that's, like, all I've heard about it, is that it's good. But I haven't asked anybody if it's got as much homoerotic energy, and that's a little bit disappointing. You know, like... Yeah, absolutely. It's like, if there isn't like a camera accidentally falling into a dude's crotch at some point in that movie, I don't even want to watch it. Like, what? Come on. Like, if LMFAO can do that kind of energy better than Top Gun, like, what are we even doing? You know what I'm saying? Like, come on. And I feel like that's probably the case. But I digress. I don't know. Maybe the Chinese version got all the hots. I think that it would be the opposite, don't you? The Chinese version would have none of that. If anything, I would blame China for removing that. But I don't know. I'll maybe watch it. Before you were telling me to turn off the camera. Oh, really? Wow. Yeah, because initially they didn't fill the whole screen, right? It kind of took a while for them. Why? What the fuck just happened? A dwarf just like walked out of this, walked right here, put something down, and then walked this way, just dropping seeds all the way along. It was this dwarf who's carrying a plant. What the fuck was that? Weird. I don't think, well, I mean, I don't think they stopped making Rambo movies. Like, Rambo movies still come out pretty frequently. And also, isn't, like, there multiple follow-ups to the Rocky movie? Uh-oh. Do It keyboard smash is getting the shit kicked out of them by Radio Free Olive. Guys, come on. You okay there, Do It? Her fifth toe, okay, it basically stomped on her toe and her toe's smashed. He's punching her again. Scholar punches the bone carver in the right upper leg. Ugh. I've seen Rambo and some other Rambo movie. I don't know which one, but I saw some other Rambo movie. Okay, cool. Dwarf was saved and is going to hospital. Crimes have been witnessed, I think. Yeah, report crimes. Meanwhile, Saigon is running Do It over here. Let's see if any more combat logs pop up. Oh, jeez. Well, F's in chat for Do It. Unfortunately, it looks like Radio Free Olive just did the thing I hoped they wouldn't do. Big round of F's in chat. Well, I mean, you guys remember what F's came from, right? It was Call of Duty. But on Call of Duty, it was press X to pay respects, right? Press X. So initially it was X, but the PC port, it was F. Press F to pay respect. Press F to put your hand on the coffin and pay respect. Speaking of, now we're paying our respects to Do It. Because Do It got murdered by Radio Free Olive. Radio Free Olive tantrumed and ripped this dwarf's leg into pieces. Not off, but, like, shredded it, basically. Hey, Infinity. Hope you enjoyed your lurks. Well, we're not FFing. We're just effing. Not to be confused with FFing, which means surrender. FF means you surrender, right? Oh. Huh. Apparently, I have $100 in rewards points to my local grocery store again. Thank you, random promotional email, for reminding me about this. Let's see if Twitch has fixed my ad revenue splits yet on that thing, or if it's still just fucked. I'm sure it's still just fucked. I'm just kind of curious. Nope, it's still fucked. How cute. Like the black and white beer. All right. I really hope that Radio Free Olive is getting some time in prison for that. Please tell me you are. Oh my god, no? You for fucking real? I literally have 5 prison cells. What? The hell, man? You literally just murdered somebody. Doesn't get time in prison. Damn shame. How am I? I'm all right. Chillin'. Longdeath is about to hit 400 years old, which is a really big milestone. A really big milestone. Unfortunately, I've had some dwarves die, which sucks. And I'm debating expelling this dwarf again. Video games made me do it, defense. God. You know, it's really funny. Me and my best friend Kevin, we disagree on gun ownership laws on a lot of levels, but not on every level, but like he owns a lot of guns and I don't like guns, and so we have a lot of disagreements. But one thing that we very much agree on is video games are not the problem. Ease of access is the problem, not video games. Every single person that I know who owns a gun is like, video games aren't the problem, what the fuck? Because they all play extremely violent video games and are like, what? Video games are the devil? I mean, they're... I mean, video games are about being evil and torturing people. I mean, come on. Have you never played Dungeon Keeper? Sheesh. Or, satanic games like Doom? By the way, did you know somebody ported Doom to Pico 8? It's called Poom. Pico 8 Doom, it's Poom. It's on itch, it's free, you can go get it. It's kind of great. Here you go. Here's a link to Poom. Have fun. Actually, wait, hold on. Never mind, sorry. There's an updated version of Poom. That's the wrong one. This is the right one. That's current day Poom. It's actually, like, kind of impressive. I mean, it's kind of neat. Poom. See? It's Poom. Does the Playdate have speakers? Yes. What? It also has a microphone on it, which is odd. What a Pico 8 is? It's a engine that is has some very specific built-in restrictions. Basically just arrow keys and then 2 buttons, and plus 2 buttons. It's a game engine that runs on PC that can run in a browser that is designed to operate within Game Boy Advance restrictions, essentially. So anything that runs on Pico 8 is compatible with Game Boy Advance flash cards. That's what Pico 8 is. It's basically just a modern game engine that is designed to force developers to try and make games that are as simple as Game Boy Advance games, essentially. But no, not necessarily for old games. It's just for making games with weird restrictions. So it's like Punk Cake, the people who made Shotgun King, they met because they were both developing games for Pico 8. We're currently on year 399, by the way. Makoichi, I think is how you say that? Hello. Longdeath is on year fucking 399. It's kind of ridiculous. It's been a long time. Also, I think the last time you were here, I seem to recall you asking me about Caves of Cud. Next month, probably. I want to play that new stuff. I haven't seen the new caves or the new, that's Rustwells, I think, that they updated. My brain is sick. I remember things I shouldn't. Is it normal that it's ESDF instead of WASD? You're supposed to use arrow keys, not WASD. It's a fucking Pico 8 game. I mean, you can use ESDF, but arrow keys work too. So does the mouse, actually. ESDF is more if you want to use the mouse and then hold E and D to go backwards. So, no, you're not supposed to use... Well, I mean, I wouldn't use ESDF. I would use arrow keys. Or POOM, specifically. And it's drifting to the right because it's Doom. Have you never played Doom before? It predates mouse controls. So naturally, it's drifting to the right because this is before games used the mouse. So you'd hold left and your character would turn left. You'd hold right and your character would turn right, not strafe. Like, this is before strafing controls, dude. But if you use the mouse and you don't try and use S and D and you just hold D to move forward and use the mouse to look, then... But yeah, someone clearly has never played Doom. Someone didn't play old first-person shooters before they used the mice. Also, I can totally take this door out of here. I think. Alt demand low boot. Was there like alt to strafe? Okay, yeah, I haven't played OG Doom in ages either, but yeah, no, that like this, I mean, brutal Doom or like modern mods for Doom are a lot more akin to something that I think someone who plays games now would be used to. But old school Doom, very, very different from what games are like now. I need black bronze. Black bronze, black bronze. Doom clone was the term back in the day. We should only reference things in reference to other things. Carefuler will be like Darmok and Jalad? Shit. I can't remember what the actual characters in that Star Trek episode were called. You should go but aren't. Well, I mean, you gotta stick around. Diamond, because we're almost at year 400. Come on. You're not going to miss like the 10-second yay and then move on with our lives. We're almost at year 400, which means in like the next 6 months, we'll get year 420. Which is the year everybody's looking for, right? I mean, I'll be honest. I'm kind of tempted to have a blunt on stream on year 420. Big YouTube clickbait? Well, sure. I mean, I will be releasing the save file alongside of this VOD, probably. The something centennial. It's the important anniversary of Longdeath not dying yet. Is there a smoking feature in Dwarf Fortress? No, and it's one of my most requested features. The fact that there's, like, nothing that dwarves can smoke in Dwarf Fortress, I think, is a damn shame. I just want to make super fancy pipes. Like, come on, there's, like, so many, like, we could make wood pipes, we could make stone pipes, we could make glass pipes, we could make metal pipes. So much potential for cool crafts that we could make. The problem is every single time I bring up the concept of, oh, dwarves should be able to smoke, there's somebody in chat who's always super anti-smoking who's like, well, I think that that's a negative thing. I don't think that, like, Dwarf Fortress should be promoting smoking. It's like, we already promote alcoholism among children. Like, dwarves I think giving children booze is probably worse than having smoking in your video game. You know what I'm saying? Children need alcohol to get through the working day in Dwarf Fortress. That's fine. But smoking? That's the devil. Also, I'm fucking Stitch from Lilo and Stitch. Let's make a lot of flutes. Why just call it smoking apparatus? I want to say there's a mod that lets dwarves smoke, actually. I'm quite sure that's a thing. Chat, I got a problem. There's bunnies all over my cookie clicker. Help. Oh, that's 17 of 20 Easter eggs found. That's pretty good. Chat, can I get a round of beers if you're lurking? Just because I know that this is kind of a long Longdeath stream today. But we're in year 404 mid-autumn, 20th of Sandstone. Year not found. We're like a season and a half away from year 400. Normally, I would have, like, swapped games by now. Or, like, I'd be looking to swap games right about now. But we'll go for the extra hour or whatever that it'll take us, damn it. We'll make it. Hell yeah. Anything I'm working on this run? Trying to keep the dwarves from killing themselves. Because I need them to not die. It's like too much ale. It's dancing pink elephants. What? Neil, how's the return to streaming been on Twitch, if I can ask? Hope you're doing well. Also, I used to own this, by the way. This was a game that, like, a friend of mine's dad gave me. Like, I had the disc copy for European Air War. I don't even know what year that was. Damn, dude. But the main major project that we're working on, Makoichi, is this currently, which is a giant empty box in the ground basically, and I'm working on clearing out the last of these rocks so that we can turn this whole area into one giant obsidian printer, which is the long-term plan for it. But in order to do that, I need to finish what we're working on, which is clearing out all the boulders in the basement. So is your return? Hell yeah, man. Glad it's going well. I mean, you took, what, like, several years, it seems like, just to build the YouTube channel? YouTube is a lot of work, I'll say that. But I don't know. I'm working on a lot of little small things with this fortress, Makuichi, so it's hard to say. The majority of the stuff for this fortress is just kind of like a lot of mundane, just trying to work on things and get stuff done and keep the dwarves alive, which is the main priority because, you know, we're trying to keep this fort alive for 1,000 years, which essentially just means don't attack anybody, don't get attacked, and don't die. That's kind of the entire goal here. Which is kind of a boring goal, but also at the same time, not an easy goal because keeping dwarves happy is not always the easiest thing to do. And sometimes I have to like go in and micromanage dwarves, but it's a lot of just kind of being observant and keeping an eye on dwarves and seeing who's getting worse and who's getting better and what's making them worse and what'll make them better. And it's a lot of dwarven mental health, I guess. Which, by the way, they're worse than people because they have a tendency of going spastic and murdering 15 people more often than people do. And that's saying something. So just kind of dealing with that, keeping the dwarves alive is the main project. What do you mean? The break from Twitch, or speaking of Sims, are you gonna fly around that Pelican in Flight Simulator? I haven't reinstalled Flight Simulator yet because I don't feel like clearing up space on my hard drive for it. But I want to fly that Pelican. It's way too cool that they're putting fucking Halo vehicles in Microsoft Flight Simulator. Like, that shit's awesome. Somebody has to do that. It's like one of the dumbest, but also yes, absolutely they should do that things I've ever seen. It's just like, I really want them to put a Banshee in to Flight Sim Next. I want a very physics accurate Banshee. Now I'm like trying to think of other like what Microsoft IP has a good spaceship in it that they should put into Flight Simulator? Oops, wrong button. You'd give it a fly? Well, I think you should. Because it looks fun. It just looks goofy, and I'm down. It's one of those situations. It just looks goofy. Getting the rest of those statues hooked up. Or not hooked up, but set up, built, finished. Alright, Radio Free Olive. How are you doing? Terrible. Just want to practice a craft. Well, I mean, I've given you a bunch of crafts in the past. Let's give you clothes making and weaving. Let's do one of these. Silk glove, cloth mitten, silk cap, silk hood, silk sock, leather shoe. And then the manager goes to go manage work orders. Diamond, go do your job, please. We're into late autumn. Wait, hold on a second. The dwarves didn't come and trade. Huh. For what game, Neil? That sucks, man. I'm just really, really sad that, like, the dwarves didn't come to trade. Are you still talking about Flight Simulator, Neil, or are you talking Train Simulator or something else? Hey, Lenders. Gosh, man. Microsoft Flight Simulator? Gotcha. What else are they adding? Because, like, that was the only bit that stuck for me for that entire, like, presentation. The only bit that I really remembered was the part where it's like, oh, by the way, also... What's going on? That's still going on? Yep, still going on. We're about to hit year 400 later today. Of course, frames are okay still because frame rate death is almost entirely caused by player error. The frame rate goes down sometimes. We're sitting at about nice 40 to 50 frames right now, but sometimes it'll go down to like 20, but it usually recovers. You know, I have no intention of really stopping Longdeath until it's done, but there will be a big break whenever Premium releases. I will take a large break from it whenever Premium releases, because I will need to probably go back to streaming 5 days a week, at least for a bit, and I will have to, you know, not be playing older versions of the game for a while. We're in the Age of Heroes currently. We've been in the Age of Heroes for a bit, I think. I have some Forgotten Beasts in the basement still, but like, yeah, there's 1, 2, 3, 3 of them. I think. Forgotten Beast. Well, maybe it's just 2. Yeah, there's just 2 of them in the basement. One of them's captured. One of them's a ball of fire that lives in a tree in the caverns. It's fine. What's the Age of Heroes? It basically means that all the factions are still alive. There isn't a lot of undead, And the vast majority of mega beasts, titans, and large land creatures are all dead. So the vast majority of rocks, giants, ettins, forgotten beasts, those creatures are dead. Right, yeah, I remember helicopters. And the historical stuff. Yeah, that stuff's cool, actually. I'm not a big flight simulator person, right? I don't particularly care for those types of games. I did when I was younger, but not so much these days. And it's like, at the same time, I heavily respect Flight Simulator for doing things like almost archiving, like in almost a museum quality level of like, hey, you can like go experience what these planes are like. And that shit's really cool. I really like that. But yeah, Age of Heroes is basically all of the main faction powers are still alive, but the majority of big creatures are dead. Which would usually mean, oh, there's vampires everywhere, but because this world is kind of small and quiet, not so much. No, well, the majority of wooden furniture is either about to completely degrade, but like when I look at this, these beds, I've had to remake them all because they started falling apart. Beds degrade. All wooden furniture degrades, actually. As you can see, this I might actually have to replace them again soon. Yeah, we should go through probably in the next 100 years and redo all the beds because they're starting to degrade. See those little X's? The beds are degrading. But like these nice coffers, yeah, they've probably been here for hundreds of years. Same with these doors. I have books that are almost as old as this fortress too. It is nice, yeah. Wait, what? Yeah, well, so the Age of Heroes would be like, oh, well, all of the big monsters are dead because all that's left are the heroes that destroyed them, I would assume. But like it's like a built-in game mechanic, right? Depending on what's alive in the world, the age of the world changes. So if it's the age of dwarves, then only dwarves are really left. If it's the age of fantasy, then only humans are really left. If it's the age of death or the age of emptiness, nothing's left. If it's the age of legends, I can't remember what the age of legends is, but. Well, I mean, I know for a fact that there is more than 3. Because there's 2 on my map. Well, rather, including, like, giants and such. There's 2 on my map. More than 2. I mean, I've got 3 Ettins on my map. Hey, Duty Beard. Long time no see. What up, dude? And Myth is 2/3 or more? Yeah, Myth is like the most common one. Age of Myth. That's the where the vast majority of worlds end up living in. For a very large period, like, vast majority of the worlds I've played. Honestly, I wish that there was either more ages or more nuance to the Age of Myth. Because the Age of Myth tends to be the age that the majority of worlds are in. Although I think that, what do you call it? I do feel that Myths and Magic is something that'll stir the pot for that quite a bit, which I'm very hopeful it'll live up to the wants and desires, I guess, of me. I hope it doesn't completely disappoint. Almost every DF world is Myth. Yeah, I've always wanted to generate like an Age of Emptiness, which is just that everything is dead, but I've never done it, and I've tried. I'm just like cramming the number of monsters up to maximum and then just saying, go nuts, kill everything. But I've never had a World of Empty. I've just wanted to explore one in adventure mode or like restart a Dwarven faction and immediately be in the Age of Dwarves. But it's just never happened. The Age of Fairy Tales? I mean, I've never seen it. But there's so many things in Dwarf Fortress that are super fucking rare. I don't even mean like 0.1%. It's like so fucking rare, it's like I doubt it's ever actually happened. But that's also, I think, like some of the appeal of Dwarf Fortress to a degree. Is that there's some stuff that is just so rare, you'll never fucking see it. Well, 25th of Timber, that's the last month in autumn, right? We're about to move into winter. Yep, and the river's frozen. But yeah, no, this is... Longdeath is almost more of like a weird Dwarf Fortress stress test that I'm playing at this point just to kind of prove that I'm still playing it. Considering the fantastical goblins are far more likely to become a dominant civ, that's real rare. Yeah. I mean, unless like unless you disabled humans and elves or unless you disabled goblins, elves and dwarves from spawning in the first place, I don't think you could. I don't think the way the world works right now, I think you're more likely to get like an Age of Death than you are to get an Age of Fairy Tales. Like, it's either everything dies. I guess maybe actually, unless the player like intentionally plays adventure mode and goes around and exterminates every single living creature in every single faction that isn't humans. Anyway, we're into winter. Which maybe somebody should do that. Chat investments are open if you want to invest your tickets, by the way. That'd be so boring, and I mean, I think people have done worse things. I think that would honestly be far from one of the worst things I've heard of or seen. But certainly mean. Bum. This person is talking in my YouTube comments about how they were planning on getting an i9 specifically for Steam DF release. Damn, Diamond and Tele. With the 2000s. That's a round of applause. Like the bot's getting excited about Longdeath's anniversary. I mean, it's not a contest, but there are several things that I've seen screenshots of from the past in DF that just make me upset. Oh my, indeed, yes. All right, I will be back in a second. I'm gonna go take a leak. All right, streamer returns. Sort of. I guess, like, the plan is to just pause the game as little as possible. I mean, like, you know, 404 early winter, 3 months. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Mother truckers. He felt giddy after remembering performing music. You're a novice singer and an adequate musician, Oshan. Still no new crimes. Bothers me that Radio Free Olive didn't get sent to prison. Really bothers me. I think I need water. Brain isn't functioning properly. Water time. But yeah, I don't know. I don't think it's a contest for, like, what is the worst things I've seen done in Dwarf Fortress. But when it comes to, like, just being an evil character, I think running around and exterminating everybody's far from the worst thing you could do. Which is fucked up. Just on the from the get-go, right? Like that, right? It's just, oh no. My Twitch water bottle split. Look at this. Fucking shitty quality. Check this shit out. The heck? Causes that shit? That sucks. It's actually kind of sharp. That's a bummer. I'm not a fan of, like, owning things that I don't use, so even if it's like, oh, it's a collector's item, I'm gonna use it. If I'm not gonna use it, I don't want it. So I've been using it, but, like, Man, that sucks. What sucks is, like, I had a water bottle that was similar to that one, but, like, obviously didn't have the Twitch logo on it, but, like, same design, right? Exact same design flaw. Got the crack in the exact same spot. Like, it's just a silver one. It's in my cupboard, but it's like, man, that's a bummer. Meditate on lust. Damn straight. Wait, hold up. You're attending meeting. Where are you? Ah, here's another dwarf who's stuck. Put you in this squad so you can move, potentially. What's the second worst thing? Shaving their beard. As I said earlier, it's like forcing them to drink water actually isn't the worst thing. Forcing them to drink vomit is the worst thing. But in Dwarf Fortress, I guess, like, the joking answer for that, I don't know, just making them eat something they don't like, or forcing them to drink vomit is how babies are made? You know that how babies are made. Okay, hold on a second. What? What are you trying to say to me, Diamond? Okay, I have a question. How much have you had to drink today, Diamond? You monster. You know that how babies are made? Bierth. 2. Okay. Cause sheesh. Chat, I'm like. But that's Logan time again? Dude, I have no idea what you're talking about. Chat, does anybody here know what Diamond is talking about? A genuine question. What are you on about? Round of beers, but yeah, no more beers. We don't need more beers. Like, because I think that Diamond has had too many. I think that'd be a bad idea. Yeah, no beers. Only, like, alcohol-free beer. Which, by the way, I personally feel that alcohol-free beer is completely redundant. This game has a traditional roguelike tag on Steam chat room. I mean, I'm sure it's fine. But this is... You know what's amazing about this? Is how much of a knockoff of Peglin this is. Traditional roguelike, where you build a team to defeat stronger opponents. It even... It says in the description, traditional roguelike. My fucking dude. Ugh. I mean, just for comparison's sake. Look at Peglin. Also not a traditional roguelike. But look at Peglin. Not even a roguelike, even. It's just fucking Peggle. God. I want to buy this thing just to leave it a negative review. I'm not gonna lie. I'm actually like it's only $1. It's only $1. I want to buy it just to leave it a negative review and then refund it. Team creating roguelike, turn-based combat, 20 different heroes, 20 different enemy, high level of difficulty. God, don't fall for that. What if I refund it? Let it idle for an hour, leave it a negative review, and then refund it. And I'll get my $1 back, damn it. Like, literally. Just fuck you to that game. The sad part about that is the fact that it shows up as new and trending in the traditional roguelike category. It's like they're literally tagging shit just to get fucking... Oh, man. Rage bait games? Isn't that like... Like, when you say rage bait games, don't you mean like, Jump King? I mean, I'm not going to fall for it, but I am angry that it exists. Like, genuinely. The thing is, like, I kind of doubt that the person who made that game is doing that intentionally. Like, I'm pretty sure that they probably think it's actually a traditional roguelike. And that's what actually upsets me about this, isn't the fact that that game exists. The fact that that game exists is fine. Go ahead, make your run-based, like, arcade puzzle game. That's fine. What makes me sad and what bothers me is that it seems like they aren't aware of what they're doing. And that is really sad. Like, genuinely, really, really sad. Anyway, we're in the 25th of Moonstone. First month of winter, about to go into midwinter. I mean, I suppose. I'm actually tempted to make a video about the Steam page of that game just to, like, complain that it exists. It's like more examples of why the genre for roguelikes is broken. I mean, come on. But I don't think that that's really it. I think that if Steam had, rather, actually, if Steam didn't have a refund policy, sure, that would totally exist. But Steam has a refund policy. That's actually pretty decent for the most part. So I super sort of kind of highly doubt that that would ever, like, become a thing, you know, where... Like, you'd intentionally make a bad game, because bad games just get buried, generally. It just seems like a really stupid route to go, I would say. Anyway, that bums me out. I literally went to that directory because I was like, man, I wonder if there's any interesting traditional roguelikes up and coming, and that was like the first thing I fucking saw, and now I'm just upset. Is there a negative tag you can set? Not really. But you can leave a game a negative review. I'm sure that that game is fine. That's like the reality, right? It's like, I'm sure that that little thing, totally fine. I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure it's a totally playable game that exists. But it's still a turbo bummer, you know? But the genre is all labeled after rogue? Well, I mean, roguelikes are a very specific thing, right? I mean, you know what I'm talking about. You know what I mean when I say that roguelikes are very specific. Is there a tag the opposite of roguelike? Run-based. I mean, here's the thing. That game, it's not that you need to tag it separately, right? You don't need to, but like once it has that tag, like you can't really. It's not a fucking roguelike, and it doesn't matter. It's just that game is miscategorized and in the wrong category on Steam, and it's a damn shame, and there's nothing that we can do about it. And that's kind of the fact of it. It's like the way Steam's tagging system works. Once a game exists. It's not to anger anyone, it's to Steam's audience. Yeah, and it angers me that Steam allows for that to happen. I know it's not supposed to anger anyone, and the vast majority of the people in the world don't care, and that's the problem. Like, I'm well aware of what you're saying, Lendriz. The fact that a very specific niche genre of game has become a marketing term for games that do not fit that genre is very sad. And that's just my whole take. Crutches and 1 crutch, 3 picks, and 3 low boots. 3. A very specific niche genre of game has become a marketing term for more popular games, and that sucks. Really sucks. Human counteroffer unselected all your selections. I don't know what that means. Oh, you mean in Dwarf Fort? Oh, that sucks. I don't know. I always just like offer way more than I need to. Almost always. I'm looking forward to the new trading for premium. That's one of the features I'm looking forward to the most. Being able to search within the trade screens is so nice. But I will put it this way, Lendriz. Steam allowing the rampant miscategorization of roguelikes and perpetuating this issue is very similar to the way anybody who likes proper RPGs felt when action-adventure games suddenly started getting categorized as RPGs, and now we're at a point where literally everything could be categorized as an RPG, and classical RPGs are basically just dead and gone, right? And that sucks. Like, it really sucks. It's like Metroidvania. When I say the words Metroidvania, you know what I'm talking about. It's like Hollow Knight, Super Metroid, 2D, side-scrolling, backtracking heavy games with different doors and secrets and walls. It's a very specific thing. Roguelike is exactly the same. Except, for some reason, roguelike just gets tacked on to everything that has either permadeath, an Iron Man mode, or is hard, or randomly generated, or some combination of those things, and very rarely any of them in any logical order that actually makes them a roguelike, or anything like Rogue for that matter. And it sucks. The new RPG MOBA. You know, you joke, but like there is a Korean MOBA that has that tag. I don't know, it fucking blows, and it just makes me really, really sad to see, because you know, we live in an era where boomer shooters can exist, and people know the difference between a boomer shooter and a first-person shooter, right? Roguelikes should be allowed to exist like that too. You're off work for 4 hours? Hell yeah. Break time. Boomer shooter. Yes. What's a boomer shooter? You fucking casuals. What's a boomer shooter? Boomer shooter. Dusk is a boomer shooter. It's shooters that are made for boomers. Shooters that look like they came out in like, what, 1999, but play like a modern game, that are super fast paced, that are inspired by Quake. That's a boomer shooter. Okay? That's a boomer shooter. Ultra Kill is a boomer shooter. Right? This is a boomer shooter. Fucking Amid Evil is a boomer shooter. That's a boomer shooter, okay? Postal brain damaged is a boomer shooter. Old school shooters are boomer shooters. And it's just like Jupiter Hell is a roguelike. This is a game that's like Rogue. The Zoomer shooter. Zoomers don't play... Well, I know, a Zoomer shooter is just Fortnite. Fortnite is the Zoomer shooter. Come on, let's be honest. Fortnite's the Zoomer shooter. Trying to think. Games that look like Fortnite are probably also Zoomer shooters. Games that try to ape that super hyperactive, cartoony, marketing-heavy bullshit style is a Zoomer shooter. Over-the-shoulder camera with floaty shitty controls, you mean? I wouldn't say that specifically. I think that the only thing that I would classify as a Zoomer shooter would just be Fortnite. And loot boxes. Obviously, it needs lots of loot boxes. Come on. I don't know if I'd go that far. You know, I say boomer shooter, and I say the word Zoomers and all that. I really dislike this terminology trend, if that makes sense. Like, I really hate it. Like, boomers, Zoomers, doomers, all that crap. Like, I fucking hate it. I don't know why. It's just, it's so... I guess it's because I don't like categorizing people. And I've never liked that. And there's something that's always just felt wrong to me about categorizing people. It's like, people are intelligent, varied, interesting, different people. Yeah, it generates... And, you know, I thought it was hilarious with everybody else, right? And then I went to Christmas in 2019. Yeah, it was Christmas 2019, right after I got dumped by my ex. Because I was just really depressed and drunk. And I just remember my two little obnoxious cousins. I say little, like one of them's fucking graduated high school. I think the other one's about to graduate high school. These little fucking children, right? Calling my dad a boomer in the meanest possible way. And having to explain to my elderly grandmother, my mom, and my dad what a Zoomer and a boomer was. And explain that to them. Like, they know the term, like, the baby boomers. Like, they figured that out pretty quickly, but they couldn't figure out why they were being called that constantly. And that one day made me fucking hate all of it, because all it is it enables bratty little children with an easy way to insult people. And like, I just blaming the year that you were born for ruining something is shitty. Like, me being told, oh, the millennials, like, I've been told by kids who identify as Zoomers that millennials ruined our world. And I just look at that and I'm like, oh my fucking Christ. Like, can we just grow up? We're all adults. There's children, teenagers, and adults. Don't fucking matter when you were born. Really fucking doesn't. It's needlessly decisive. It locks people into boxes, and I fucking hate that shit. Fuck that shit. That's all I have to say. It's disgusting, genuinely. Like, I'll meme about it with you guys, but, like, man, I do genuinely think it's disgusting. I genuinely do. It's fucking disgusting. But boomer shooters are cool. And boomers in Left 4 Dead are pretty fun to shoot. They pop. And green stuff go everywhere. That's good. It's the best command that people forget exists. Midwinter, 23rd of Opal, almost late winter. We're getting there, damn it! I know a lot of people like labels a lot more than I do. Like, I don't even like things like neurodivergent and mental illness and like locking people into specific things. I'm not a fan of any of that, but there are some where it's like I can look at it and be like, okay, that has its use, right? Like identifying as a member of the LGBTQ community or a disabled person, like that I can understand. But there's a point where it's like, We've gotten to a point, like, we were all blessed with this thing called anonymity when the internet became accessible, right? We were all gifted with anonymity. And now the problem is people want anonymity, but they also want to be anonymous and at the same time stand out and be unique and noticeable. Which I think is genuinely dangerous to our humanity to a degree. It's like people want anonymity. They want to be unknown and hidden, but at the same time, they want to stand out and be obvious. So we have all of these like terminology shortcuts to identify oneself within this wide swath of anonymity. It's like you can have one or the other. Stop trying to have both. And it's just... Bah! You know, Frog, you say that labels are generative or are cognitive shortcuts. It drives me insane when I hear a younger person saying in a bar, okay, so on my birthday, I went to a pub. I went to the pub, local pub, on June 3rd, my birthday. After stream. I finished stream and I went to the pub. And while I was there, I heard somebody talking to a friend of theirs. It was a younger person talking to another younger person. And he said, I just can't talk to my dad. He's such a fucking boomer. I get it. So's mine. But like, fucking talk to your parents. They're just your parents. Of course it's a boomer. Like, of course your parent, if you're in your 20s, is probably a boomer. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been born. If you have problems with your parents, that's fine. But it's got nothing to do with what year they were born. It fucking irks me so much. So much. Any big project for the 500th anniversary? That's when I hope to have... I hope to have the Obsidian printer by then. But I don't know. I need to think about that. That'll be a while. 6 months to a year, probably. Real time. They're pretty sure boomers were too old to sire 20-year-olds. I mean, I don't know how old this person was, but like, I'm 28 and my parents are boomers. So, my parents are on the tail end of boomers, but this person could have been my age, right? Forgot trophy one. This person could have been my age. I don't know. I always hoped that when I was younger and naive, I always hoped that the internet would bring us closer together, and I still kind of feel that it has in some ways. Let's see how Frog's doing. Must be careful not to waste. You're annoyed when caught in a snowstorm, you want decent meals. Grouchy dwelling upon you don't like snow. Just call anyone older than you a boomer and someone younger than you a zoomer. Ironically, I'm sure that happens. But yeah, I don't know. Just angry, annoyed at the whole thing. And my parents were born, like, right at the tail end of that. W Kitty. You were not nice when you were younger? Neither was I. I just don't think it's right to enable people with more abilities to be assholes. Nobody mentions X. That's because they don't have a fun ending to the thing. But, you know, I just... Like, if you want to refer to yourself as a zoomer, fucking go nuts. Or a boomer or whatever. It doesn't matter. But I think using it as an insult is kind of disgusting. The X gets passed over. It's still at Generation X. I mean, I'm almost... Because Gen X is, like, between millennial and Zoomer, right? Or wait, when is Gen X? What year is Gen X? I don't actually know. Because I forgot it again. I'm going to correct that spelling error for you. Frog. So Gen X is 65 to 80? Okay, yeah, then. Because I'm millennial. The tail end of millennials, though. Typical office worker in the 90s? Oh, no. And then 80 to what? 99 is millennial? I'm not mistaken. I don't know. To me, the only thing that I've seen recently where I wasn't slightly bothered by the use of the word boomer is that boomer economics video that I posted in the documentaries room on Discord. It's so good. That's Gen X culture. Was that really culture, though? I feel like that's more just like an age category. You know what I mean? Like, there's about 4 years where everybody gets really obsessed with, like, trench coats and leather. Yeah, I was tail end of millennial then, because I'm 94. But whatever. I just... Grumbly. No, it's like a 40-minute talk about how, like, that generation, the baby boomers, made living literally impossible for every generation after that, and how they need to be less selfish. It's actually a really interesting talk. It's that video. I recommend watching it. Also, you get to hear an not elderly, but like getting up there, older British dude, say memes and memification unironically in the same sentence. So I recommend watching it. It is an interesting video. Totally. But that entire... You should stick around for another 10 minutes until the year ends, and then we get to year 400. It doesn't matter. You can go to bed. Go to sleep if you need to. Fuck. Dude, go to bed. It's fine. Not all boomers behave the same? Yeah, no, absolutely. Just like not every millennial acts like a millennial. And this is why I hate the generalizing of labels, right? Like that statement, Frog, is precisely why I hate those types of labels, right? It's like my grandmother on my dad's side is one of the most selfish, self-centered people I've ever encountered, with some of the worst takes on how to fucking live I've ever heard in my life, because of the way she was raised and the time that she grew up in. But I wouldn't even necessarily say it's her fault. But I'm not gonna fault her for that. She also gets, it's 3 pensions? 3 good pensions at that. Government of Canada, Government of Ireland, and a widower's pension. And the last time I saw her, asked me why I haven't bought an apartment yet. Like, well, you see, Grandma. And then when I met, my reasoning basically was I don't make enough money in my job. She told me to go get a desk job. I was like, well, I'll consider it. Shoutouts, Grandma. Yeah, let alone if another Great Depression starts, that freezer's not going to be very useful because like the power will go out. Well, I mean, it's just like people who grew up in my age category are going to be very computer literate tech people. At least if you grew up in a city. But I don't know. I think saying X generation ruined X thing is, unless you're talking about like a overarching study of a particular age group, and you have a lot of citing and a lot of sources and a lot of very specific details that you're referencing, I think it's just a shitty way to insult someone directly. And I hate it. Bothers the ever-living hell out of me. Oh, I grew up, a large portion of my childhood, we lived off of lentils, almost plain pasta, and food stamps. So, yep, rice, beans, lentils, and flour. Bread, yep. Homemade bread. Lots of homemade bread. Canned Campbell's soup. I grew up on all that. Been there. Yep. No, you're not wrong, Landris. You're not wrong. Well, I mean, actually, boomers worked on their cars and driveways. Gen X forgot how to work on cars. Millennial worked on their computers. Boomers blame millennials for being lazy because they're not working on cars. Gen Z doesn't know what a car is and doesn't know what a computer is and uses a tablet. But all I know about the current world, and sorry to anybody who has children, this isn't an attack on you, world scares the ever-living shit out of me. And there is no way in hell I could imagine myself raising a kid in this current world. And makes homemade bread? I can make bread. It just takes too long, and I'm lazy. I know how to make bread. I've made bread in my kitchen before. You don't even want to see another bean? So tired of rice and potatoes? Really? Oh, man. Is that a dietary thing or a financial thing, Kitty? No, wait, what is proof that generational categorization is bullshit? Well, it's just like Squug, who was in here earlier. He's a metal fabricator who works on classic cars, and he's like younger than me. So, I don't know. Generational norms are bullshit. The food oil went down from $28 for 3 liters to $18 for 3 liters this week. That's pretty good. Why are we talking about food oil all of a sudden? Picks and crutches. Hell yeah, kitty! I mean, that's great, though. So food banks when you can get to one? I gotcha. Hang in there. That shit's rough. Like, one of the things that I am, like, the most thankful for about my living situation, like, I don't make a lot of money, right? Like, and don't think that I do. I could make more money if I went and got a full-time job at A&W. But, like, the thing that I'm the most thankful for about my current financial situation is that I don't need to worry about how much money I'm going to spend at the grocery store. I can go to the grocery store and buy whatever I want, whatever suits my fancy. Like, I'll walk in with a little list of things that I want on my phone, but like, or things that I need, but I can just be like, oh, that expensive olive oil looks nice, and I'll just spend an extra $8 on olive oil because I want the fancier olive oil that week. And that's something that I'm exceptionally thankful for. Like, growing up for a number of years, eating lentils and rice and pasta and potatoes and nothing else, more or less, makes me extremely thankful that I don't need to worry about stuff like that. It was an odd staple that price went down. That, I mean, is that like a generic brand or like is it it's still the same brand, right? I mean, maybe they have a surplus of it and the price will go back up. I mean, if there's too much of it, then the prices will go back up. I don't know. I couldn't imagine spending $28 on 3 liters of oil because I spend probably about $18 on like 500 mils of oil because I buy fancy organic olive oil usually. You've joked? Can I ask what country you live in? Like, is this a healthcare issue or? I mean, I used to joke about that, and then I almost died of hyperglycemia, so. Also, hard time to celebrate, but the game's saving. It's the year 400. Gotcha, okay, because that's such a USA-based thing to joke about. That you don't go to doctors unless you're dying. We made it to 400. Sorry for like kind of the rough note, especially for people watching the VOD, but like, year 400. That means I get to release the save file. It's been a while since I've done that. Been a while. It's been a while. God damn. Longdeath. What a fucking thing. Holy shit. Tele, you're 170 years old.
"400 years of long death."
Thanks for the $4. Cheers, Frog. Big thanks. I think those are the first bits of the day, actually. Oh no, there was some bits earlier. Shit, dude. Fucking 5 tier 2s? The hell, man? Thank you. Christ, man. You can go to bed. Diamond, Gremlin from Air, yep. Damn, son. Object owned. Man. 400 years. $400. It's a very, very, very long time. $400. Should probably redo all of my entry doors at some point. Invest 400. Oh boy. And the frame rate? Still fine. Still fine. Gets slow sometimes, but still fine. Largely still fine. Drop in Father Time and Mother Nature's buckets? Yeah. Thanks for the penny, Anonymous. The group of alchemy's tribute for the year 405. They must have bought us the beer as a celebration gift, I would think. And thank you, Anonymous, for that $3.99. Cheers, Anon. Oops. Stone, let me know when you got it. If anybody has a resub or a prime sub, now's a good time to pop it because you'll get in on the train. Help level her up. You got it, Cap. Hype train, woo. Dude, here, you know what? This is for you. Actually, I'm just gonna screenshot this and put this in the Discord. The year of this fortress, which just hit year 400. I have to save this real quick. We're just gonna jump out to the main menu, and I'm going to copy the save file. Because this save file needs to get backed up. I also need to check the name of the save file, though. Yeah, the last one I made was... Okay, chat, guess when we... Without looking it up, what year do you guys think that we hit year 300? Or what day... When do you think we hit year 300? Because I have the day that I created that account. Or the last backup. I can see it right here in front of me. January this year? Okay, one person says January. Why does Stone shoot the tributes? Because Stone's keeping track of every single tribute in a spreadsheet. December 21? All right. Anybody else? Here, I'll read it. 2021, 9/09. The 9th month, 9th day, 2021. 9:06 p.m. I made that save file. That's when we hit year 300. That was a long period of time. Continue playing. Region 19, 405. Copy. Paste. And there we go. It is now backed up. I'm going to add it to an archive, and I'm going to put it on DFFD. While I'm uploading this, I'll let Longdeath idle in the background. Place item in the tomb? Who died? B-Lug! F's for B-Lug. Also, I think... Apparently a human merchant... Oh man, this happened again? Well, shit. We had a human merchant go berserk. Got stuck on the edge of the map, I think. So that probably explains why the humans weren't trading it with us with their second merchant, is because he went insane off the edge of the map. Well, that makes a lot of sense. Great. That happens every now and again. Did anybody else die? E-log. Do it. Cussy. Wit code. I think that I need to make more coffins. Also, 30 seconds if anybody else wants to add on to that hype train pile. But thank you much regardless, chat room. Damn human merchants, you know it. What was the other thing I was gonna do? Right, I was gonna stuff in the back. Upload. Forty-seven point oh. Thank you very much for the hype train, chat room. You guys are very kind. Thanks a lot, Raz. You're nuts. Fortress. Data. Save. I need a thing for this. I'm attaching this to the playlist. Where is it? Mods, save releases. Community games. I guess I'd consider this a community game. There we go. Oh, right. 400. That's why I'm uploading the save file right now. So if anybody would like to play around in Longdeath, in about 10 seconds, I will have a save file for you. I'm also going to attach the year 400 save file to the Longdeath command. So whenever people type in !Longdeath, you will get a link to a Dwarf Fortress database file where you can mess around with it. Commit file listing. Here's the link if you would like it. And also it is now attached to the Longdeath command, so !Longdeath now has that attached. And there you go. What made it? What just happened? Oh, the Elsa arrived. Okay. $400 year is your 405, yes. So the fortress is 400 years old. Looks like we lost a bunch of water buffalo died at the edge of the map. That's bizarre. I don't know how long that human was stuck there, but that explains why the humans weren't trading with us. Hoi hoi, Winter. What up? It's fucking bananas, though. Also, thanks to the person who just chucked some bucks at me over via coffee. Thank you. I recognize that email. I'm not sure who that is. But yeah, no, it's a surreal feeling that we've actually made it this far. $100-year fort? 1,000-year fort, I think. Yes, this is the fortress where we're trying to hit 1,000 years, and a couple of minutes ago we hit year 400. So there's that. Except this time, instead of putting it on Google Drive, I actually just put it on Dwarf Fortress database. So if anybody wants to dig through it, you absolutely can. You meant to type 1,000? Yes. Yeah, no, we've slowed down a lot on it. But yes, you did. Looks like it. When did you type in? I mean, you didn't enter, so it looks like you missed it. Another century? I mean, there's been some close calls in IRL time. It depends on your frame rate, but in this save file, currently about 2.5 hours. Your attention wandered? Ah, that's fine. Slowed down? Oh, I'm not playing it as much. I mean, like, the first 4 months Longdeath existed, I played about 5 days a week of Longdeath. Also, when Longdeath first started, I was streaming, I think, 7 days a week still. Yeah, and I mean, I only stream 3 days a week now. I stream the same number of hours. It's just I stream 14 hours a day instead of about 7 to 8 hours a day, which is what I was doing back when Longdeath started, was I'd stream about 6 to 9-ish hours a day, 7 days a week. And now I stream 3 days a week. I do more YouTube stuff. I also host a podcast now and do a lot of other things. So I'm much more multi-platform content now instead of just on Twitch. Twitch is still the focus and still the vast majority of my income, but like the way I run my streams is quite a bit different now. So there's that, and also I do other playthroughs and stuff. Like, it's basically, if I just did Longdeath, I don't think as many people would be watching me right now, because a lot of people have gotten bored of Longdeath, which is totally fair. I mean, Longdeath is pretty samey. At this point, Longdeath is mostly just me talking with dwarves, sort of doing things that take forever in the background. No. If I kept it running when I wasn't streaming, it would be done by now. Absolutely not. No, the whole point of this is I want to make this a heavily documented save file. But I mean, I've kind of talked about like what I want this show to turn, what I want Longdeath to turn into post Steam release. Post Steam release, I want Longdeath to become like a talk show, kind of akin to like, how do I explain it? Like Farlands or Bust. The guy who runs Farlands or Bust, he puts up 30 minutes a week of him running in a straight line in Minecraft, and he just like talks to other Minecraft creators and interviews people during it. And that's kind of what Longdeath's going to become eventually. It's going to become like, but I need there to be more people playing Dwarf Fortress, right? And creating Dwarf Fortress stuff. So I want to bring on guests and talk to people in the future. And that'll be post-Steam release. But I've already talked to Tekid and he's down, so it's just a matter of getting to that point. Because it'll take a break. If I kept it running when I wasn't streaming it, it would be done already. If I just ran it 24/7, yeah, it'd be done already. Farlands or Bust is, as of last time I checked, which was like a year ago, still a thing. Lands or Bust. Let's see. No, I mean, I don't think it's actually possible to get to the Farlands. Yeah, he did a stream on June, like, yeah, because he streams them all. Okay, he's back up from like 30 minutes back up to a few hours, and he put up one 5 days ago, 2 weeks ago. He's on episode 829. Yep, he's still walking. They're like anywhere from 40 minutes to 3 hours, it looks like, for Farlands or Bust. Still at it. I mean, it helps that I had YouTube open in the background already, so I literally just needed to type in Farlands or Bust, and yes, it is in fact still a thing. But yeah, Longdeath is becoming like that, basically. And, you know, that's fine. Although someone in chat once said that I should talk to the guy who does Farlands or Bust while he's streaming Farlands or Bust while I'm streaming Longdeath and just, like, cross the streams. But, you know, chat, we did hit the big year 400, so I think it's time for us to do some Jupiter Hell runs. How's that sound? Or maybe, like, a run of Jupiter Hell. It's been a good, like, you know, almost 9 hours of stream so far, which means we've done minus, like, an hour and 20 of that. All of the rest of that's all been Dwarf Fort. So, I think we did pretty good. That sounds too complicated. It's not that complicated. To anybody watching the YouTube VOD of this, down in the description of this video, you can get the save file as well, and in the comment section probably too. But To everybody else in the Twitch chat, you guys know what's going on. Come on. Let's swap games. And he plays an Hour of Longdeath. I don't know. Now that might be too complicated. I'm very happy with how Longdeath has been going, though. I think that, like, you know, honestly, my goal for Longdeath, and this probably is an achievable goal. My goal for Longdeath is that Longdeath gets well-known enough that Tarn shouts it out on an update page at some point. That is my goal for Longdeath, is that it becomes a well-known enough thing that Tarn goes, Longdeath, we're not going to make you play that long. Close that.